twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Where I'm going to try to do the show with a burned retina from watching the Warriors game last night. What was that court? That fire engine on my TV last night. My God. I'm blaming the court. That's what I'm doing. I'm blaming the court for a tragic Warrior choke job down in Houston. Hey, that's just one storyline. We got the Niners tonight in wait a minute, rain in Santa Clara, perhaps? So, should be a fun night down there. It's a playoff game. And, of course, we got to recap what happened on that frickin' court down in Houston. Here's a man who's got one foot on an airplane on his way to Washington, D.C. The Army-Navy man himself, Marcus Boucher, Wada boy. Good morning, brother.
Murph, what's up, my man? I hate to start the show like this today, but I'm actually looking up at the television screen, just staring at that red court, Murph. It's staring me straight in the eye.
Dude, it's burning you.
Feels like I'm in the red light district in Amsterdam or something.
But we tune in for hot takes. It's like, hey, what's the hot take today? I'm tuning into KNBR. I'm going to hear a sizzling hot take. And right before we go on the air, I say to Marcus, I'm like, dude, worst court in NBA history? Marcus goes, no.
Nuh-uh.
I said, what? He goes, just wait till we get on the air, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a worse court than that.
Well, Murph, I will say last night with the ketchup-stained court, it was pretty damn bad, but nothing is worse than the mustard-stained court we saw in Denver a couple weeks ago. I mean, that one literally fried my retina. I couldn't even watch the game. I got a headache.
So it's your choice, mustard or ketchup?
I'm more of a mustard guy
Ketchup
myself,
or mustard?
but I'll take the ketchup court over the mustard court.
You don't want to hear the mustard?
Like, I think that was the worst court I've ever seen in my life. Last night was bad, but not nearly as bad as the all-yellow court.
I'll grant you this. You are correct. The all-yellow was a hell of a court. There was something about last night, though. I'm going to give it 51-49 to last night.
Wow.
By the way, was that the same night the Warriors blew the 6-point lead in that game, too?
Yeah,
They blew
sounds
a 6-point
about
lead
right.
with a minute to go. They don't like these freaking mustard and ketchup court. Can we get a relish court, perhaps? Can we get a relish? Maybe they got to go to Celtics and play a relish court.
Yeah, can I get a horseradish court?
Maybe they like playing on relish courts, not ketchup and mustard court. Because, they blew the exact same lead they did at Denver, although last night was just absolutely awful. And the Rockets get their first win over the Warriors. And if you missed it last night, first of all, you missed the horrible court. Marcus says the mustard was worse. I say it was more like a fire. I kept thinking a fire engine was going through my TV last night. And I was saying, I feel like I'm sending out siren emojis to everybody. My God.
Dude, it felt like a scene out of The Shining where like the blood spills everywhere out of the elevator and just takes over the entire court.
Oh, man. Even like I said, so little Rory Murphy looks up, who's not so little anymore, by the way. He's shooting up like a weed. But he goes, Dad, what's that court is so bad? I said, it's for you, kid. You're 13. It's supposed to be for you. He goes, nah.
For me.
He goes, I don't like it. By the way, he said forlornly last night, spooning his ice cream because his mom gives him ice cream every night. Come down for dessert.
Every night?
Yeah, can you believe that?
What a life this kid's living.
Can you believe that? I know. And then she complains about it. She goes, I didn't get dessert every night. Well, you don't have to get it.
Yeah, you're the one giving him the ice cream.
So anyway, as he forlornly spooned his ice cream in his mouth, he says, does this mean they're out of the cup? I said, yes, my son.
Buddy, it's over.
They're out of the cup.
The Warriors will not be hanging that NBA Cup banner at Chase
Signature
Center.
moments in childhood when your dad tells you that your team is out of the Emirates
That's
NBA
tough,
Cup.
dude. I told you about like the sadness of watching my dad take down like Raiders decorations after they lost the Super Bowl to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I can only imagine the look on Rory's face seeing Brian Murphy tell his son that the Warriors will not be winning the NBA Cup.
When we took down the Emirates logo in our living room, yeah. And Kerr, you heard Kerr last night. We wanted to win the cup. So, listen, we'll get into it here because it is the burning story from last night. If you missed it, the Warriors absolutely choked. They completely choked. And I know Steve Kerr, and you're all tuning in to hear us rip the refs, and I get it. We can talk about that. Yes. Dubious call for sure. However, if you're not in that position, that call doesn't matter. So you put yourselves in that position, and we can list the transgressions that went down, but they had 2 shot clock violations. Now, I'll give you this. The Rockets D. The Rockets will sell out on D. That's a nice young defensive team that makes life hard every possession. Keep your eye on the Rockets. Ime Udoka, he's got them playing hard.
Bro, you mentioned 2 shot clock violations in the final 3 minutes of the game. How about through 4 quarters, they had 6 total shot clock violations?
Which is apparently like on the list of like most in recent NBA history.
I mean, I can't remember Anytime in my lifetime where I've seen an NBA team have 6 different shot clock violations.
Even when you see them, you'll see one, maybe one a
once
game
every
or
once in a while, but 6 of them.
And when it happens, you're kind of like, damn, can't believe they didn't get a shot off. But yeah, you're right, 6 of them. And again, that's partially on the Warriors, but I got to give the Rockets some credit.
Absolutely.
They really do. They're young. They have so much gas in their tanks, man. They're young. Their legs are Ahmed Thompson, Jalen Green. These guys are like, we're like 20 years old. We're like jackrabbits out here,
Dude,
man.
how about my guy Alprin Şengün? Who I was bonding with yesterday with our guy Oppo in the parking lot.
Oh, you guys talk Şengün?
Dude, we started talking Şengün.
Nice. Did it light him up?
He's huge because he talks about the Turkish superstar, the Turkish Tim Duncan. And, of course, Oppo being Turkish, he goes, hey, you know Şengün? I said, bro, do I know Şengün? He helped me win a KNBR fantasy basketball championship last year. I'm a Şengün head. And there he was last night against a Warriors small ball lineup. Yeah. They outscored the Warriors by 18 points in the paint last night.
They did. However, on the other side, they attacked Şengün defensively. Mm-hmm. He's not a defense. He's the one defensive hole on that team. So you can go after him. But, yeah, he is a beast, man. I didn't know he won you a fantasy championship.
Oh, yeah. He was one of my best sleeper picks last year. So when Oppo brought up his name yesterday, I had a big grin on my face, and we were talking about the Şengün versus Steph Curry matchup.
That's incredible. By the way, a 6-minute error has been corrected by the hard-working John Joe Curley.
Look at this kid.
It is game day. And to be honest, I walked into the office this morning. Curley goes, where's the hat? I go, what do you mean? It's not Friday. He goes, dude, they play tonight. I was like, oh, man, that's my bad. So Curls, God bless him, working hard, going out there in the on the wet streets of San Francisco. Hey, Niners. Hey, Warriors, run the damn ball.
Right? Run it again! Run it again!
I'm going to go ahead and say that for all the shot clock violations and for the bad Draymond turnover, where he tried to make too high level of a pass when all you have to do is protect the basketball, he tried to make a risk-reward pass to a cutting John Kuminga. I'm going to go ahead and say that even given all that, and even given the ref's call, I can't believe I'm saying this, I got to blame Steph. And, how many times do you say that for arguably the greatest athlete in the history of the Bay Area?
Not too often.
I mean, it's either him or Joe, guys. It's either him or Joe. And I know Willie Mays, I get it, rest in peace. But it's either him or Joe because we're talking 4 championships each for those guys, all right? But they have despite all the collapse, if you missed it last night, they had the ball with a 90-89 lead, and there was they had a 3.5 second differential on the shot clock. They got the ball with 28 seconds left, so they could theoretically have taken a shot with 2, maybe 1 second left on the shot clock, and either made it and won, or missed it and let the rebound kind of tick around for a few seconds, or forced the Rockets to try to make a shot with 2 seconds left. He stepped back, and I've frozen my computer a bunch of times to make sure. He shot it with 12.2 seconds left in the game. And here's my thing, is he said, I think his theory was, but if I make it, the game's over. And I'm saying, no, it's not. That's what makes it even worse. Because even if he makes that shot, he's left so much time on the clock, the game's not over.
Yeah, but it does make it a 4-point game at that point.
Yeah, but dude, 12.2 in the NBA? It's nothing.
Then you play the
Rockets
foul
come
game.
right in, score, and foul Kuminga, who, wait for it, was 2 of 6 from the free throw line last night.
Yeah, that's not great, Murph.
Yeah, and by the way, the other thing about the game, if you're going to play the ref game, the one true argument Kerr has is that was one of the most physical games I've seen in a while. And they were letting them play to the degree I was like, damn, are they letting them play? That was some physicality going on. So to call that call on Kuminga was not consistent with how they called the game.
No, especially not. And to call it on Kuminga when a split second earlier you had Fred VanVleet diving on top of GP2 because everybody's scrambling for a loose ball in that situation.
Yeah.
So, I'm with Steve Kerr on that message. You can't let the refs decide the game, especially when the NBA Cup is on the line, Murph. But, to give them free throws on the other side of the court during a loose ball foul, that either should have been a jump ball or just reward the Houston Rockets with a timeout.
Did you see Şengün, your boy, Oppo's boy, and Dylan Brooks? They're screaming for a timeout. They're not screaming for a foul. No. They're screaming for a timeout. Everybody's like, timeout. And Billy Kennedy, the ref's like, no, I'm going to change the storyline here.
Yeah.
Now, that said, the Warriors still had a timeout, so Kerr didn't challenge it, saved his timeout, and had 3.5 seconds to inbound the ball, and Pajemski couldn't get it in.
I mean, that was an awful inbounds play.
Terrible.
Like,
and that's the second
play.
time. Yeah.
That's the play you're calling with the game on the line.
That was the second time I remember Pajemski biffing an inbound. Now, and I went back and clickered it to slow-mo. There's a point where he could have inbounded it. He wasn't wide open, but if he put it on Steph's right hand, he could have gotten it into him earlier instead of getting it to him pinned against the baseline, where Curry had to give it right up to Pajemski, whose shot was blocked. So just a total collapse, just like they collapsed in Denver last week. And so it's like, and of course, here's the easy joke. Hey, man, if I wanted to watch the Bay Area team blow a late lead against a Western rival, I would have waited till tonight at Levi's Stadium.
There it is.
Too soon. So there you go. We'll be talking about it all morning. The Warriors and it's 13-year-old Warriors. Does this mean they're out of the cup, Dad? Yeah. They're out of the cup. So,
Damn.
yeah.
No
like
trip to Vegas.
It's like telling your kid there's no.
Hey, I got in trouble for that a couple years ago.
Not in this season.
Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do it,
this?
Murph.
It's like telling your kid there's no Easter bunny.
Oh, wow. That might be equally as bad, Murph. What are you trying to say?
Well, maybe symbolically there's an Easter bunny.
Yeah.
By the way, Candace has checked in. She's listening. She said, Rory's so skinny he needs the weight. I have to force ice cream on him.
Yeah. You got to throw some like peanut butter in there, too. Get some extra calories on the kid.
He'll pick it out. He's like one of these. You should see this kid. He's a bag of bones. All right. Well, listen, we got Warriors blowing games. You guys can chime in on this one. We got, of course, 49ers, Rams. Who knew it was going to rain tonight? I just checked my iPhone. Overnight Dave is going to be on the parabolics.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Overnight Dave on the sideline.
According to my iPhone, it starts to rain down there around 1:30. And according to the iPhone, it doesn't stop until about 6:30. So, again, iPhone. Who knows? You know what I mean?
We'll see.
We'll see if there's supposedly, did you read there's some new weather app coming out that's like going to destroy like everything you ever knew about weather apps?
A new weather app.
There's like a new model that's out. I don't know if it's China, Russia, the United States, or all three.
Somebody's like an AI weather app or something?
Like Elon Musk might be involved. It's supposed to be this like mind-blowing weather that's going to absolutely nail the weather like 3 weeks out. Yeah, and they're like the weather forecast. The days of weather forecasting are over. Wow. We've nailed it.
Well, Murph, we said it for years. Everybody talks about the weather. Looks like someone's finally doing something about the weather.
Did something about it. You look at you. You're halfway on a plane. You're going to Army Navy.
I'm out of here.
I'm excited for you, buddy. All right, we'll get the guest list from Young Tone on the other side and bitch about the Warriors and get ready for the 49ers on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias. If you win the contest, you get to pick between a show at SAP Center in San Jose or a show at Chase Center. Both of them are in February of next year. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to reward the early crowd today. That's because we are giving these tickets away in the 7 a.m. hour this morning. That's right. Everybody who's up early, stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Icon, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Here comes Jalen Green, just nasty.
Waters doing his dance, walking a tightrope in the corner. Brooks the steal, all by himself. Curry steps back on the launch, he missed it. Fight for the rebound, Payton poked away. 5 seconds, but does Green have possession? And Billy Kennedy says foul on the Warriors. Jalen Green, the 22-year-old budding star, has given the Rockets a 1-point lead with 3.5 left. Curry back to Podziemski. They got a piece, and it is over here in Houston. The Houston Rockets have punched their ticket to Las Vegas.
On a court that looks like ketchup spilled on a fire engine. And you want to send out red emojis to everyone. Wow, there it was last night in Houston. Well, listen, there's no denying this. I mean, as much as fun as we and others make of the Emirates NBA Cup, there's no denying that that game on December 11th had more juice than a regular December 11th game. So as much fun as we make of the NBA Cup, it gives you a little something, even to make fun of.
I mean, Murph, who's making fun of it? I've made it perfectly clear. I want a banner in Chase Center. I want to hoist the NBA Cup. And last night, the Warriors got jobbed out of that opportunity to go back to Las Vegas.
Well, or did they? Or was it their own damn fault? But here's Steve Kerr. Now, you're supposed to get fined if you complain about the refs, right? I saw somebody on Twitter wrote, I think it was Barstool, wrote generational fine incoming for Steve Kerr because he goes for 2 minutes. You're not supposed to criticize the refs at all? No mistake in this. Steve Kerr right after the game.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time, 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is, unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. Loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout and let the players decide the game. That's how you officiate.
Yeah, so he's right. He's right. It's a bad call, and it's a little outrageous. Waterboy brought up seconds earlier, Fred VanVleet dove on Gary Payton's back. Not for a long time, but if you're going to call the Kuminga one, you got to call that one. And at that point in time where Green clearly has the ball, is Kuminga making extra contact? Yeah, maybe. But this is the case where I don't think it was such an egregious moment, or I don't think it was any kind of incident where he impeded anything Jalen Green was trying to do. All that stuff is correct. All that said, I'm still more mad at the Warriors than I am at the ref.
Yeah, the Warriors put themselves in that situation to get jobbed over by the refs, in my opinion. Now, I agree with Steve Kerr. It's a terrible call, especially when the refs set the standard throughout the game that they were going to let the boys play. It was a physical matchup. And in that instant, when we're talking about literally a 1-point game, you can't just be handing out free throws for a loose ball foul. That's either got to be a jump ball, give the timeout to the Houston Rockets, or just let it play out. But they went with option D, Murph. They decided to put him on the free throw line 80 feet down the court, and that's what led to the Rockets getting the win.
And I'd say this. If he didn't call a foul there, I don't think there's a single Houston Rocket player, coach, or fan who would be waking up this morning crying for a no foul. I don't think they would have. I think Billy Kennedy kind of invented something there. Now, again, I'm more mad at the way they handled it down the stretch. The shot clock violation, the Draymond turnover, and then really Steph. Even given all that, Steph had the ball in his hands, and it's his job to be the smartest guy on the court. And shooting with 12 seconds left in the game was a really bad decision and cost him the game, in my opinion. But there's more, Kerr. Like I said, generational fine incoming. Here's the second part of his rant.
Especially because the game was a complete wrestling match. They didn't call anything. Steph Curry got hit on the elbow, plain as day on a jump shot, just clubbed right on there, no call. So you've established you're just not going to call anything throughout the game. It's a physical game. We're going to call it a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line. This is a billion-dollar industry. You got people's jobs on the line. I am stunned. I am stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back. They played great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game, or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made, because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
Okay, great rant. I got to call one gigantic red flag in that rant. As a man who has spent the last 10 years coaching basketball from 3rd grade to 8th grade, I have seen some brutal calls from 3rd, including, I don't even know, did we talk about it last year, or did I just try to go radio silence last year? Did I talk about the 6th grade playoff game?
I think we talked about it off air.
Oh,
I don't know if you brought it
I didn't want to bring. I didn't want to give our opponents the satisfaction of them knowing how fried I was, because they're tuning in, listening to me, and B, I also didn't want that ref to get the shine that he wanted. He's getting it now 9 months later. But I was present at one of the worst calls in 6th grade basketball history, dude. So when When Kerr says an elementary school ref wouldn't make the call, I'm like, hand up. Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
There's
I've
a possibility.
been there.
As a former CYO ref myself, I might have made that call, Murph. I don't know. I was a terrible referee.
It's hard to be a ref for sure, no doubt. But anyway, I just thought that was really funny because that one, everybody kept saying, elementary school. I'm like, I'm living it, bro.
It's a great line, no doubt, from Steve Kerr, but I got to disagree with the other part of that quote. The Warriors deserved to win last night. No. I don't think the team deserves to win when they get outscored 7-0 down the stretch and don't score a bucket in the final 3 minutes of the game. I don't think a team that turns the ball over 22 times deserves to win. I don't think a team with 6 shot clock violations deserves to win.
All that said, agree with all of that. And yet, I was hugely impressed that they fought their way to that lead in the fourth quarter. I had given up at them pretty much at halftime, and I'm like, what am I doing? It's an NBA game.
Well, they had 37 points at halftime.
37 points at half.
14 first-half turnovers.
I thought they were truly getting their asses kicked. I thought they were getting their asses kicked in the first part of that game. So I actually was really impressed at their comeback. Buddy Hield got hot. Dude, guys like Pajemski hit a 3. By the way, I was on social media last night. The hate for Pods?
It's building.
What's that?
It's building. He's had a bad year.
I know, but he also does a lot of, there's a lot of times he makes a lot of, I get it. He's not having an awesome year. He makes a lot of winning plays, though, too. And he makes losing plays, too, but he's a kid, and I wouldn't give up on him just yet.
No.
But Lindy Waters III hit a critical 3 in the fourth quarter.
That
was
crazy.
bonkers. Even Pat Spencer scored last night, old number 61, right? But so I was impressed by everything until the closing 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Until the closing 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
So, all right, we got to get the guest list going here on a Thursday, 12, 12, 20. Oh, look at that. 12, 24. Ooh, I like it. Even I can do that math.
12 plus 12.
I was not a math guy. 408 says, Murph, how do you coach from 10 years from grades 3 to 8? That's only 5 years. Hey, 408. 2 kids, buddy.
Yeah.
Do the math. All right. I did the math. 12, 24.
Yeah.
2 kids.
See, Murph is the math guy. I'm over here trying to count 12 plus 12 on my fingers, but Murph, I'm running out of fingers.
I started with Declan in Declan in 2nd grade. He's now in 11th grade or 1st grade. So it goes back 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, take that for data.
And I got 2 more. We got a 7th and an 8th grade season incoming, if I can make it. It's funny, man. We'll see. It was funny. We were reading the rules. We have this tournament this weekend. And I was reading the rules to the family just kind of for fun. And I got to the point I said something about it. Said coaches who receive technical fouls will be suspended for the next game. And my whole family went, oh. And I was like, what, you guys looking at me?
Absolutely.
Looking at me?
All eyes on Murph.
All right. What are you
You're chirping at the officials?
Good morning, young Tone.
Good morning.
What's up, Tony?
I like that tweet from Greg Silverlat yesterday. You looked tremendous with your notebook open, and I want to get into that notebook at some point.
Oh, there's a lot in there, Murph.
He looked looked like he was. I said, ladies, he's single and ready to mingle.
Which
did that get any traction?
I was a little shocked that Murph was just putting young Tony on the market on social media.
Did that get any traction?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
Still not.
623 didn't respond?
No.
Mm-hmm. Still ready to mingle, lady. Still ready to mingle.
What was your biggest take? Are you more mad at the refs or at the Warriors and Steph?
I mean, a little bit of both. I will say, I feel like Steph shot the ball a little early there. There was 8 seconds left on the shot clock. So if he waits another 8 seconds, shoots with 4 seconds to go, maybe makes it, maybe misses it. Regardless, you got 4 seconds to deal with. It's a tough call, but he's the greatest shooter of all time. You can't really knock him for that. But the officials kind of blew the game.
And knocking Steph at any point in time is usually a fool's errand. It's like he's Steph freaking Curry. But he made a mistake last night. He did. He also had a really bad turnover at one point in the game. He'll make mistakes. He's human. All right, what do we got?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we will talk to Mike Krukow. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:30. We will talk to Matt Mayoko at 8:50. And then our guest at 9:30, a Hall of Fame wide receiver, a Super Bowl champion, Isaac Bruce, who wore both uniforms, Rams and 49ers, joining the show at 9:30 this morning.
Wow. Forever Niner, Isaac Bruce. He was a good Niner, too. What a player. Okay, listen, it takes a lot to knock the Niners off the headline, but the Warriors did last night. What did Steph Curry have to say after the game? What else did Steve Kerr have to say about this game? And what do we think about this Warriors season that is weird? Started 12-3 and has gotten weird. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
A call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
As Brooks chases Curry. And everyone's standing here in Houston. Curry steps back on the launch. He missed it. Fight for the rebound. Payton poked away. 5 seconds. Boy, does Green have possession? And Billy Kennedy says foul on the Warriors.
Incredible drama for a two. Again, I got to give the Emirates NBA Cup credit, man. They got us talking like it was a playoff game. And kind of was, because they're not going to Vegas and not going to have that shot at 500,000. It would have been fun to have them in Vegas, kind of something to talk about, something to do, something for you to watch in Washington, D.C.
Hell, Murph, I was looking into
around.
hotels and flights to Vegas to go watch this NBA Emirates Cup.
Wait a minute. So we're thinking to play. When is it? When is the schedule? Do you know?
So I know the next round is on Saturday.
Oh, so yeah, but you're going to be in D.C.
I know I'll be in D.C., but then like
Were you
the
gonna fly back
championship
through
round.
Vegas?
I was thinking about maybe stopping back for the championship game once the Warriors play for the Cup, but those dreams are long gone now, Murph.
Rockets advanced to take on the Thunder. And last night, by the way, that wasn't the only good. The one on the East Coast was pretty good, too. Trae Young did his thing at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And he's turning into like a villain. He's like the new Reggie Miller there.
See him out there
What is
rolling the
what is
dice.
the
He was
meaning
rolling the
behind that?
dice,
What
going
is
to
it?
Vegas.
Oh, that's
Gonna
what
go
it
play
is.
some craps.
I'm so stupid.
Yeah, come on,
I'm
Murph.
so dumb.
Pretty obvious.
I didn't even think about
It's a
that.
dice roll celebration.
I thought it was something. I thought he was like kissing I thought he was taunting the logo of the Knicks or something.
I don't think so.
Like planting a flag.
I don't think you're allowed to do that anymore.
It's
That's
gonna be
a felony now, Murph.
Yeah. Trae Young is turning into a dude, and the Atlanta Hawks, the 14-12 Hawks, beat the Knicks last night. So the Knicks are crying in their beers just like the Warriors.
And Knicks fans hate Trae Young, by the way.
I know, it's kind of fun, right? It's kind of fun. Let's see. Yeah, so Saturday's the day. Saturday is the Hawks, Bucks, Rockets stuff. So Warriors would have been part of that party, right? They would have been the 5:30 game. Would have been fun. Instead, they come home. You know, it's funny. The consolation prize is now. So now they rejigger the schedule because of the loss, and the makeup game is Clay's coming to town. It's
Sunday, right?
Saturday.
Oh, is it Saturday?
No, I'm sorry, not Saturday. So, I think you're right.
I think it is Sunday.
yeah.
Cool, and I was going to clarify. I didn't know whether that game was
Sunday at 5:30.
And that game's at Chase Center.
Yeah. Sunday at
Dude,
5:30.
I might be flying
Will you be
back. I might be back in time. I might have to go swing by.
Roll over there, and does Thrive City have its open container yet?
It does for me, Murph. It's always been open container law for
Very
me
good.
anywhere I go.
Like you tell the tourists, too.
yeah,
you're
exactly.
good.
Yeah, dude, you're in San Francisco. You can do
So
whatever the hell you want.
We get Clay 2.0 because they lost their game to the. They lost their game earlier in the NBA Cup, too.
Nice. This is even better than the NBA Cup now.
Right. So you get Clay. So anyway, let's get to Curry. What'd he do with the rare mental mistake? And again, I want to say to Wardell, Stephen Curry, who's unimpeachably great and brilliant and unbelievable human being and the best basketball player. He made a mistake last night. He did, because even if he makes that shot, he left too much time. The game's not over. It's 93-89, 12 seconds to go. The Rockets come down, hit a three, foul Kuminga, get the ball back and win the game. So that's another reason why I was upset about him. But here it is. So it's Cut E talking about taking the shot. Here it is, Steph, after the game on why he shot with 12 seconds left, even though they could have run out more.
When you find a little bit of space, I shoot that shot all the time. And obviously the way it went down, loose ball, or the 50-50 ball into a unreal loose ball foul that changed the game. So definitely probably a couple seconds too early. I like the shot if we make it. If I make it, we're on a plane to Vegas. So I live with it, but tough way to end.
Okay, he said a couple things. He's probably a couple seconds too early.
Yeah.
He says if I make it, we're on a plane to Vegas. Likely, but not totally. But he said at the end, I'll live with it. You got to live with it.
Yeah, and that's kind of my take this morning on Steph Curry specifically. I'm not killing the guy for taking the shot, even though, as he just mentioned, he should have waited a few more seconds. But Steph got the look he was looking for. He got the step back, he got the space, he got the separation. If it's anybody else besides Steph Curry, then yeah, I'm pissed that they shot it early with time left on the
Imagine
clock.
if it was Pods.
But when Steph gets that opportunity, you're thinking with a wide open look off the step back, he's going to hit that shot. 9 times out of 10, he clanked it. Hell, the Warriors clanked every shot they had in the last 3 minutes of the game, and that's the reason why they lost.
Yeah, well, that's when they could get a shot off.
Yeah.
You can't clank a shot if you can't get one off.
Getting shut down by the shot clock.
And again, I do want to give the Rockets credit. They were the NBA's second-rated defensive team coming into the game, and Ime Udoka's kind of changed their culture. But, I mean, they've been one of those teams that's been, quote-unquote, tanking for the last few years. They've had some high draft picks who are now beginning to find their sea legs out there. Although all that said, the Warriors beat them last week at Chase Center. We didn't even mention Wiggins didn't play.
Yeah.
That's always a big one, man. That guy's, he scored 23 last week against the Rockets.
But also last week when they played the Rockets, Steph Curry and Draymond Green did not play in that game. And when they beat the Rockets earlier this year, Steph Curry sat out that game also.
They're 4-1 without Steph.
Wow.
Steph's taking bad
How about
shots.
that? Steph Curry 0-1 against the
808
Rockets.
KNBR, trade Steph.
Steph must go. 808 KNBR.
Maximize Steph's prime. Trade Steph. There you go. Anyway, let's ask him about the foul. What is he? Does he want to rip the refs and get a fine?
Hell yeah. I haven't seen the replay, but in that type of situation, there's a feel of like who got to the ball first. I mean, if you're telling me it was a clear foul, then I'll shut up. But I don't think that's the case. Is it? Was it? There's indecision in the group, so that means then let the game play out and let us decide it. Not 2 free throws 90 feet from the basket.
I like that. Steph did a little straw poll. What do you guys think? If there's indecision with the beat writers, let them play.
Let it play out.
I like that rule.
I mean, everybody
That's a pretty good rule.
hates it when the ref steps in, whether we're talking about Gabe Morales and the check swing with Wilmer Flores. Just let these guys play, Murph. Let them play. Let them decide the fate of their futures.
Dare I go there? Walt Coleman? Dare I do it? Dare I go there?
No, Murph. Don't go there.
Hey, man, just a quick digression. I mean, do you see the reports are out that Mark Davis is huddling with TB12 about your next quarterback?
And I told you, Tom Brady and both Mark Davis both have a great relationship with Shedeur Sanders. So if they get that first pick, you can lock it in. Shedeur Sanders will be in silver and
But you prefer
black.
Cam Ward, right?
I'm more of a Cam Ward guy.
I haven't broken down the film. I mean, Cam Ward's going to New York City. Shedeur Sanders is not.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the two of them are going 1-2 overall regardless. To me, I'm just
Is there a size difference?
I'm a little put off by the Shedeur sideshow, if that makes sense. Like, it seems like there's going to be a lot of baggage, a lot of attention.
It seems like the kind of thing Mark Davis would like.
Exactly, which is exactly why they're going to bring him in, and then in a year or maybe even this offseason, they're going to hire Deion Sanders as the head coach.
So I got Cam Ward.
And then it's just going to be a circus out there, which fits in with the Vegas scene anyways.
I know, but
They should be playing games at Circus, not Allegiant.
Nice, buddy.
Somebody throw a tent over this damn circus.
According to Google, they're both 6'2". They're both 6'2". So it's because height, man. We're finding with Brock,
Oh.
Sometimes the ball gets tipped.
Yeah, we'll find out with Brock tonight with the height and the size of his hands, especially in the rain tonight.
Do you have a stat on Brock in the rain?
I was trying to do some research because just like off the eye test, like based off my memory, I know he struggled in rain and in snow before, and with rain coming in tonight in Santa Clara, I wouldn't be surprised if we have one of those dropbacks where the ball just magically slips out of Brock Purdy's hands.
Hopefully, unlike Led Zeppelin, he won't be a fool in the rain, my friend. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. That's right. It's my Led Zeppelin for you.
Sing it.
Anybody, Steph, on the fact that remember it's NBA Cup, we make fun of it if there's a banner and everything, but these guys want the shine. They wanted to be on the stage Saturday in Vegas. Cut K tone from Steph. They wanted it. They care here.
Absolutely. Talked to some guys who played in it last year. Buddy was there last year. He said how much fun it was. So, would have been a cool experience. You want to win the games that matter in the sense of, something with a little extra incentive on the back end. Definitely frustrating, disappointing, especially the way the game ended, because you're sitting there looking at the clock like 3-4 minutes left. If we just play sound basketball, we should be fine. And then possession after possession goes the other way. And then that last foul call, you're just kind of in shock a little bit. So that's tough.
And listen, these guys are. It's year 2. I have to admit. I mean, we talk about Rob Manfred, all his stupid rule ideas. Although I support the pitch clock, I hate the ghost runner. Some rule changes are good. Some are not. I don't need the golden batter. I don't. Speaking of the golden batter, by the way, Willie Adamas, 11:30 today.
Ooh, number 2, Murph.
Yeah, number 2 after Hank. I had a little beef with Hank. So we have one of our old-time listeners, Young Tone Hank in Long Beach, goes way back, almost 20 years. He's some sort of independently wealthy businessman. He's always used to send us pictures from Athens, Greece, Tokyo, Japan, Sydney, Australia, saying, listening. I'm like, dude, what are you? Or he'd be like, I'm going to see Pearl Jam in Rotterdam. I'm like, what? So anyway, he's the guy who put out a tweet. He runs Sons of Johnny Lamaster. Yep. And he sends out the tweet that Adamas is wearing number 1. And I said, dude, you sure about that? He says, it's on the website, bro. And then he sends me the screenshot of the website. So we said yesterday on the air, Adamas is wearing 1. Then Adamas puts out this fancy TikTok of his uniform getting stitched. And it's number 2. So what I rarely engage with Hank because, when you personally text listeners, it gets a little kooky. But I sent him, I said, bro, this is on me for citing you as a source. And he's like, I swear to God, it was on the site. I was like, bro, scoreboard. He's number 2. All right, dude. So,
That's a fact. He's number 2, Murph.
I had to send out a tweet about it. Joining great number 2s through the years for the old heads, Dick Dietz, Mark Hill. For the Generation X crowd, Joe Patini. For the millennials, Darren Lewis. And for the Gen Z crowd, Jorge Soler and Manny Burris.
Hey, don't forget Blake Sable, dude.
Sable wore deuce?
Dude, Blake Sable mid-season. Excuse me, who was it last year? Backup catcher.
Yeah.
Kirk Casale. Kirk Casale said, Jorge Soler's gone. Give me number 2 mid-season. I guess this means Kirk Casale's not going to be the backup catcher this year?
By the way, is Tom Murphy? What have we heard about Tom Murphy?
Where the hell is Tom Murphy? What's your cousins up to these days?
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
Come on, Murph.
But, one more is Kerr. He's frustrated. They all want to go to Vegas. They all feel like they were denied a life experience here.
I'm not ready to answer that question. I'm pissed off. I wanted to go to Las Vegas. We wanted to win this cup. And, we aren't going because of a loose ball foul 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and that was ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
He calls that going Scottish. All right, let's see. Niners-Rams, play-by-play voice of the Rams, J.B. Long joins Papa and Silver at 10:50. And we're giving away a lot of stuff today. 2 more tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias, stand-up comedian. You got your choice between the San Jose show, February 21, or the San Francisco show, February 22. We're also giving away tickets to a movie. Do you know what, Young Tone, you got the information there, buddy?
We're working out the details. Stay tuned.
Ooh. This is like a mystery showing.
Wait a minute. Okay.
You ever gone to the movie theaters where it's like a mystery showing where you just pay for the ticket and then it's a random movie on the screen?
I think once. It's like they call it a sneak preview or whatever, and you go and you're like, what movie is it? And it's some forgettable flick, right?
Yeah.
But we have movie tickets. What's up with that? You don't want to say the name of the movie?
Yeah, we just got to work out some details.
Okay.
That's all.
Right.
Okay. 8 a.m. hour. Just stay tuned.
Okay. Sounds like a great movie.
All right. Well, we've gone 45 minutes without talking about the football game tonight, and there's news. Adam Schefter gave us news overnight about the 49er running back situation. We'll tell you what it is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That was ridiculous. Thank you.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is, the fool in the rain. We don't want that to be Brock Purdy tonight. We want him to be the hero in the rain. By the way, a preview of tomorrow's OOs Friday. Not that Led Zeppelin played in the OOs, but I've been boning up on my OOs. So I know that's your generation, buddy. You got to chime in with a few.
Oh, Murph, I've got OO songs in the back of my pocket. We can do a whole hyphy Friday if we really want to.
Does that mean I got to wear the, wait a minute, Gerbos?
Gerbos, Murph.
And wait a minute, the tall tees?
Get you a couple tall tees, maybe get you a nice rhinestone design on the T-shirt, like a Tony the Tiger or something like that.
I think me dressed hyphy might be the funniest thing of all time.
Dude, I need Murph in some stunner shades.
See, everything you say about the hyphy wardrobe is funny. Gerbos is funny. Yeah. Tall tees is funny. Rhinestones is funny. Mm-hmm. What'd you say? Stunner shades?
Stunner shades.
That's fun. Everything you say is funny.
What about a Brian Murphy on a scraper bike? How about that?
Everything. You guys had your own. You had your own world.
Dude, that's it. Get Murph turfing on the stream.
There it is.
That's another one for you.
Another one.
Uh-huh.
It's incredible.
Hyphy.
I mean, I can't. Everything you've said about the hyphy movement has made me laugh.
That's it. Because on this morning show, we go stupid doo doo dumb, Murph.
Once again.
It's like I'm speaking a foreign language to Murph. Young Tony, too.
I had heard stupid,
which is hilarious. As someone who's grown and like lived my whole life in the Bay Area, it's funny like being in between two generations and having the hyphy movement kind of nestled in the middle.
I'm certainly well aware of the hyphy movement, but some of the nitty-gritty verbiage I had left out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so, certainly the wardrobe. Dude, I haven't changed my wardrobe since I was in 6th grade.
Dude, it's a hell of a look, dude. You go back and look at some of those photos from us in middle schools. I would rock the tall tees. I couldn't afford the Gerbos.
What is a tall tee?
Oh, dude, a tall tee is like, I'll use this as an example. My guy Big Al that I was telling you about the other day, we call him Big Al because he comes from a bigger family. He's actually the skinniest.
He's kind of stout.
He's skinny, but everybody else is big. Mm-hmm. But back in the day, he would like steal his dad's like 3XL like Pepsi work T-shirt, and he'd wear it to school as a tall tee.
A tall tee is
just an oversized T-shirt.
Oversized T-shirt.
And it would like go all the way down to your knees.
So did you ever wear a tall tee?
Just everything in the hyphy movement was super, super baggy. Yeah, I had some tall tees.
Okay, all right. And what's the Gerbos are expensive?
Gerbos were like high fashion, and like they would have straps on them. And they had like these letters, and you would like get the colored straps to match your shoes, and like you would accessorize.
You said your brother went into
My brother had a couple pairs of Gerbos. Okay. He's much more high fashion than I am.
Is that the name of the company that makes them, Gerbo?
I believe it is.
But
it's spelled with a G. Don't ask me how to spell it.
Yeah. Wow. So if you guys did like a Halloween, sounds like it'd be a really good Halloween outfit to go as somebody from the hyphy movement.
Well, people have like 70s parties and 80s parties and 90s parties. No, if you live in the Bay Area, you should be throwing hyphy parties.
Yeah, you should. Well, tomorrow, all right, can you come up with top two?
Oh, bro, what do you want, Mac Dre, E40, Too Short?
Well, it's up to you, buddy. It's up to you. It's really funny. All right, 49ers. I told you guys, by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So I woke up to this news. And it's kind of funny because the timing of Adam Schefter's tweet was unusual, I thought, because he tweeted it at, let's see here, let me give you the exact time on this here. He tweeted it at 4:03 a.m. And here's the tweet.
I wonder what he was doing when he sent out that text.
Taking care of the job, more ways than one.
Still broke
ready
the
for this?
story, Murph.
49ers rookie running back Isaac Guerendo plans to play Thursday night against the Rams. Once again, I'll say that 49ers rookie running back Isaac Guerendo plans to play Thursday night against the Rams despite his sprained foot that has left him being listed as questionable, per sources. Guerendo insists he, quote, feels good, unquote. I'm a little interested in the background of the history of this. So I'm guessing maybe his source in the Bay Area, whoever it is, Kyle, I'm kidding. Or Mike Shanahan. His source probably sent him the information while he was asleep. Because 4:03 a.m. is 7:03 Eastern. So he wakes up to the text, like the Niners make the decision late last night going to bed. And they're like, yeah, it looks pretty good for Guerrero. I think he's going to go. I'm just guessing. Because I'm wondering the timing of this tweet. Did his source tell him at 4 a.m. Santa Clara time? No, I don't think so, unless his source is getting up listening to our show.
Maybe.
But anyway.
How do you know I'm not the source, Murph?
You could be.
I could be.
Yeah.
Listen.
Well, what else you got? Is Bosa playing?
I got some stories for you, Murph.
Is Bosa playing?
I got to keep those off record.
Straight Greenlaw
I got to keep those off record.
All right. So
I got to protect my secrecy.
I'll wait for Schefter's tweet.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is I'm mildly surprised. I'm not shocked. I mean, they said, we'll see. But I was leaning towards this guy's injury prone. We know that. And, he walks off the field in the fourth quarter against the Bears. I'm like, come on, man. And I'm already I'm boning up on my Wanky knowledge. I'm boning up on my Abanaconda. I'm boning up on my Keyshawn Vaughn. We have Krug on the show yesterday going, Keyshawn Vaughn, he's got a Super Bowl ring.
Led the SEC in rushing yards in 2018.
He did drop that on us. And I'm boning up on my Pat Taylor. And I'm like, and at that point I was like, is this season toast? But sounds like Guerrero is going to make a go of it tonight. Now, it is supposed to rain, surprisingly. And I don't know how hard. Maybe a drizzle, it doesn't, as we know, it doesn't rain in San Jose.
Never.
That's an old riff. But anyway, this is good news for the Niners. Yes.
Oh, it's great news, Murph, because you're wearing the hat. Run the damn ball. We have George Kittle say it on our show every day.
Run it again! Run it again!
And it's one of the best things that the 49ers have done against the Rams, whether Aaron Donald is on the field or not. Over the last 5-6 years, when we're talking about this regular season dominance of Kyle Shanahan over Sean McVay, it's all started with the running game.
Well, you ready for this? Rams defense. Did you bone up on the Rams? Bottom 10 defense. Bottom 10. 24th against the pass. 24th in points. Also 24th against the pass. 28th against the run. And 27th in total D. They're bottom 10 defense.
Sounds like you should run the damn ball tonight.
Bills scored 42. Bills are the Bills, right? But still, Niners scored 24 last game. The Moody missed field goal would have been 27. Look back on that. I was watching some review of that game down in L.A., and that Moody field goal would have ended the game. Now it was 55. But we're at the point in today's NFL where a 55-yarder in a dome, you should make that.
Especially when you spend a third-round draft pick. I've seen undrafted kickers hit 50, 60-yard field goals, Murph.
Exactly, buddy, exactly. So, anyway, I'm excited for this. If Guerrero goes tonight, I don't know if that means for Pat Taylor, for Keyshawn Vaughn, for Abanaconda, who you have to have up in case Guerrero re-sprains the foot or re-dings it. But that's the situation. The other stat that was interesting going into this game is that Matt Stafford, for all our fear, and I do have fear. I have Stafford fear. His release is so freaking quick. It drives me nuts how quick his release is. It drives me crazy. I'm like, you can't get to him. And Nakua and Cooper are just, I don't want to say unstoppable. They're kind of unstoppable, really.
Damn close to unstoppable.
He's 1-6 against the Niners in the regular season. Matt Stafford's 1-6. 7 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Wow.
So they have limited him. They have gotten to him. They have affected him. Can this batch of DBs, and there's more news, Malik Mustafa is out. He took that. DeAndre Swift put a shoulder into his chest. There must have been a major contusion there.
Yeah, and I'm kind of bummed out because I did like the pairing of Mustafa and Hufanga, which were the starting safeties last week. Jair Brown came into the game for a couple plays, spelled. I can't believe if it was Mustafa or Hufanga at the time, but regardless, Jair Brown came into the game. They let up a touchdown. I know this was the starting pairing last year before Huff got hurt, Huff and Jair Brown. But I got to be honest with you, I've been more comfortable with Malik Mustafa this year than I have been with Jair Brown.
I agree. It's a loss. Now, none of those guys is great against the pass.
No.
None of those guys. Hufanga's more of a run defender, Mustafa's more of a run defender, and Jair Brown's kind of trying to find his way.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What was the stat you just gave us? Matthew Stafford 1-6, 1-7?
1-6 in regular season games against the Niners.
Yeah, and that one regular season win came earlier this season without Puka Nacua and without Cooper Kupp.
Right, but he's had Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and still lost.
This is true.
To the Niners. So, Dante Whitner came on with, was it Papa and Silver yesterday or was it the Afternoon Boys? Either way, he came
Dirty
on.
work, Afternoon Boys.
Dirty work, all right.
I didn't know Dante got dirty like that.
You know Dante gets dirty like that.
Yeah.
You know, you listen to the subtext of what Dante does in his off time. I think he has a good time.
Yeah, he's always hanging around beautiful people, Murph. It's as simple as that.
He's also like, he's a guy, he goes down to, and dude takes care of himself. You'll get pictures of Dante in the gym, looking all ripped up.
He puts in the dirty work early in the gym.
So here we go about the question about the Debo tweet question, which, has died down a little bit. It's Thursday morning now. What kind of game will Debo have tonight? By the way, do you have your underdog or your prize picks?
I can look it up for you, Murph.
I wonder what I can look it up too. I mean, we haven't had an underdog read in a while.
Well, I can tell you already before even looking, my guy Young Tony has cooked up a parlay for today on underdogs that has plus 1,000 odds, I believe, and it's because he's taken Debo Samuel to have more than 1.5 touchdowns. He thinks Debo's going to get into the end zone twice tonight, Murph.
Dude, that's a big. You'll win big, Tony, right?
Yeah, if it's raining, you're going to run the ball, and he's due. How many times has he scored 2 touchdowns in a game? I don't think at all this season. Not once.
No, he only has. I think he has 2 touchdowns on the season, 1 rushing and 1 receiving. Is that right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
so he's due.
The underdog has him at 50.5 receiving yards over under.
That's what I'm looking at too, Murph.
50.5. Boy.
No rushing yards on here, huh?
What do you think?
Debo traditionally...
Well, you're hot. You got Kuminga last night.
I was going to say, historically, Debo has had good games against the LA Rams. Ever since Aaron Donald called him out and said he didn't know who the hell he was. Well, prior to this season, Debo had 5 straight games of at least 100 total yards against the Rams. Young Tony's talking about whether or not he could get 2 touchdowns. He did it back in 2021. Now, the problem is, this ain't the 2021 version of Debo. This ain't the 22 version of Debo. It's not even the 2023 version of Debo Samuel. So what are you going to get from Debo Samuel? Is he going to respond after sending out the tweet earlier this week about not getting the ball enough? This is the opportunity for him. It feels like it should be a bounce-back moment for Debo Samuel, but it feels like we've said that multiple times for Debo this year.
My instinct is that he might finally go off. He might finally. So when they played the Rams earlier this year, did he miss that game? He missed that game. I'm looking at his game log. He didn't play in that game. He missed the Ram game. So we don't have any numbers on that.
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah.
He did not play in it. Last time he played was last January against the Rams.
Yeah. So he has 2 touchdowns this year, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. He is due. My instinct would be that he might have a pretty good game. I just have a feeling that the Niners are going to work to get him the ball. Well, here was Dante Whitner talking about Debo's tweets and how to get him the ball.
Well, I'm not sure if he meant he's not getting enough targets or if he meant that when he does get his opportunity to touch the football, the players around him aren't executing. And that's what my breakdown is going to be on NBC this week. Okay. I have no problem with Debo Samuel wanting to get the football, wanting to get more targets as a pass catcher, but he's an anomaly type of football player. It's about how can you get him the ball in space, whether it's a running back as a slot receiver or outside receiver. And there was 2 plays that were blocked up, what I recall by Kyle Shanahan, that weren't blocked up properly, that could have been explosive touchdowns, 2 in the game last week versus Chicago. One was in the second quarter. I believe it was mid-second quarter where Debo Samuel was in the backfield. They pulled Dominic Pony around, and he just fully whiffs on his block. And you get Kyle Juszczyk and Juwan Jennings to that same side, who gets great blocks to get Debo Samuel in the alley on a safety. And I'm taking if I'm a betting man, I'm betting for Debo Samuel to win that and score. It's a 40-yard plus run.
Okay, so he's talking about it's not always just Debo. You got guys blowing blocks, which is unusual. Dominic Poone's been having a good year, but hey, they miss blocks sometimes, especially when they're pulling out in space. Maybe they're not as certain. So the question will be, how many times will Kyle try to get Debo the ball in those situations? Will he, I don't want to say force it to him, but dude, he's one of your weapons, right? You got Kittle, you got, McCaffrey's out, Ayuk's out, you got Kittle, you got Debo's, you're looking to Debo to get game-breaking plays. Can you force it to him? Can it just happen? Are you waiting for it? Has he lost that step? Is it that simple? Because it was a year ago. I talk about that year ago where he looked more electric. And we saw him work out over the summer. He just hasn't had that. So his biggest game this year was, I got you right here. His biggest game this year was 3 for 102 at Seattle. He had a 76-yard touchdown in Seattle.
Mm-hmm. And we've talked about his numbers in the first half of the season where he actually did have a couple of productive games. Again, I keep circling back to that week matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs where he tapped out with pneumonia and went to the hospital. He's never been the same since.
Yeah, that's true.
That seems like it's been a couple weeks ago. Yeah. You would assume that he would be past that at this point of the season, but who knows how that affected his body moving forward.
One, I was wrong. Minnesota, 8 for 110, week 2. That was his best game. 8. So early on, you were like, Debo's back, baby. I remember, I think my kid had Debo in fantasy. He's like, Debo's great, man. He's so awesome. No, not anymore. But you're right. Kansas City pneumonia was October 20. Yeah. So you're talking about a little less than 2 months. And since that game, he came back, got 4 for 71 against Dallas, 5 for 62 against Tampa. But then, dude, the last 4 straight games, 22, 21, 20, and 22 are his receiving yards. 4 straight games where his max receiving yards was 22. Dude, he just get that on one play.
Yeah.
You know?
And we can also talk about the absence of Brandon Ayuk and how we've been talking about Debo's separation numbers the entire season. But without Ayuk out there as the wide receiver number 1, even though he wasn't producing as wide receiver number 1, he was still getting the number 1 corner from every other team. He was still getting that matchup. Now those matchups are going on Debo Samuel. That wasn't until about halfway through the game last week when the Bears said, screw this, we're putting Jalen Johnson on Juwan Jennings because he's the one beating us right now. But for the most part, most of the attention is on Debo Samuel.
And the rushing game just has not happened this year. He's just not gaining anything. He's gaining 2.9 yards a touch, and it's like they've sniffed it out. Defenses have sniffed it out so much. Anyway, part 2 of Dante Whitner talking about Debo's ability to make an impact.
And then they come back 2 plays later and they run a screen. And I'm not sure if you guys seen it on social media. Everybody's like, how didn't Debo get any yards on this? Well, you have 2 offensive linemen in the open field who aren't used to playing with each other on the left side of the offensive line, and Spencer Burford and I forget who was this, Jalen Moore, right? Though if that's Aaron Banks and Trent Williams, Debo Samuel scores on this screen. But a defensive back, he jukes both of the offensive linemen. Everybody else get their blocks, and then he makes a phenomenal tackle on Debo Samuel. Those guys get paid as well. So I'm okay with Debo Samuel voicing his opinion. I'm okay with him not throwing his teammates under the bus for not executing when he does get the ball. But I'm expecting Debo Samuel to have a big game versus the Rams. He's been a Ram killer all his career. 639 yards, 8 touchdowns receiving and rushing, averaging 13.5 yards receiving, and over 6 yards a carry versus the LA Rams. So if any week is a Debo Samuel week, it's this week.
Okay. Strong statement from Dante. And again, we just said the Rams defense statistically gives it up. They do. Real quick, we never got to the Kittle one, and Kittle's Mr. You want Kittle in your life. He's so optimistic. You walk in right now. Great segment, guys. I can't wait for your next segment. I mean, young Tony was so awesome today on the board. Love that rejoin. He's just so positive. So he's positive about Debo's chances this Thursday.
Debo's one of our best playmakers, and while he might not have all the stats to show for it this year, touchdowns, stuff like that, he's had a couple ones called back. He's been fantastic for us on kickoff return. And, I thought Debo actually, against the Bears, the opportunities that he had, he was trying to make the most of them, and unfortunately for a couple of those, they had better calls into the plays that we called, and whether it was some type of pressure, some type of how they switched their defense up, or we didn't execute those blocks for him in the ways that we should have. But to me, Debo's very close to just breaking it wide open, so I'm very excited for him this Thursday because I think he's going to have one of those amazing Debo Thursday night games, especially against the Rams. That's what I see. Guys want to voice their opinions on social media. It is what it is. I don't really care. It doesn't make anybody in this locker room think any differently about him. Debo thinks highly of himself, as we all think very highly of Debo because he's a hell of a football player. So he just wants to, be out there and contribute to the team, and I think he's going to have an opportunity to do that this weekend or this Thursday.
I mean, he's just the best. Kittle is just so relentlessly positive. There's 2 ways to look at that. There's one, it's great to get the support of your teammates. There's 2 is it's a pain in the ass for George Kittle to have to get out there and spend energy talking about Debo Samuel because Debo is complaining.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the negative slant is I got to be out here putting out fires on Debo. But Kittle, he'll spin positive.
That's it. Kittle'll spin positive, and I hope he's right. I hope Debo has a good game tonight. Going back to the Dante Whitner cut, 5 out of his last 6 games, at least 100 yards, 5 total touchdowns in the last 6 matchups against the Rams. I would like to see a concentrated effort to maybe get Debo Samuel the ball, kind of like what we saw last week with George Kittle, getting involved early in the screen game. But if you're giving me the options about who I want the ball more, George Kittle or Debo Samuel, it's George Kittle, who also sat out that last matchup against the LA Rams.
So I was just thinking, George Kittle, they didn't play in that game. I was just thinking, George Kittle has never had a social media situation, has he? Where he's said something controversial.
No.
So I just went, I'm like, is he even on social? I looked up, here he is on Insta. He posted a story, so he's done it in the last 24 hours. Did you know Yetur Gross-Matos was named NFC Defensive Player of the Week? I know that because Kittle posted it, and he's hyped for his teammates.
Thank you, George Kittle. He should be producing our show.
His second thing is a picture of him and Adrian Colbert and Trent Taylor saying, that's 17 class. Oh, no, it's Adrian Colbert's tweet, and he retweeted that, and that's it.
No.
And his bio literally says, his description, good vibes only. That's literally what
he's a good vibes guy. Even when he's wearing the F Dallas t-shirt, I know Dallas fans got upset by that. I'm sure a couple Packers fans were mad when he went on Pat McAfee and said, go Pack, go blank yourself. Yeah. But outside of that, it's not really anything controversial. It's just Kittle talking S and having a good time.
His latest post was his highlights from the Bears game. And his caption is, "Be better have my honey." I don't know what does that mean. And then in that post, he has a Calvin and Hobbes cartoon. Young Tone, do you know Calvin and Hobbes, buddy?
No idea.
Are you a Calvin and Hobbes guy?
I'm down with Calvin and Hobbes.
Okay.
And did you know that George Kittle has a Calvin and Hobbes tattoo on him?
There it is. There's the answer.
There's a connection. I'm guessing he mentioned something about honey because they were playing the Bears.
Let me read this one real quick. Let's say life. It's a little Hobbes saying, or Calvin saying, which one's Calvin, the tiger or the kid?
Calvin's the kid, right?
Okay, Calvin. Hobbes is the tiger?
I believe so.
All right, it says the
I'm
Calvin
not a PhD
says, I'm
by
just
any
going to read
means.
this because it's on George Kittle's Instagram. The kid says, let's say life is this square of the sidewalk. We're born at this crack and die at that crack. Second frame. How we find ourselves somewhere inside the square, and in the process of walking out of it, suddenly we realize our time in here is fleeting. Third frame. Is our quick experience here pointless? Does anything we say or do in here really matter? Have we done anything important? Have we been happy? Have we made the most of these precious few footsteps? And then the fourth frame is the two of them still standing on the same sidewalk crack, only it's pitched midnight and the night is they've been staring at the sidewalk for 12 hours after those heavy questions. So there's Kittle just asking the hard questions and saying, I don't know if I have the answer, but I'm going to play football. That's what he's going to do.
And Murph, I have heavy and hard-hitting questions too. Is Calvin the same character that you'll see as a bumper sticker?
Dude, great.
Where it has the kid
Incredible question.
urinating on a logo?
A Dallas
Yes.
I said peeing on a Dallas Cowboy
You know
helmet.
what I'm talking about, Tony.
Or it's a peeing on an LA sign down in Southern California,
Yeah.
Dodger. Great question. I've always wondered, is it?
I think it's the same guy.
So Calvin has a bladder issue.
It should.
Yeah.
I mean, at least looks inspired by
Dude,
it.
I've always, you slap that thing, by the way, that's a hell of a statement. Slap that thing on the back of your car.
Yeah, huh?
Give me Calvin urinating on a Dodger logo on the Southern California half of the state.
Yeah, give me one on the Rams logo tonight.
Or just, Raiders will do, I see a Raider car peeing on a Niner helmet.
Oh, I used to see those in tailgates all the time. Broncos helmets and Chiefs helmets. Yeah, throw the Niners in there
Dude,
too.
is that Calvin peeing?
I think it is Calvin.
I think it is.
I think it is.
After he asked the heavy questions. All right, fun stuff. Yeah, 925 comes in and says, yes, same character. But then
All
again,
right.
if we go to the text line, they're telling us Willie Adamas wears number 1 when he wears number 2.
Careful,
Which
Murph.
will be today. Well, it's kind of funny because number 1 is what we're asking about with Calvin.
Number 1.
Yeah, there it is.
Number 1.
All right,
not
guys.
number 2. They don't got those stickers.
If you're just waking up, you're like, wait a minute, I want to scream about the Warriors. So we'll do that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, Amici's Holiday Catering. Today's December 12th. The next 2 weekends are big for holiday parties. Have Amici's cater your holiday party. All right, we got a full range of customizable options and ideal portion sizes for your group. It's a great option to have food delivered for your company holiday party this year, your neighborhood holiday party. We've added the Detroit-style pizzas, which are awesome. Then you go to the pastas, the salads, the flame roasted chicken wings. These are all in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group. Still offers Amici's full range of menu items. So check out the catering menu at amicis.com. Put together your plan, delivering to a business, delivering to a full-blown event. So when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year with the best pizza in town, check out the Detroit style. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Curry steps back on the launch. He missed it. Fight for the rebound. Payton poked away. 5 seconds. Boy, does Green have possession? And Billy Kennedy says foul on the Warriors. Jalen Green, the 22-year-old budding star, has given the Rockets a 1-point lead with 3.5 left. Curry back to Podziemski. They got a piece, and it is over here in Houston. The Houston Rockets have punched their ticket to Las Vegas.
Crazy bad loss by the Warriors last night on a freaking fire engine ketchup court.
Ugh.
That Marcus and I are in a heated argument. It was just worse, a mustard court or a ketchup court?
Yeah, you know me, Murph. I'm more of a mustard guy, but I don't want my court looking like mustard. That's what it looked like last week against the Denver Nuggets, and in the back of my head the entire time, all I could hear was Kendrick Lamar.
I like the way he holds that. Very good. He doesn't have one for ketchup.
No.
Ketchup! It's funny.
He does not have a DJ Ketchup.
It's funny. Last night, the red one offended me more than the yellow one. It really did. Maybe because of the way the damn game ended, but we'll get into it. Hey, while we're in this mood of being salty about the Warriors, why don't we turn it into something good, like George Kittle would? 2 tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias, the comedian, at either SAP Center in San Jose or Chase Center in San Francisco. Right now, baby, right now, call John Joe Curley, who just got a fresh cut. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. We wish you luck on that. It's like we wish luck with Steve Kerr and his rage as they flew home from Houston last night, not going to Vegas, knocked out of the Emirates NBA Cup. I told the story that my 13-year-old was having his ice cream, which is what his mom forces on him to try to beef him up. He's too skinny. And as the detritus of that game played out and the Warriors were flummoxed and everybody was upset and the Rockets were celebrating, he just kind of asked from the kitchen, he said, "Does this mean they're out of the cup?" I said, "Yes, they're out of the cup, kid." This is the heartbreak. See, growing up with the cup, he thinks the cup's a normal thing.
I don't think he'll ever get over this, Murph. This is one of those memories that's going to scar him for a lifetime.
Well, it's scarring Steve Kerr. Now, we said this earlier in the show and we woke up. He's just joining us now. I'm actually, believe it or not, more mad at the way the Warriors blew that than I am at the ref, Billy Kennedy. I get it. Billy Kennedy arguably cost them the game. You're going to have to talk while I sneeze here in just a second here, buddy. I feel one coming on and I can't fight it. But the point is that they put themselves in a position. I fought off the sneeze.
Look at you.
They put themselves in a position with shot clock violations, turnovers, and most importantly, Steph Curry's ill-advised shot with too much time on the clock, Marcus. So while I'm mad at Billy Kennedy and the ref, he didn't have to make that call. If he had let the Rockets call timeout, they still would have had the ball with 3.5 seconds to go. They might have made a basket to win the game.
Yeah, you go ahead and get that sneeze out, Murph, because I'll tell you that 2 things can be equally true. The refs blew that call last night, but the Warriors also blew it down the stretch, not scoring a single basket in the final 3 minutes. So both have blame to me. I know we're going to focus on the missed call by the ref and how they kind of changed the way that they were reffing the game the entire night. But still, the bottom line is the Warriors did not play good enough. They did not execute down the stretch, and that's probably the bigger reason why they lost.
Don't tell Steve Kerr, though. He thinks it came down to one thing and one thing only, and that's Billy Kennedy, the ref.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time, 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is, unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. Loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout and let the players decide the game. That's how you officiate.
I'm surprised. This is only part one, by the way. Kerr keeps going. And it is interesting that he chose, first of all, he's going to get fined. He's going to get fined mightily for this, right?
Worth it, Murph.
But also, I'm surprised he's not. Is he trying to distract the fact that he just coached another blown lead like he did at Denver last week? That same thing happened in Denver last week. Not the exact same thing, but they blew a late, significant lead on the mustard court. They've now blown one on the mustard, one on the ketchup.
And that was also controversy at the end of the game where Christian Brown tried to call a timeout, and it should have been a technical, but the refs missed on that call also.
That's right. So the Warriors have had, so you're 14-10. You switch those 2 games around, you're 16-8. You're good. By the way, even amidst all this mess, they're still the 5 seed in the West. They're still out of the play-in bracket because the West just beats itself up so much. By the way, speaking of the West, what's going on with LeBron and the Lakers? LeBron's MIA?
Well, that's because Brian Windhorst is reporting that the Warriors are interested in trading for LeBron James.
Well, at this point, let's open the door and see what happens. But he's just taking time away from the team. Did you see this?
What, him and Bronny taking a vacation?
No, seriously, he just hasn't showed up. They're like giving him an excused app. Anyway, I'm digressing here. We'll have to get into that later. But more Kerr, he wasn't done. Part 2. Here he goes.
Especially because the game was a complete wrestling match. They didn't call anything. Steph Curry got hit on the elbow, plain as day on a jump shot, just clubbed right on there, no call. So you've established you're just not going to call anything throughout the game. It's a physical game. We're going to call it a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line. This is a billion-dollar industry. You got people's jobs on the line. I am stunned. I am stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back. They played great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game, or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made, because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
Okay, don't trigger me, Steve. Yeah. Don't trigger me. Because I'm telling you, as a guy who spent the last 10 years coaching basketball from 3rd to 8th grade, you might get that call in elementary schools.
I've heard about some pretty bad calls when it comes to Merce basketball squads.
Don't trigger me. Don't trigger me, Steve. Back to the Warriors. Let's also talk about this. It's 89-82 with 3:38 to play when Kuminga hits a 3. Draymond then committed that hard foul on Şengün. See, overnight Dave, who hates him, some Draymond Green, thought that should have been a flagrant. But I didn't. I was like, he didn't throw him to the ground. He kind of held him up after he did it. But anyway, it's 89-84. At that point, Curry missed a 3. Then Kuminga got fouled later on. He only made 1 free throw.
Not a great night from the stripe.
2 out of 6. So 90-84. 90-84. Here's what happens from that point on. Shot clock violation. Okay? Then Fred VanVleet hits a 3. That was annoying when he hit that 3. 90-87. Draymond turnover. He tries to make that high-risk pass to Kuminga. Turns it over. Şengün, easy layup on Looney. That was surprising, actually, how quickly he bullied Looney for that layup. 90-89. Then the Warriors get the ball back with 28 seconds, and Steph shoots with 12.2 on the clock. Yeah. 12 point, which was, I don't want to say inexcusable, but, bro, if you let that thing whittle down to about 4 seconds, 1 on the shot clock, and you get a shot up, you either A, make it and win, or B, miss it, and the rebound will take at least another second or two before Houston can secure it. So, bad clock I'm not going to riff, right?
Yeah, no.
Bad clock management. Who does this guy think he is? Is he coaching it Thursday night in Levi's?
I didn't know
I'm riffing.
I didn't know we had Kyle Kerr coaching the team last night.
Let's be honest. Kyle does have.
What about?
We can't. Kyle's a bad clock manager.
Yeah, shout out Steve Shanahan.
Oh, man. Well, Curry defended taking the shot. I mean, I guess he might have admitted that it might have been a couple seconds too soon. Here.
When you find a little bit of space, I shoot that shot all the time. And obviously the way it went down, loose ball, or the 50-50 ball into a unreal loose ball foul that changed the game. So definitely probably a couple seconds too early. I like the shot if we make it. If I make it, we're on a plane to Vegas. So I'll live with it, but tough way to end.
Yeah, a couple things he says, I'll live with him, maybe a couple seconds too early, but there's a theme from Kerr and Curry that they wanted to go to Vegas.
Absolutely. And that's kind of my take too. I can't live with that shot from Steph Curry. He got the separation, got the shot he was looking for. We can all admit it was a couple seconds early, but Steph hits that shot 9 times out of 10. That would have boosted it up to a 4-point lead. But instead, he clanks it. Next thing you know, you got Fred VanVleet diving on top of GP2. Kuminga's all over the floor. They call a foul, and the refs hand them the game. But also, the Warriors blew this game because they were outscored 7-0 down the stretch. Didn't score a single bucket in the final 3 minutes. Had 6 shot clock violations and turned the ball over 22 times.
I will say this, Houston will D up. They made their lives miserable. But the Warriors played great D, too. I mean, the final score was 91-90. Yeah. I mean, that's old school. Shout out the 90s.
Warriors had 37 points in the first half.
A small detail is Gary Payton could have called timeout. First of all, Gary Payton, a huge credit for getting that ball. Incredible effort to get that ball. It was really sensational. He could have called timeout right then and there, too. So all these woulda, coulda, shouldas. Next thing you know, you're coming home. You're going to play. And by the way, the consolation is they're going to play Clay at home Sunday.
How about that?
Isn't that weird? Like, the schedule's so I don't understand how they still get 82 games out of it all, but the Saturday semifinals in Vegas, that gets all the run on TV. Warriors come home Sunday night to play Clay and the Mavericks. So, all right, well, listen, we start our parade here. Mike Krukow next. Willie Adamas press conference, 11:30. I'm going. Should I wear the run the damn ball hat to the press conference?
You should get a bunt the ball.
Willie.
Bunt the damn ball.
Oh, dude.
Bunt the damn ball.
They made one. It hit the other way with runner on second and less than 2 outs. All right. Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader. Well, good morning, Thursday morning. Steve Moskowitz on the line. He's our friend, good friend. Steve, what do you got? You got to tell people what to do if they didn't get their ERC check.
Call us right away. There's a lot of people that applied for ERC, Employee Retention Credit, quite a while ago, and they've been waiting and say, hey, where's my check? There's been a big delay in processing, but there's 3 different ways we can hurry them up. And we're very concerned that President Trump has said he's going to cut $2 trillion with a T, off of federal payments. He's established a whole team to do this, to help them. Is ERC going to be something they cut with an executive order on January 20th? I don't know. But don't take that risk. We want to hurry up and get the money now while it's still good law. Or if you got a letter from the IRS that said, you don't qualify, no ERC for you. We need to appeal that immediately. There's a big lawsuit going on here where the IRS is being accused of using AI to do mass disallowances of ERC, and they don't even know if you qualify or not. Or if they want the ERC money back, you're being audited. There's what I think is a crazy program where they say if you admit you absolutely positively are not entitled to a penny of ERC, they'll let you keep 20% of it anyway of what you're not entitled to just to settle with you. There's all kinds of deals going on here. Bottom line is this. If you're waiting for your check, or you got a letter say you don't qualify, or you're being audited, call us immediately while there's still time and say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
There it is. Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, today Willie Adamas will hold up his number 2 jersey, and the Giants will have their new shortstop era begin at an 11:30 press conference held, featured on KNBR. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. We'll open by saying we send our best wishes, Mike. We know the Ford Frick Award went to Tom Hamilton yesterday. We think you and Dwayne should win it every year, quite frankly. But I don't know, it happened. And so, the honor is in the nomination, I guess. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Fantastic. I mean, it's such an honor to be on that list, and it's fun. It's fun to be on that list. I mean, it's fun to be recognized. I mean, it's human nature. We all want to win, and we all want to get up there and make the speech and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, the reality of it is, it's you're privileged to be on that list, and I look at that being on that list 3 times, and now I can put on the baseball Mike Krukow FFL 3-time FFL Ford Frick loser. But we've had a lot of fun with it. But you think about most of those guys on there, I mean, that was their chosen career. Mine was to be a player. I mean, it was a second career for me, and I just got gloriously lucky. Corey Bush, who was really the guy that gave Kipe and I our chance and encouraged us along the way. And there was some hard criticism, constructively. But, for the most part, everybody on that list, that was their chosen profession. And it's rare when you see a player come out and become a play-by-play announcer like Kipe, which I think makes him incredibly unique, because I just think he's off the charts talented. And it's been a privilege to work with him, not only being my best friend, but because of how good he is. But you think about the guys that I've been able to work with in San Francisco. Hank Greenwald, Ted Robinson, John Miller, Dave Fleming, of course, but Greg Papa, Barry Tompkins, Tim McCarver, and Lon Simmons. What analysts can say that they have been privileged to work with talent like that? Because I mean, I need a play-by-play guy. They don't need an analyst. None of those guys. They could carry a broadcast on their own. So I consider myself really incredibly lucky to have had this path, and to be able to have been able to tell the story of the Giants and be there. But I'm lucky to be on that list, and I'm privileged to be on the list. And I didn't win it, but it didn't matter. I would have preferred to see my partner win it because of how special I think he is, and I think he will someday. But it's just fun being on it.
That's just beautiful words, great words, and we'll look forward to the next one when you guys go in. So awesome. And then today we turn our attention to the future, which is the team you're going to talk about next spring. Willie Adamas gets introduced today, and while I know words kind of mean nothing, I mean, it's about how he plays on opening day next April or March. Is there anything you want to hear from him today, or hear from Buster, that you're eager to hear?
I just think the smile that he's going to have, that you can tell when a guy comes to a place that he wants to go play at, and everything has to fall in line for him. I mean, you play that team from this position. You're an opponent, but you go into that city, And I know when I was a player, I mean, it was special to go, when I was the Cubs, it was special to go into Philadelphia because they packed it. And then they had a great team. And they spared no cost to put their product on the field. And then you go into Cincinnati, and they had the big red machine, and it was a festival when you went down the streets of Cincinnati. The flags were everywhere. Just the vibe was everywhere. And as a player, you wanted to be part of something like that. You go into St. Louis, you saw that was their culture. That was what they're all about. They were a baseball town. And so from an opponent's perspective, you go into certain cities, and, it calls to you. And San Francisco's that way. One of our biggest aces in the hole are the people in the stands. There is no better audience. There really isn't. There's no more loyal audience. There's no more of an audience that will stay with you, that is not overly critical. You don't hear the boos in San Francisco like you do on the East Coast. You don't. I mean, you could go 14 for 15 with 8 homers, and that's awesome. And then you have a Sunday game where you strike out 4 times and make 2 errors, and they're going to boo you off the field. They don't do that in San Francisco. And players see that. So from Adamas' standpoint, I want to see the smile that he has when he puts on for the first time.
Yeah,
because that is a significant moment. It really is. Because you feel the history. You also feel the responsibility. And he feels, truly, he's confident enough to know that he can be a difference maker in a storied franchise. So that's what today is all about. And I can't wait to see the look on his face.
Yeah, and from everything we've heard so far, it seems like Willie Adamas is one of those players that Buster Posey is looking forward to representing the culture of the San Francisco Giants. We also know that Matt Chapman is one of those players, and there were some interesting comments from Buster Posey earlier this week at the winter meetings that you could argue that the Giants now have the best left side of the infield with Matt Chapman and Willie Adamas. Mike, your thoughts on that comment?
Yeah, totally. And as good as Adamas is, I mean, Chapman's going to make him better. I mean, Chapman is a guy who I think comes in on the ball as good as I've ever seen any third baseman. I mean, he sees it early. He gets a great first step to the ball that's hit in front of him, and he can cover a lot of ground coming in with a great arm and a great quick release, et cetera, et cetera. But it allows him to play deep. He plays the deepest third base position I've ever seen. When you're playing that deep, your range is better, especially your range to your glove hand side. Well, when you do that, I mean, you take pressure off of a shortstop. When you start talking about Adamas, I mean, he's a great defensive player, and he has great range both sides. So I think because of the range that those two guys have, because of their arms, I think you're going to see something special this year. I really do. And everybody who's got a toe plate on it goes out to that little bump in the middle of the field is going to be appreciative of what they see on a daily basis. It'll be the catalyst to this defense, no question.
It's definitely stylish over there on the left side. Obviously, other issues. So we've always been talking about what's next. After we enjoyed the Adamas signing for a few days, Corbin Burns is the easy answer. Now, the Max Fried contract might change that. The other one I'm reading about, and I believe it was Joel Sherman of the New York Post reported, the Giants are one of the teams interested in, ready for this, All-Star Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros, who's in the final year of his contract. Maybe the Astros, I don't know if they don't want to pay him or what. He's only $15 million. He's a heck of a player, 3-time All-Star. He's hit at least 23 homers in each of the last 4 years. The thought is, well, wait, what would the Giants trade? Well, apparently with Bregman maybe leaving, they want a third baseman. Some people have mentioned Casey Schmidt, who finished the season strong, and maybe a young pitcher. Anyway, it's possibility. I don't know. It's trade speculation. It's hot stove time, Mike. Does that sound like something that would fit the Giants?
Oh, well, I mean, Kyle Tucker would fit anywhere. I mean, he's that good of a player. But I mean, look, if you sell the farm to get him, you got to be pretty confident you're going to be able to sign him, because you don't want a 1-year rental and lose all your youth, all of your future. So, I mean, that's what you weigh. I mean, this is the decision now for Buster Posey. And you mentioned Corbin Burns. When you think about what happened with Max Fried, who is not physically as strong as Corbin Burns, not especially built to go deep into a career like a Rick Russell who pitched 15 years, or you look at Garrett Cullen, he's just built for innings. He's built to last. Well, so's Corbin Burns. You can't say that about Fried. Fried has a slider build, and he's just not naturally as strong. Well, why is that significant? Well, he just signed an 8-year deal, $218 million. And you say, well, the breakdown on it isn't all that big when you start talking about $26, $27 million a year for 8. Well, it's all guaranteed. It's not like football. It's all guaranteed. So we started to see the length of guaranteed contracts go out to pitchers that has really opened eyes. It started last year with Yamamoto with the Dodgers. 12 years guaranteed. 12 years. And if you look at his body, is he built for 12 years? No. But teams are willing to eat money to get a significant arm on your staff. And with Yamamoto, they felt that he could grow in and get better, et cetera, et cetera. Well, when you're talking about established arms like Fried and Corbin Burns, who's the most likely to go deep? The 8 years they gave Fried is going to establish a baseline in the negotiation for Burns. Because of his size, it starts at 8 years guaranteed. And it may go beyond that because of his size. And and this is what you have to do as Buster Posey. You've got to be able to weigh. You got to be a scout. You got to forecast as to what this guy's body is going to be able to take if you're going to guarantee money for 8 or 9 years. So I think that the Giants are in on the hunt, but man, you got to roll the dice because if it's so much money now that you can't get burned where you guarantee a guy 8 or 9 years and he blows out the second year. You can't do that. And that's that's the big if. That's the big question mark.
It's really interesting, to see what Buster will do. The fact that they're even talking about these trades is interesting and exciting to me. It's what Brian Sabian did. It's what Al Rosen did. And so we shall see, Mike. But anyway, it's going to be fun to watch him. He's wearing number 2, like old Darren Lewis and Joe Patini and Randy Wynn and others who've worn number 2. Dick Dietz through the years. But anyway, we'll watch it today, Mike, and we will let you have a great weekend, Christmas season building up, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. I just did a quick search. Yes, Corbin Burns, 6'3", 245. Max Fried, 6'3", 190. Do those 55 extra pounds get you more innings? The answer is probably yes.
I would say the answer is yes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and Fried's here's his top 4 innings: 175, 184, 165, 165. Burns' last 3 years are 202, 193, 194.
Yeah, Corbin Burns is a workhorse.
He's more.
And that's why he's going to get more when it comes to his contract.
By the way, Yankee fan, how you feel about Garrett Crochet going to Beantown?
I mean, I don't love
He's nasty.
it. I mean, he's good.
He's nasty.
I mean, I always like when the Red Sox give up prospects, and with their track history of making trades, hopefully this is another bad one. Shout out Mookie Betts being traded to the Dodgers. Yeah, I don't love it, but I'm glad that Max Fried didn't end up with the Red Sox or a Blake Snell or a Juan Soto.
Chris Sale.
Red Sox are starting to spend money again all of a sudden. I know. Even though this was a trade.
I was in Fenway last summer. I was like, oh my God, I'm watching the Farhan Red Sox, the most boring, faceless team. Like, you're the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
How do I not know you guys? Yeah, Jaron Duran. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Devers.
And by the way, that $300 million for Mookie Betts is now looking like a steal.
Yeah, I mean, I still think
Red Sox don't want to pay him $300 million.
I honestly think they should have been relegated for 10 years for trading Mookie Betts.
Ban him from the league.
Anyway, Rams-Niners talk with JB Long, Pop and Silver at 10:50. We gave away those tickets to Gabriel Iglesias, John and Modesto. We do have tickets to see a movie. Want to go to the movies? How about that? How about an old-fashioned, grab your best gal and go to the movies?
Hey, now, get some popcorn.
The movie's called The Day of the Fight, but we're not sure when we're going to give it out. It's a once-renowned boxer as he takes a redemptive journey through past and present on the day of his first fight since he left prison, Marcus.
Ooh.
Sounds like your kind of movie.
Yeah, how was the spread?
We got prison and we got fights.
Dude, I'm sure you got into some prison fights,
I think Marcus wants to win the tickets.
I know, son. This might be better than the Kendrick Lamar tickets we gave away.
All right, the big hit, it's game day. I'm wearing my hat. Run the damn ball. We have news on who might run the ball. We have thoughts on Debo Samuel. We have thoughts on the Rams. We have thoughts on the Niners. And we'll hear from you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you're feeling going into this thing. Confidence level. And by the way, my iPhone says it's going to rain for the first hour down in Santa Clara.
Uh-oh.
How does that affect your mood on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
Well, you know, my dear soul.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
JB Long, the play-by-play voice of the LA Rams. He joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning, and it is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so it's playoff time for the 49ers. This is a huge game, and we are lining up calls for the big hit right now. How do you feel? Where can the Niners go if they win? Where can they go if they lose? What is your outlook on this game? Give us your thoughts. Join the conversation in the YouTube chat now and give us a call, 808 KNBR.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Purdy looks left, now right, throws. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. Touchdown! Purdy got a quarterback draw and run for the end zone. Will throw. It is caught for a touchdown by Juwan Jennings. Again, touchdown. Third down. Purdy back. Purdy time. Purdy throws. Downfield wide open. Caught. Juwan Jennings has a hat trick in L.A. Touchdown! San Francisco!
There's one that'll get you hyped for tonight, including the Joker and the Thief Wolf Mother here. Maybe they'll get Kittle going with his Joker tattoo. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. Our big hit is the 49ers. Yeah, of course, we talked Warriors, and it was outrageous. Both how they blew that game and how the ref made that call, and Steve Kerr's got a fine coming in. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the big hit, which is I'm wearing my Run the Damn Ball hat. The Niners are going to run the damn ball. Are you ready for this? Apparently with Isaac Guerendo. According to Ike. By the way, in your young Tony, in your notebook, which Greg Silver featured on social media yesterday, you write down every day what did young Tony learn today, and it's written down in really nice handwriting, and it's direct. Can you find the entry for the Isaac Guerendo one and the We Like Ike and see what you wrote down?
Absolutely. Give me a sec. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to find out how he digested the information. But according to Adam Schefter, and he tweeted this out at 4:03 in the morning, that Isaac Guerendo, quote unquote, oops, sorry about that. I lost the text right there. I have it right now. 49ers rookie running back Isaac Guerendo plans to play Thursday night against the Rams despite his sprained foot that has left him being listed as questionable per sources. So obviously Schefter got something overnight from Santa Clara. Somebody, his guy, Mike Shanahan. I'm kidding. Guerendo insists he, quote, feels good.
Feels good, baby.
This is great news, right?
I mean, this is great news. And once you said that Adam Schefter got news in the middle of the night, I'm now just picturing like Mike Shanahan dressed up as a tooth fairy, like dropping off like a little source of information on Isaac Guerendo underneath Adam Schefter's pillow. But Murph, all riffs aside, this is obviously good news for the 49ers. Isaac Guerendo looked good early on last week against the Chicago Bears. And I do want to give a couple of shout-outs to multiple texters this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and said, hey, Waterboy, Isaac Guerendo playing tonight? Do I start him in fantasy football? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Murph's wearing the Run the Damn Ball hat. The Rams are a team that have been ran on all the damn time against the 49ers. And that's going back to previous games with Aaron Donald in the middle of that defense. Murph, you're talking about a Rams defense that's allowing 141 rushing yards per game. That's 28th in the NFL. It's going to be raining tonight in Santa Clara. Run the damn ball with Isaac Guerendo.
I'm all in, and you just went over it. The Rams are vulnerable defensively for sure. Now, again, he is injury prone, so you have to have a plan that if it gets aggravated and he can't go, and that's what we were talking about all week with Patrick Taylor Jr. and Keyshawn Vaughn and Isaac
Izzy,
Abanikanda. I mean, so these are guys are ready to go, memorize their numbers in your jersey. We'll see the actives and inactives. We'll get those before the game. By the way, our pregame starts today at what? 1 or 2 o'clock, something like that? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock, Young Tone? By the way, did you find your Isaac Guerendo information?
Yeah, October 11th, Greg Papa, We Like Ike, Isaac Guerendo. It was an old Dwight D. Eisenhower political ad.
I love it, man. Remember we found the old black and white one? They're like, We Like Ike. It was like this little cartoon. It wasn't Calvin urinating on a Cowboys helmet.
No, it definitely was that.
But we talked about that.
Now I'm thinking about like in a year or two when we all hopefully still have jobs, we can look back at young Tony's notebook and go over everything that he's learned on this show.
Yeah.
I mean, we probably should have done that for his 1-year anniversary last week.
Yeah, we should have maybe
gone over
the
everything that young Tony has learned.
Well, next Tuesday is kind of our last show together before you take off for the Christmas, and then I'm working through next Friday with Brooksy. And I want to hear those voicemails that you guys assembled.
Yeah,
those are pretty fun.
We worked hard for those voicemails.
But we can also go through maybe Tony's top 10. What did young Tony learn
instead
today?
of what did young Tony ask today, it could be what did young Tony learn this year?
All right, very good. 707 says, what about our boy Big Play Dre? Great question. We don't know. However, we do know that he participated in practice yesterday, full participation, for the first time all year. So that's looking pretty good. Apparently, he broke down the defense. He broke down the practice on Tuesday at Levi's. Here's the question is, could you play him Thursday and then again next Sunday in Miami? I mean, we don't know, obviously, because the Achilles, but he's listed as questionable. So is Nick Bosa.
Yes.
Nick Bosa went from doubtful to questionable.
Yes.
So I don't know. We might get Bosa tonight. You might get Greenlaw, and according to Schefter, you're going to get Garendo tonight. So does that change your guys' attitude going into this game? The Rams are coming off this big win over the Bills. The Rams are playing better of late. Matt Stafford's on a heater. However, there's the stat that Matt Stafford in 7 regular season games against the Niners is 1-6. And he's thrown 7 interceptions in those 7 games. Is Ronaldo Green up to it? Is Charvarius Ward up to it? Is Demo Lenore up to it? And there's news on the safety situation. Malik Mustafa has been ruled out for tonight. The big hitting, which means Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown. Brown has not been playing awesome of late, and you're talking against a pass defense that's electric.
Yeah.
Or pass offense that's electric.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can look into those regular season numbers from Matthew Stafford. Murph, the only one that really matters right now is they won the last matchup without Puka Nacua and without Cooper Kupp. Now, to your point earlier, they have lost with both Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. But this is a Rams team that I got to admit is pretty damn scary right now. They're essentially doing the same thing they did last year when they ran off like 8-9 games at the end of the year. They are playing extremely well football right now. 49ers, I know they're coming off that great win against the Chicago Bears, but we're talking about a team that has struggled in multiple areas. And you mentioned the potential return of Dre Greenlaw. That would be huge just for the defense over the middle of the field because Matthew Stafford's going to drop back and try to get that ball out instantly. And he's going to be looking for Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua over the middle. And without Mustafa out there, that means it's going to be on Jair Brown and Talanoa Hufanga, but also on the linebackers in front of him. Fred Warner, who's been playing on a busted ankle all season long. Fred has now gone from a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. I'm not saying he's an average linebacker, but he's not playing at that same level. And we've seen teams attack the middle of this defense. So whether Campbell's out there or whether Fred Warner's out there, I think without saying it, Dre Greenlaw would instantly upgrade this defense over the middle.
Yeah, so he's listed as questionable. It would be really great just to see him out there. You didn't realize, you always knew how good he was, but man, his absence is really emphasized.
And just the energy that he brings.
Oh, man.
He's just a bully on the field.
Playing to the edge. The Draymond Green of the Niners.
Exactly,
Maybe he comes back and celebrates with a 15-yarder at some point.
It felt like so long ago he was shoving Big Dom on the sideline.
Oh, right, exactly. Well, here Dante Whitner came on KNBR yesterday. We love hearing from Dante, talking about the big picture of coming off a Sunday's win over the Bears and turning right around to Thursday.
When you look at the Chicago Bears' total body of work, they had some close ones with some very good football teams, and that was a talented offense with DJ Moore, Swift, and a lot of those other players. And Caleb Williams, he wasn't turning the football over, and he created some problems with his legs. And I thought the 49ers played discipline. They played well up front. Gross Matos, he did a really good job of winning his one-on-one matchups, and Collins won his one-on-one matchups. And then Nick Sorensen did some things where he moved the safeties around, created some indecision from Caleb Williams in the offense, and that's what they're going to need this weekend. They're going to need every, side of the football to play well to beat the Los Angeles Rams.
Interesting that Dante there shouted out Nick Sorensen, who has been under criticism. Brian Baldinger's called him out on his film study for being vanilla and not doing anything complex to disguise the defense. And Dante has too, and Dante just gave him credit there for shifting safeties around to create confusion for young Caleb. But now, Matt Stafford will not get confused like Caleb Williams.
No, and Matthew Stafford will not hold on to the ball like Caleb Williams. And look, we can point out the defensive effort last week and give some credit to Nick Sorensen for changing some stuff up. We talked about it on Monday with Tim Ryan. They set a season-high record with 7 sacks. But the Chicago Bears offensive line is arguably the worst offensive line in football. And then what we were just talking about, Matthew Stafford and Caleb Williams are 2 completely different quarterbacks. So it has put extra pressure on Nick Sorensen to dial up some blitzes and get some pressure without Nick Bosa. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get that same pressure if Bosa's not playing tonight, and just because of the fact that Matthew Stafford releases it so quickly.
Man, just you saying that makes me long for Matt Stafford to hold the ball like Caleb Williams. Oh, great would that be? But he doesn't. He's too smart. He really is a Hall of Famer. I don't know if I would have said that 2-3 years ago because he was in Detroit and I wasn't hawking every Lions game, and I knew he had good numbers. But now that I see him twice a year and I pay more attention to the Rams on a weekly basis, He's nasty, man.
Yeah.
He's a nasty
He's a dude.
He is a dude.
I mean, you want to talk about the sidearm passes, the no-look passes. Like, Matthew Stafford can make damn near every throw on the field.
And here we are with Nacua and Cooper Kupp back. They were neither guy played in the game. Now, that's the funny thing is, neither guy played in the game, but it didn't matter. Tutu Atwell was like Puka Nacua in that game, right? So, but the thing is that as scary as Stafford's quick release is, as scary as Kupp and Nacua are, the Niners have owned these guys 6 out of 7. Until this blown game that they should have won. They went Warriors-Rockets on us down in L.A. in week 3. So here's Dante Whitner's breakdown saying, listen, the Bears game was one thing, but going against Sean McVay and Matt Stafford is another thing.
I'm not sure if it's repeatable. This is a very different offense with the LA Rams and Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay has done a really good job of implementing a lot of the characteristics that Kyle Shanahan does, but he utilizes his players in a variety of different ways, and he makes everything look the same. So I would think that this week is all about awareness, eye discipline, and reading through your keys. And a lot of times they get open off the play action and the boots because there's so many guys that are geared up on Kyron Williams or trying to get upfield and get Matthew Stafford on the ground. And then you have to key in on Puka Nacua. Based on where he aligns, he does a variety of different things. If he's at the number 2 and he's in the slot, he'll run the bubble. He'll run 7 routes. He'll run quick routes. When he's in close to the tight end areas, when you really have the issues, he'll run a lot of the swap boots when he get the ball to him in the flat. He'll block. He'll crack down on the Z receiver. He'll insert in between the tight end and the tackle. So you have to have your eyes on him. And then another thing they like to do is the jet sweep. There's multiple times where they will give him the ball on a jet sweep, and they will do it in consecutive plays. So that's the number one thing, is taking Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams away. So I don't know if anything is repeatable. There's different games and different games within the game each and every week. And this week it'll be totally different from last week because of the way that Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford operates his offense.
Well, great breakdown from Dante, as always. He knows what he's talking about, and Nacua is such a problem. I can just see them moving between the 20s very easy. They're going to have to clamp down in the red zone. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very difficult. Get ready. I'm just saying, like, as a fan, I'm kind of stealing myself for endless first down passes to Puka Nacua in between the 20s. It's just going to happen. Can you clamp down in the red zone?
Yeah, and what scares me, Murphy, is we saw the success that Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers had a couple weeks ago. Of course, Matt LaFleur comes from the Sean McVay system, so I'm sure they're studying that game tape and seeing what worked against his 49er defense. I know it's in a different setting, playing in California versus playing in Green Bay, but even with the weather tonight, I think they're studying that game tape, trying to figure out a way to beat this defense.
And these division games, the same thing when you're making picks. Any division game, it changes everything. The dynamic. These guys, at this point in time, McVay and Shanahan, there's no surprise. They could probably call each other's first 15 plays. They really probably could. Like, I know, and that's who executes. Did you throw the ball in the right place? Did the receiver make the catch? Did the blocker hold his blocker? Was the pocket clean? I mean, it's just going to come down to execution tonight. You know, it's interesting. I'm looking at the little preview stat sheet the NFL puts out. Stafford, and because we're bragging on Matt Stafford and how scary he is, dude, Brock Purdy and Matt Stafford have almost identical numbers this year. So, like, we're always worried about Purdy. Oh, man, is Purdy the guy? I'm going to just give you an example. A completion percentage. Stafford, 66.7. Purdy, 66.8. Freaking identical. Yards. And Purdy missed a game, right? Oh, Stafford, how many is Stafford? Does he miss? Did Stafford miss? Remind me, I didn't bone up on that. John, Joe, Matt, Tony.
Well, I was going to say, I haven't seen Jimmy Garoppolo in too many games, so I don't know if he has.
Yeah, I think, but anyway, he's thrown for 3,300 yards, 3,303. Purdy, 3,032. So he's 270 behind him, but he missed a game.
Yeah.
So basically call that a wash, too. Touchdowns, Stafford 19, Purdy 15. All right, Stafford got him there. Interceptions, Stafford 7, Purdy 8. All right, Purdy's got one more, but basically. And then the rating, after you run all this stuff through the computer, Stafford's a 96, Purdy's a 98. So interesting that we maybe aren't giving Brock enough credit.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of back and forth on this issue. We've talked about Brock Purdy and how his stats are down from last year. And I always try to point out, it's a season where he was breaking Jeff Garcia's franchise record for the most passing yards ever. It was a season where he finished top 5 in the MVP voting. Yes, his numbers have dropped off this year, but by any means, I wouldn't say that Brock Purdy is having a bad season, Murph.
Yeah, I know. It's funny because, he has they're 6-7, right? Well, the Rams are 7-6. I mean, they're not much better. And Stafford has played in all 13 games this year. All right, the text line's lighting up. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You guys are sending in some good ones. Some hard football takes and some riffs. 707 with a riff. Said, Dante sounds so calm, like he had a couple of gummies and he's sitting in front of a fire. That made me laugh.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
408 says, wait. Based on the outcomes of the morning show's fantasy teams this year, why would anyone call in for fantasy?
Hey, all right. Me, Young Tony, and Copes do a Fantasize This podcast that airs on the weekend. I feel like we've been giving out great advice, and I will point out I am a top 5 team points-wise in our league.
I will.
It's just scheduling, man. Who's the Roger Goodell setting out the schedules? I need to talk to that
You're
guy.
like, Steve, who's complaining more, Steve Kerr about the refs or you about the schedule?
No, this is bad, dude. This is like 3 years in a row now. I've had a great team, but just always play against the best teams every week.
You're going to get fined by the commish for complaining.
Yeah, I know. Nobody cares.
707, just a positive text. It's so good to hear you guys on game day morning. So good. Go Niners.
Ooh.
Look at that. Because they don't usually hear us on game day morning.
That is true. So you can stay tuned. You can hear us this morning and maybe even hear us today during the open of the Amazon Thursday night broadcast.
Can we get to
Murph.
6 seconds?
I know. We're trying to get past 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Over, under, I'll take the under.
650 says, Waterboy, what about the 49ers passing game? Should we use it or just stick with the running game?
They should definitely focus on running the ball, but I want to see what we saw last week. Get George Kittle involved early and often. Use those screen passes. Use the play action game. It worked on the first drive of the game. You had George Kittle catching screen passes, play action, Juwan Jennings in the corner of the end zone. Yes, I'm not sure how heavy the rain's going to be tonight. Obviously, you still have to throw the ball a little bit, but we know the 49ers want to get to that magic number of 30 carries. It's just whether or not Isaac Guerrero can handle that workload.
Which leads to the next text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 530 says, you guys, I want to try a new nickname for you guys. Isaac Guerenzone. Isaac Guerenzone.
Get that one to Papa quick.
That's not bad at all, actually. I'll give 530. I'll give you some applause on that one. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
Isaac Guerenzone. 209 says, hey, Waterboy, what about Ike from South Park?
Oh, good Ike. That is Stan, or no, that's Kyle's younger brother. Got a Canadian little brother. He looks different.
Are you a South Park PhD?
I wouldn't call myself a PhD. Definitely down with the South Park boys. Not a PhD, though, Murph.
Okay, what about you, Young Tone? South Park, yeah?
I mean, I know about it. I've seen a few episodes. Not a big cartoon guy. You guys know that.
I will say, hot take, though, I'm probably more of a South Park guy than I am Simpsons or Family Guy.
Well, that makes sense. South Park, I think, is right in your generational wheelhouse.
Yeah,
it's like
and they
right
make
for you.
and they make fun of everybody. They riff on everybody.
Well, if you know your history here at KNBR, maybe go light on the South Park clips.
Yeah, I won't go down that road, Murph.
You got to know your ancient history. Tony, you would have been, what year were you born, kid?
1998.
Yeah, this was in 2005.
Yeah.
A South Park clip played a role.
If you know, you know.
214 says, George Kittle is rapidly securing a spot on the 49ers Mount Rushmore of all-time greats. I love that guy. Wow, Mount Rushmore for Kittle.
Hell, he might be headed towards a Mount Rushmore of greatest tight ends in NFL history by the time it's all said and done.
Well, he's definitely, I mean, it's interesting. We talk about Stafford going to the Hall of Fame. George Kittle, I mean, it's amazing. I know, I don't like to talk about this stuff during somebody's career. Remember I got upset about Bochy and you guys got upset at me for getting upset? Because, like, let them play their career out. Just assuming you're going to go to the Hall of Fame. Like, let them enjoy the moment. Because I don't want Bochy to get the call and go, yeah, well, I was expecting this because everybody said I was going to get it. No, but I mean, I don't want to ruin George Kittle's surprise and fun, but he's on a Hall of Fame pace. He really is. All right, hey, I'm looking at the clock. Let's duck right now. Let's continue the big hit on the Niners on the other side. We'll get to Matt Mayoko at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
Let's go.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have some movie tickets to give away. Mark your calendars for Saturday, December 14th at 7 p.m. We are giving away 2 pairs of tickets to see Day of the Fight, which follows a once-renowned boxer as he takes his redemptive journey through his past and present on the day of his first fight since he left prison. Crazy. So we're going to give both of these sets of tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour. We're going to do one at 8:15, one at 8:30. We're going to pick 2 winners. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Falling Forward Films, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, Stock River Islands. Come on, man. You know we'll go out there. We'll go to the boathouse, baby. Watch some games, get a Club Sando, an ice cold beer, look at the boats, and then go tour River Islands. River Islands. We're finishing up the year with so many things to celebrate. 2024, a banner year. The best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. 5 neighborhoods offering new models. How about Del Webb getting out there, building its own active adult community for people 55 and over? Cough there for you guys. That was deliberate. Over 9 models of its own. And there's a new builder to the group celebrating a grand opening in December. There's so much opportunity to find your dream home. Gorgeous neighborhoods built on lakes, walking distance to parks and trails. There's one built along the San Joaquin River, and you can get different sizes, 3 to 7 bedrooms. Prices start in the low 600,000s, range to over $1 million. Hey, there's much to see and do at River Island. So if you have time off between now and the end of the year, great time. Go take a model home tour. Envision making the good life your life. Go to riverislands.com. See it all for yourself. Hey, isn't it time for you to discover the island? You know the deal. I'll meet you at the boathouse.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we keep giving away stuff. And you just heard Tony say we just got handed movie tickets. Go to the old-fashioned movies, man. Come on, man. Why wouldn't you go to the movies We got a boxing movie. It's called Day of the Fight. And you can just take your best gal or your best guy, if you're a gal or whatever the heck you want to do. I don't care who you take. Day of the Fight follows a once-renowned boxer as he takes a redemptive journey through his past and present on the day of his first fight since he left prison. 2 tickets, 7 o'clock, I should say 7:15, at the AMC Metreon in San Francisco. So it'd be preferable if you kind of live closer. But caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. Are you allowed to play the Rocky music during a different... you don't care. You're doing it.
Setting the mood.
No, we're talking fights. Also, there's a big fight tonight at Levi Stadium.
Hey, very good. I just thought, Jake Moody, does he play a role tonight?
I think so. Especially when you're looking at the spread from this game being 3 points now, Murph. I think a field goal might determine the game tonight.
Their kicker is a rookie named Joshua Carty. He's 17 of 22. Moody's 20 of 26.
By the way, real quick, just to digress, you know how much it pissed me off to see Matthew Wright hit that game-winning field goal for the Chiefs the other day?
We talked about
wearing number 49 on his back also?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I had to digress to
The
get that out.
doink for the division.
The doink for the division.
Yeah, that was incredible. Forever Niner.
How are the Chiefs winning all these games?
Yeah, they won't, though. Don't worry about it. They ain't winning the bowl this year.
I hope so. I hope so, man.
I'm quite confident they're not winning the bowl
How
this
come
year.
they don't have a Super Bowl hangover?
No, because the winners don't. It's different. No, that's what I have to address that. Any number of people have texted through the week. How can you say that? No, it's about the loss. The loss is so devastating. When you win, man, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You're the king of the world.
When you win, you have the extra IVs that night. You're chugging water bottles before you go to sleep. No hangover.
916 says, how about he could go all the way? All right.
I bet you Papa will use that one too.
All right, there you go. 415 says, he says, I'm going to add to Dante and the gummy and the fires. It sounded like he was in his pajamas.
Ooh.
When he's doing that.
And Dante Whitner will rock some pajamas. There was a time where he was doing shows and he would come in the studio with his PJs on and he talked about how it was going to be the next fashion trend.
I love this guy's entire vibe. 714, Orange County. Shout out to Social Distortion. 1 game season. Defend the crib. It's a get back Thursday. Okay, how about that?
Get back.
So there we go. More. 925 says, shout out rookie kicker for the Rams, forever Stanford Cardinal. Did you guys know that?
Nice. I did not know that.
415 says, just trying to get past 5 seconds. Sounds like what? No, come on. They can't do that one.
Sounds like me on a Friday night.
707. That's exactly what the person said. That's exactly what the person said. Here we go. 559 says, I need some Kittle over the middle tonight. And 541 says, hey guys, this is Jeremy from Medford, Oregon. I came up with a new call for Papa. Hope he can use it tonight when Garendo scores. Touchdown San Fran Garendo. What do you guys think? Probably not.
I'll relate to Papa.
I appreciate the effort, but
I'll give him the heads up.
Okay, we'll tell him. You know what, Jeremy? We wish you well. 408 says, hey, it's Cousin Vinny. He says, as Draymond would say, based on the Schefter tweet, you gonna get this Garendo.
You gonna get this podcast.
All right, so there you go. And 214 says, don't forget Purdy's 4 rushing touchdowns, so he has 19 total.
Are we going to see Brock Purdy use his legs? It feels like the last couple of weeks he has not been scrambling as much.
No. I wonder if that's been like he was told to stop doing that. Also, he threw the ball deep against the Bears.
I mean, especially with that banged up shoulder, and we were talking about the fact that shoulder injury could have came in result of him scrambling outside of the pocket. That's a good point, Murph.
949 says, I need Kyle not to be a blank, it's an expletive, with his calls. Run the damn ball. Well, there's a hat on right now, guys, telling you the same thing.
Run it again! Run it again!
408 says, Murph and Marcus, I know this is off topic for today, but how could you leave a Christmas story out of your discussion of the greatest Christmas movies? Go Niners, happy holidays. Well, that's very, 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 very true.
You'll shoot your eye out, Murph.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's on the Mount Rushmore without question.
And I'd be wondering if young Tony has ever seen the movie.
A Christmas Story?
I don't think so.
With Ralph, bro? Ralphie and the rifle?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, bro.
Fragile? It must be Italian?
Well, dude, I saw the commercial
goodness.
last night during the Warriors game. I believe it's either TNT or TBS. On Christmas Day, they play Christmas Story 24/7.
And I'm here for it.
It just re-racks the entire day.
I'll watch it all the time. I went through a stretch where that was like my I have that entire thing memorized. That movie. Yeah, well, yes.
Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
You should not have done that.
Sorry.
650 says, anyway, so we'll do that for sure.
Part of the movie.
209 says, from Sacramento, I'm taking my dad to the game tonight for his Christmas present. Go Niners and light the beam. That's what he says here.
Light the beam for the Niners.
Yes.
Light the beam.
And 925 says, I don't want Purdy running. It's a bad quarterback move. So anyway, that was a cruise of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So we got to make a pick. I know it's not Brian and Bobby's best bets. And tomorrow we will do those from Philadelphia. You'll be in D.C. tomorrow for the Army-Navy.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're going to go ahead and say the spread, you said the spread changed.
Spread's up to 3 points, Murph.
Okay. 49ers coming off this big win. Rams coming off their big win. The Niners, let's put it this way. When they played the Rams in week 3, they outplayed them. It was 24-14 in the fourth quarter, and they completely collapsed. They collapsed like they were the Warriors on a ketchup or mustard court. So Kyle has McVay's number despite our young Tony question, who's had the better career, and we had to say McVay because he won the bowl. I'm going to go ahead and say that the Niners -3, I got to believe they cover. I do. It's desperation time. Garendo's back. They own the Rams. They're coming off a 38-point explosion. Dre Greenlaw could be back. I know they're missing Malik Mustafa. Nick Bosa might play tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, I am. At max, a push, but at minimum, it's just getting back to this Niners. If you look at so they have 2 outlier games, right? The Bills game and the Packers game, and that's when things were just spinning out. Purdy was gone. The snow. McCaffrey goes down. The whole thing. Those 2 games were such outliers. If you look at every other game this year, they've just basically blown them. You know what I mean? They've been playing well. And if you look at their stat, like I told you guys, I did the DVOA or the EPA, all those advanced analytics. The Niners are in the top 10 in almost everything, and they have the worst record by far of any of those teams. Their record, they're like having a bad BBIP year.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, so I see them holding serve at home. They're desperate. They got to win. They have to. They own them. Purdy's healthy. Kittle's on a roll. Garendo's back. I see it playing out the way it should. They scored 38 at home last week. The Rams' defense is gettable. And with all due respect to Nakua and Cooper Kupp, who are going to get theirs, I'm not going to say you're going to shut them down. I mean, I'll take the over tonight, as a matter of fact. Mm-hmm. So there's my pick.
There's your pick, Murph. And I'll add on to your stats about this offense. I saw it earlier this week on one of the ESPN shows about how the 49ers have the second biggest yard advantage versus their opponents this year. Like, they're moving the ball. The problem is they can't score when they get to the end zone. Yeah. And I think the bigger problem for me is the Rams are not having a problem putting the ball into the end zone. Whether we're talking about Kyron Williams out of the backfield, I think that's going to be a bad matchup for the 49ers defense tonight. You mentioned Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. Those guys are absolute savages. So I just got to say, my gut feeling as a bettor, I would be taking the Rams +3 tonight. Now, this doesn't mean that the Niners can't go and win, but as I mentioned earlier, I think this is a game that could be decided by a field goal. I wouldn't be surprised if either team ended up winning 30-27, but we also saw Jake Moody miss a field goal earlier this year against the Rams inside SoFi Stadium. Now he's going to be outside tonight where they're saying there's a 50 to 60% chance of rain. I'm not extremely confident in Jake Moody, so for that reason, I would take the Rams and the points.
Whoa! Come on, Bobby. What are you doing?
I'm just telling you.
I think I might win this one on you. I know you're good and you have your career record and all that stuff. I think the Niners,
we've talked about this before, too. Just like take the Niners and Rams out of it. Thursday night football game, division matchup, short week. It's usually the ideal bet to go with the division underdog.
Short trip for the Rams, though.
Yeah, short trip. That's what I'm saying. 3 points plus the Rams. Yeah. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers win, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about the end of the 49ers season tomorrow morning, Rams win, and anytime I can get a team that I think can win in a 50-50 game, I take the points.
Just to give you a tour of the Rams give you the last month. Beat the Bills 44-42 in a shocker game last week. Week prior, beat the Saints 21-14. Saints not a strong team. Week prior, they got rolled by the Eagles 37-20. The Eagles are outstanding. Week prior, they played the Patriots, who are awful, and beat them 28-22. And the week prior to that, they lost to the Dolphins 23-15. So I don't know if there's a whole lot you can glean from that. There's some good wins. There's some bad losses. There's sort of a 7-6 team. It's just that Bills game that sticks out, where the Bills maybe were on an AFC East championship hangover, flew out to the West Coast. The game didn't mean as much to them. But I'm going to go with the Shanahan ownage of McVay and the Niners having to win this game and playing better than their record. Also, I didn't mention the weapon So we got Kittle. We mentioned Garendo, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, and we'll see what they do tonight. Yeah. Debo was what I was going to say. We didn't mention the fact that this is teed up for a Debo return.
Absolutely,
Debo return.
Debo Samuel has more than 100 total yards in 5 of the last 6 matchups against the Rams. We'll see if he gets the ball tonight and if he's productive out there.
Somebody asked what the over/under was. It's 48.5. So there you go. All right, well there you go. There's a big hit, double big hit on the Niners and the Rams. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. Isaac Bruce at 9:30. He wore both unis. He had one good year as a Niner. A pretty good year in 2013, I think it was. No, what year was it? Look it up. I think he caught like 61 balls. Was it like 20? Here, we'll get it for you right now. He caught like 61 balls for a decent amount of yards.
Was that like 2008, 2009?
2008, yep.
2008. It was a bad Niner team. 61 catches, 835 yards, 7 touchdowns. Hey, guys, Debo Samuel will kill for that season.
Yeah.
All right. Cooler Content is loaded with good stuff from the interwebs, including, it's got to be, Chapel Bill, they're calling him. Bill Belichick going to North Carolina.
Wow.
Here's one of my first takes is LT coming as his D coordinator.
Whoa.
Lawrence Taylor, North Carolina Tar Heel.
Oh.
Can you imagine those scenes?
Wow.
LT in the
I was going to ask whether or not his girlfriend was going to start taking classes there.
I gotta say the internet has been on fire with the memes about the girlfriend and all the old like back to school jokes. That's got to be a young Tony, definitely.
Oh, dude.
Back to school.
Are we
Rodney
going,
Dangerfield, buddy?
We talked about this, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You did. All right. I kind of wish you hadn't seen it because I'd like to hear it and what did young Tony learn today. All right, Cooler Content and then Matt Mayoko and Isaac Bruce on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Thursday morning, getting you ready for the 49ers and Rams matchup tonight with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. And now you can make your holidays bigger and brighter with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money action while watching your favorite sports. And now on Prize Picks, you have the opportunity to win up to 1,000 times your money. We talked about the little lineup that young Tony cooked up earlier this morning, but I'll give you my Prize Pick of the day for this Thursday night matchup. It's George Kittle. Got to get Kittle involved early and often. His over-under, his more or less line is set at 50.5 yards tonight. I expect George Kittle to get more than 50 yards. Hell, I might square it up and go with some of those red demons, taking more than 69 yards, taking more than 79 yards. And every time you up his yardage, you increase your payout. So join me on Prize Picks and take George Kittle tonight against the LA Rams. And if you don't have the app, all you need to do is download it right now and use the code word LEADER, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's right, you will get a $50 lineup, a $50 bonus, regardless about whether or not you have a winning lineup or not. All you need to do is use the code word LEADER, and it's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, you want to be like Adam in South San Francisco? Want a couple of movie tickets, getting that popcorn and a Coke and going to watch a new feature film that we are handing out? Well, we're doing it again. We got 2 pairs of tickets. So Adam in South San Francisco wins ticket number 1. The second pair is given out right now if you call John Joe Curley at caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see this new movie coming out called Day of the Fight. Follow a once-renowned boxer as he takes a redemptive journey through his past and present on the day of his first fight since he left prison. It says Waterboy written all over it. Fights in prisons and redemptive journeys, buddy.
Are you sure this is not a biopic on my life, Murph? That's the real
10. Question. You have ducked the striped sunshine, haven't you?
Yeah, they haven't caught me yet, Murph.
Caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Day of the Fight. Metreon in San Francisco. Got to be nearby if you want to. I'd say you have to. I mean, you could drive in from Tracy if you wanted. But AMC Metreon 16 in San Francisco is where the movie is Saturday night at 7:15. All right, cooler content. I told you guys they're calling him Chapel Bill. Not Chapel Rowan. Chapel Bill. Bill Belichick going to North Carolina. So many reactions.
Wow.
So many reactions. The shock. Stephen A. Smith had an interesting comment. He said, I think it's beneath him. I was like, that's an interesting take. Is it beneath him? I don't know. If you're doing what you love, isn't that really the ultimate thing in life? Like, I love coaching football. I missed it so much. I don't care. I didn't get an NFL job last year when I had openings. If I have a job offered to me, he has emotional ties. His dad coached there in 1953, 54, and 55. It's football. He could put his imprint on a program. He took the gig.
Yeah, and I'll ask you this question, Murph. Was it beneath Bill Walsh to go back to Stanford after coaching the 49ers?
Well, good question. Now, Stanford's his history. There's a connection there, but it's a good question. It kind of. Maybe it's in Lowell Cohn wrote his great book, Rough Magic, about Bill's return, and it was mixed. They had one good year. They went to the Blockbuster Bowl and played Penn State. And then it kind of fell off. You know, I can't predict what his success is going to be, but I'll tell you this: in the transfer period, and believe me, because I'm living this, being a UCLA guy, man, you check every minute. Somebody's left your program or somebody's coming in. As I was just saying to my good friend Fernando Mendoza over in Berkeley,
98 yards with my boys.
Well, McAfee had Belichick every week. Schefter had some interesting stuff. He said, or one of the guys on First Take said something interesting this morning. Because he's done what? Manningcast, McAfee, Manning. He's done Inside the NFL and or whatever the Showtime show is.
Oh, he's made a couple appearances on College Game Day.
So, has he?
Mm-hmm. He was out there last year at Army Navy, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I wonder if
he loves the Army Navy game for sure. He's an Annapolis guy. But anyway, one of the guys, I wish I knew what it was, but one of the guys when I was driving in said, he was talking to Bill off the road. He goes, Bill, he goes, you know, you were grumpy with the media your whole career. He goes, now you're doing it. He goes, you're really good at it, man. He goes, you must like it. And Belichick goes, he said Belichick's answer was, it's all right. That's what he said. So he said, clearly, like, he's just like, you know what? I've done enough McAfee. I've done enough Manningcast. It's time for me to go do what I love, which is coach football. And there's a lot of odd things about it. North Carolina is not a football power at all. They have none history other than LT, Lawrence Taylor, or Drake May.
Oh, also, shout out Julius Peppers, North Carolina.
Yeah, and Harris Barton, I want to say, 49er tackle. But here he was on Monday on McAfee previewing what it would be if he did take the job.
Let me put this in capital letters. If.
Yeah.
IF. If I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, techniques that would transfer to the NFL. It would be an NFL program at a college level and an education that would get the players ready for their career after football, whether that was the end of their college career or at the end of their pro career. But it would be, geared toward, developing the player, time management, discipline, structure, and all that would be life skills, regardless of whether they're in the NFL or in somewhere in business. And I feel very confident that I have the contacts in the National Football League to pave the way for those players that would have the ability to have the opportunity to compete in the National Football League. Whether they're good enough or not, I don't know, but they would be ready for it. I don't have any doubt about that.
So you just got the living room pitch. That's literally what he's going to say to every guy on Zoom, on transfer. Come on here, I'll get you ready. Come on here, I'll get you ready.
It's the pipeline.
Yeah, and he just did it. He just laid out what he's going to do. Now, in the transfer portal, you can get talent right away.
Yes.
He can go on a Zoom call right now and say to a Georgia quarterback or a Bama quarterback or an Ohio State quarterback, here's what I can do for you. The guy's like, I'm in.
I mean, look what Deion has done at Colorado.
Yeah.
The way he was able to get talent there. So I'm sure Bill's going to be doing the same thing. And Murph, you talked about his recruitment pitch. Have you seen this story that apparently Bill Belichick responded to North Carolina's offer by providing them a 400-page Bible?
Whoa!
That is essentially a layout plan of how he would deal with structure, payment plans, staffing choices, and plenty more.
Oh, my God, this guy. Hey, listen, this is what a guy was born to freaking do. So is it beneath him? I mean, yeah, by the way, just looking at the schedule, they're at Berkeley this fall. They don't have the date yet, but they're coming to Berkeley. We're going to get Berkeley Bill. I mean, he's been in the Bay Area before, playing the Raiders and the Niners, of course. But it's kind of funny that he'll be over at Memorial Stadium walking around with Daniel in the white vans.
It's going to be hilarious, especially if he brings his Bible. And now I'm questioning what's going to be in that Bible. Is it going to be like Belichick 3:16, thou shalt spy on other teams?
Very good. Or thou shalt rely on Walt Coleman. Yeah.
Thou shalt not date anybody over 25.
Ooh. Hey, now, I mean, the memes are insane. Rodney Dangerfield in the hot tub, all the other stuff. I see it all.
I saw one with his face on Matthew McConaughey from Dazed and Confused.
Man, I mean, it's very, very,
It was
very
hilarious.
Sorted, PG-13.
Yes.
But anyway, Brian Belichick, his son, not Steve. Steve is up at University of Washington, where he visited. There's pictures of him in Huskies gear walking around. So he got a little taste of the college scene visiting Steve up in Seattle last fall. But his other son, Brian, is coaching the safeties for the Patriots. So this is a family business here. I guess just this fresh sound this morning, Brian Belichick met the media, talking about his dad.
I did hear something else happen this week. Really happy for my dad. I mean, he's. I think a lot of people were excited, including him, and it's going to be fun to watch. And he loves coaching football. It's what he's should be doing, and it's going to be great. It's really exciting. Really happy for him. And I think we're all excited to watch it.
But it's really fun. We just got that sound, so I rolled it in. I didn't know it was me so cliche. But how about the fact that he talks like his old man? Yeah. It's really exciting.
I was waiting for him to drop a no on me, Murph.
No.
We're on to Berkeley. I wanted to say, dude, if they lose, we're on to Berkeley.
We're on to Berkeley.
Belichick
in Berkeley, man.
So Brian Belichick speaks to the media like Bill does, but Bill, when he's part of the media, is pretty engaging, right? He's pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good.
I've enjoyed him.
Now, the interesting angle to me is Bill wanting to go back to college football. You mentioned the NIL and the transfer portal and how easy it is to get talent at different schools, but we also know about his close relationship with Nick Saban. And Saban just decided to retire once the NIL deals came in.
Yeah.
So it's a different strategy that we're seeing from Bill. You would think that most coaches would be moving away from the college game, but Bill's going back in.
Well, different being Saban did it forever under the old system. Belichick's coming in not even knowing the old system, so I'll just play by these new rules. I'll lock down players on transfers. I'll deal with the NIL, whereas Saban's like, wait a minute, I got to do this now?
Yeah.
Where for Belichick, it's a new adventure.
And especially with Saban at Alabama, they were the top priority on everybody's list. It was so easy to recruit at Alabama. But maybe that's why he's going to a school like North Carolina because, as my earlier point, you saw what Deion did with Colorado, and we know the college game is so much about the coaches, not the players. The NFL is driven by quarterbacks and superstars. College football is about brands and coaches.
Yeah, but so Logan Ryan, former Niner, who's done a good job talking, he's on CBS Sports Network, I think, this morning, and this is his take on Belichick here.
I mean, crazy. I don't think anyone who's ever played for the Patriots would have thought that this day could come, but I'm told it has. I'm told it's official. And Bill laid out a list of contingencies or a large plan if he were to be the coach of what he needs. And from what I know, it's going to be an entire coaching staff he's coming with and a front office. So I think it's crazy that, Bill Belichick, 8-time Super Bowl winner, 6-time with the Patriots as a head coach, the greatest coach of all time, undoubtedly, is going down to college. But if you think about it, college is more like the NFL than it's ever been. He's coming with a front office, a GM. They're going to be paying players to play. So if you're a player that wants to go to the NFL, why would you not go to Bill Belichick, the greatest coach to do it? If you're a player that is coming from a small school, why would you not transfer for one season to get taught under Bill Belichick, exactly what you need to learn before you become a successful pro or learn how to be a pro. So I think on the outside, it's crazy. But on the inside, if you look at it, I think a lot of these coaches will do really well because it is essentially pro sports in college now.
Yeah, that's Logan Ryan. He's pretty good at what he does here. And he's right. So, I mean, we just talked about Andrew Luck becoming GM at Stanford. You got GMs now in freaking college football. So he'll do his thing. Somebody texted in on the Golden State Lumber and said, how soon before college game day goes to see Belichick? I'll tell you how soon. Saturday, August 30th.
Yeah, next year.
They open with the TCU Horned Frogs. That's a pretty good game. Like, TCU's not had the year they wanted, but a couple years ago they were in the CFP National Championship. Shout out Sonny Dykes. And they're the team that last year launched the Deion Sanders dynasty by losing to Colorado. But I would say on Saturday, August 30th, pending any other game I'm forgetting, TCU at Chapel Hill. Of course, I would imagine they'll be there.
Book it.
Book it right now.
Yeah.
Other than that, they play the Charlotte 49ers, the UNC Charlotte. Did you know UNC Charlotte's the 49ers?
Oh, yeah. I played against them in college football.
Did you?
NCAA.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When you're building them up.
I'll play some games against them.
They play the Richmond Spiders. Shout out their run in the NC2A tournament years ago.
What?
And then they play the Central Florida Knights. Then they play their ACC schedule at Cal. They play Clemson. They play Stanford, but at Chapel Hill. So, anyway, it's pretty funny, man.
Andrew Luck versus Bill Belichick.
Well, I mean, Bill Walsh didn't have huge success. And, age 72, but 72 is now, I mean, you're 10 years south of being a president when you're 72.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? So, 72 is the new 62. Bill Walsh was 61, I think, when he went back to Stanford. I looked up Bear Bryant. You guys know, a young tone, Bear Bryant. You down with a Bear Bryant?
Absolutely.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right. This kid's hot today.
Good knowledge by Tom.
Yeah. He retired and died like a month later because he couldn't live without football. He looked like he was at 100. He was 69 when he died.
That's insane.
But the guy I looked up was Eddie Robinson, the coach at Grambling, forever. And I mean forever. Like forever. And he coached until, I had it written down here, he was 78 when he did his last year at Grambling. So it's been done. Mm-hmm. It's been done. And he actually won a championship when he was like 74.
Wow.
So it can be done. Mm-hmm. We'll see. I mean, the conference is fairly weak other than Clemson and Miami. And they're not, they're good, but they're gettable if you get the right players. He's not going to the Big Ten or the SEC.
Nope.
So Chapel Bill.
Back in college.
He was our entire cooler of content today.
That's insane.
We had other stuff, but we'll leave it off to the side. Matt Mayoko, 49ers with the brash pick by Marcus that tomorrow morning we're talking about the season being over.
Uh-oh.
And me, despite saying the season is toast, thinking it lives for another day with a win over the Rams. Matt Mayoko next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Day by day.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning to talk to you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I was on this program for over 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
All right, 49ers Rams, man. December 12th, Thursday night. We always knew when we saw the schedule come out it would be important. We didn't know it was going to be desperation time. 6-7 49ers playing for their season, basically. And let's talk about it with Matt Mayoko, our 40. Wow, this is a nice little groove here, Tone. What you got going here, buddy?
This is Dang by Mac Miller featuring Anderson .Paak.
Man, my guy. Is this could we play in the OOs Friday or 10s?
Ooh, this might be 10s, Murph.
Okay, all right. I was making sure. Back to the matter at hand. Matt Mayoko is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Matty, the 6-7 Niners against the 7-6 Rams. Get your popcorn. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Matt.
Good morning. Yeah, no, this should be a good one. The NFC West cannot be won tonight, but I think for the 49ers, it certainly could be lost.
There it is. There's your lead, buddy, right there.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter tweets out overnight that Isaac Guerrero is likely to play. How does that hit your ears?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, you know, he had to leave the game last week in the fourth quarter. He didn't practice much during the week. The whole team didn't practice much. It's basically all walk-through speed. But he was limited yesterday, which obviously is trending toward that positive news. But then it's a matter of, okay, he can start. Can he finish? So to me, it kind of lends itself to the guy that we've been talking about a lot this week. And if it was a Sunday game, we'd be talking about him for 3 more days. Debo Samuel. You know, this is the Debo Samuel game. This is where they need him as a runner. They need him to catch passes on the move and make people miss, run over people. The Rams aren't going to have one of their starting cornerbacks out there, Kobe Durant. So, the 49ers have been relying on Kittle and Juwan Jennings, and those two guys have stepped up and performed well. But you know, when you see the frustration and you hear the frustration in Debo Samuel's face and voice and read it in his tweets, this to me is a game where it seems like he's always kind of stepped up against the Rams. He wasn't out there for that Week 3 game. So this could be a game for him. And if it isn't, then season is probably pretty much over for the 49ers.
Yeah, and Matt, to your point, he does have a history of success playing against his Rams defense. So do you think there's going to be more of a concentrated effort to get him the ball this week after complaining about the lack of touches? And are you expecting that breakout game from Debo Samuel?
Yeah, I think I am. You know, I think that, to me, I don't see what I see is he's not catching the ball in space. And he doesn't have a whole lot of openings. I mean, he kind of finished the game against the Bears on a little bit of a high note with a couple of 8-yard runs. But you know, we've seen flashes. We saw the kickoff return against the Packers that came back. We saw the kickoff return against the Bills. So I do think it's out there. And you know, one point that I think is important, and both Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy talked about this, was that you know when Debo's putting stuff out there on social media, you know, I'm not getting the ball. I think a lot of people are like, well, geez, he should be saying that to the head coach and he should be addressing that with the quarterback. Well, what's very clear is that he has a very open line of communication with both of those men. And he has with, you know, Kyle Shanahan since the moment he stepped in the building. I mean, those guys talk all the time. And so, you know, I think the level of frustration, we've seen it with certain players this season. I think we've seen it, you know, in a lot of different ways throughout the course of the season. Heck, we saw it with Debo Samuel in Tampa Bay when he and Jake Moody and Tabor Pepper, you know, had a nice little TV moment. So, you know, it's a matter of fueling that and channeling it in the right direction. So, yeah, it's a priority. I know it's a priority for Shanahan to work on ways to scheme Debo open so that he can catch the ball on the move and make those defensive backs have to, you know, be forced into a business decision. And of course, Brock Purdy wants to get the ball into Debo Samuel's hands in a position where he can make plays. So, I mean, it's not the goal, to win, over winning the game. Hey, let's get Debo Samuel his touches, but I think it can go a long way toward that goal. I think the team is better when Debo Samuel is setting the tone offensively with that kind of passion and aggression. And maybe we'll talk about this guy a little bit too, but there's a guy coming back on the defensive side who has the same effect, I think, on the offensive side because of, the aggression and the passion he plays with, and that's Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, we're talking to Matt Mayoko. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So based on Greenlaw practicing yesterday, is it official that he's playing, or are we still waiting until this afternoon?
Yeah, it'll be 1 p.m. Check all your social media accounts a little bit after 1. The 49ers will make an announcement that he is activated to the 53-man, more than likely Ben Barch going to IR. So that is the expected move. And then, if 57 has a uniform on, I expect him to be on the field a lot in this game. And it's not just like, hey, let's just ease him back in. Remember that conversation we had about a month ago? Hey, how much are they going to, are they just going to play Christian McCaffrey sparingly, in his first game back? What do you think, 12, 24 snaps? Well, if you're healthy, if you're ready to go and you're a starter, you're playing. And I would expect Dre Greenlaw to be a huge part of this game, and I would expect all of us to be going on numerous occasions, is the ref going to throw the flag? Was that too late? Nope. Okay, he got away with it. I think he's going to be fired up and ready to go, and they need him. They need him for third down defense. They need him for red zone defense, and they need him to help tighten the screws around Kyren Williams, who enters this game for the Rams as the 5th leading rusher in the league. He's a big part of their offense. I mean, the Rams have a really well-balanced offense. And make no mistake here, the Rams offense that everybody's going to see tonight is a lot better than the Rams offense that beat the 49ers in Week 3. They have Cooper Kupp back. They have Puka Nacua back. Their offensive line is more healthy. Stafford and Kyren Williams, they're coming off a 44-point performance against the Bills, so this is no easy task for the 49ers.
Yeah, Matt, there's no doubt about it. The 49ers are better defensively with number 57 on the field, but they're also better when number 97 is also on the field. What's the latest update on Nick Bosa's status for tonight?
I was told yesterday he has a chance. Now, last week, toward the end of the week, they said that he had a chance too because he was listed as questionable. So he did have limited practice on Wednesday, so that seems to be trending in a positive direction. My guess is that he will report to the facility pretty early and get a workout in, and he will probably be in charge of giving the thumbs up or the thumbs down because he knows what it's all about. He knows his body. He knows that when he can push it. The games this year, I think that game against Tampa Bay, he knew that he was pushing it, and he knew that if he battled through that game, there might be consequences down the road. I think actually it was the Seattle game where he initially got injured in Tampa and played against Seattle, and he's missed the last 3 games. So that one's kind of 50-50. We'll see. But the 49ers certainly are not ruling him out at this point. They're hoping that he can get out there, but only if he can get out there and stay out there for not only this game, but for the 3 games that follow.
Matt Mayoko's voice you hear on the UMA guest line, 49ers, Rams, 5:15 tonight. By the way, my iPhone's the same as yours. That might rain tonight?
I have not checked my iPhone this morning. I do know that I did hear the rain puddling outside my window last night, so I don't know what it's like in the South Bay, but I will get down there shortly. And I will be back on KNBR at 2:30 p.m. for the 49ers pregame show, so I will give you a live report from Levi's. And, it has its own solar system down there, its own weather patterns and everything else. So, it could be raining all throughout the Bay Area, but at Levi's Stadium, it could be sunny.
And it'll be a day that the fans don't complain about being too hot. Mm-hmm. According to the iPhone, it begins to rain at 1:30, and it rains all the way until 6:30.
Okay, so we're talking about midway through the second quarter, And that's a talking point, right? I mean, when you think about Brock Purdy's success or lack thereof in weather games. So I guess actually he had a better game
sorry to jump in,
the divisional round.
Do you have a stat on him in wet/weather games?
Only anecdotal. I'm thinking of no, I haven't. I need to sit down with a cup of coffee.
So do we.
And look this over. But yeah, the Browns game wasn't great. Obviously, the Bills game wasn't great. The Packers game was a little bit in the playoffs, was a little bit hit and miss, but he was better than Jordan Love, who threw 2 fourth quarter interceptions, both to Dre Greenlaw, by the way. So we shall see.
Yeah, and then I guess my next question would be, Matt, is whether or not the weather would affect the game plan. Because you look at this Rams defense, it's a defense that allows almost 140 rushing yards per game. You would think that the 49ers would want to run the ball with Isaac Guerendo, but we also saw last week Kyle Shanahan mix in the screen game more than he has all throughout the season. So what do you think the game plan will be for Kyle Shanahan matching up against Sean McVay tonight?
Yeah, I don't think the weather will have that much of an impact. I mean, unless it's like a sideways wind, and I don't think it will be. I think that they'll try to just do what they do, and it changes a little bit, with Guerendo's health status, if he plays and how well he can play and how long he can play with Debo Samuel, Patrick Taylor. So my thought would be that there will be times where they'll want to spread them out, get 3 receivers on the field. Like I mentioned, the Rams are playing without one of their starting defensive backs, so that could lend itself to putting the ball out there, getting the ball into the hands of John Jennings and Debo Samuel, try to get the ball to them in space and have them, make the Rams defensive backs make some tackles. So I think it's, I don't think there are any secrets really. When these teams play, these are probably the best 2 teams in the league as far as they don't need the full week of prep. In both teams playing on Sunday and then bouncing back and playing on Thursday. I mean, I think Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan could roll out of bed and put together game plans to face the other. So I just don't think there are going to be any secrets, any big surprises, any big gimmicks. It's just going to be the team that executes, the team that holds onto the football, and maybe, and cover your ears, 49er fans, maybe the team that makes the fewer special teams mistakes.
That's haunting. Make me reconsider my pick. I have the Niners winning, but man, you just throwing that out there. Matt, a few more minutes here. The Rams started 1-4. They're 7-6. They've gone 6-2 in their last 8. Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and Matt Stafford against the Bills were fantastic. And yet, Matt Stafford's 1-6 against the Niners in 7 regular season games with 7 picks. So how do you marry sort of just how scary those guys are versus the Niners' success against them? And is there a secret sauce to containing Stafford, Kupp, and Nacua, or do you just buckle your seatbelts? They're going to go off, and you got to outscore them.
I don't know that anybody has found that secret sauce. I mean, you're talking about 2 guys that average 7 catches a game, more than 70 yards receiving per game. So they are, I mean, I guess nobody's unstoppable, but, man, it kind of seems like they're unstoppable. And, as far as the 49ers' success against the Rams, I always think back to the most important game that those teams have faced each other. The Rams did win that game, in the NFC Championship game. It went on to win the Super Bowl. And then this year, you're thinking in week 3, oh, yeah, man, the 49ers really have their number. They have the Rams' number, double-digit lead in the second half. And what happened on that day? And that was a game the Rams came back and won. And in a lot of ways, planted those seeds of doubt with the 49ers. And we've seen them, lose. That was the first of 3 critical division matchups that they lost, one to each of their division opponents. So, I just think every game's different. That week 18 game, or I forget if it was a 17-game schedule or a 16-game schedule, but the season of the NFC Championship game, the Rams get off to a huge lead against the 49ers in the final game, regular season game, and it looked like the 49ers wouldn't even make the playoffs. 49ers come rolling back and win that game. So I think, we've seen some kind of crazy games, and I just don't know that necessarily, the 49ers have the Rams number. I don't necessarily buy that. I just think that they're 2 evenly matched teams, 2 evenly matched coaching staffs, and the game always kind of seems to turn on something. I mean, very few of those games have been blowouts. So we'll see where this one goes. But, the Rams are right there. I mean, the Rams there's 7 teams in the NFC that make the playoffs. Right now, the Rams are sitting at number 8. The 49ers are down the list. But the 49ers see an opening where if they just take care of business and win this game and, basically string together, from this point forward, it'd be 4 consecutive one-game winning streaks, and then hope that Seattle stumbles a couple spots along the way, then the 49ers have a chance. But the thing that makes this, I guess, discouraging for the 49ers is that, they don't control their own destiny. They could do everything right, finish the season, winning out, and they still could miss out on the playoffs. Now, I don't think they would. I think that they would somehow sneak into a playoff spot if they were to win out. But, they do need some help along the way. And, not next week in Miami, which I don't think will be easy, a cross-country trip to play a road game. But then the following Monday, facing, arguably the best team in the NFL, the Detroit Lions. The road is not easy, and tonight is not a very easy beginning to that road.
Yeah, you're describing the 91 Niners finishing strong and missing the playoffs there. And while you were just answering, it's our Fox News chime. Young Tone, you want to read this here, buddy? Young Tony?
Help is on the way. Ian Rappaport is reporting the Niners plan to activate star linebacker Dre Greenlaw in advance of tonight's game against the Rams.
Sources
Now, didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say that?
Very good.
Didn't I just say at 1 p.m. Dre Greenlaw will be active and Ben Barch will be
you said tune in.
IR.
You said tune in at 1 and to hear.
Wow,
so I now we know that that's what was going to happen at 1. All right, well, good. So I guess what we're doing is, let's give Matt his own chime right now. Let's do this right now.
There we go.
According to Matt Mayoko, minutes earlier, Dre Greenlaw will be active for tonight's game. Let's give credit where credit is due.
Matty got the scoop.
And I will say this: I just sent in my 5 to watch, and my number 1 to watch is Dre Greenlaw. So, do you guys remember? I think it was that final week game against the Rams where Dre Greenlaw was coming back off of an injury, and he was the most dynamic, passionate, aggressive form of Dre Greenlaw we've ever seen, and he kind of dominated that game. And so, I think tonight's going to be crazy as far as just why. I think 57 will be all over the field, and I think that he's going to be worked up into such a lather that we need to make it what's the over-under on late hit or unnecessary roughness or penalties that he might get, because when he's fired up like that, man, he can be just a game wrecker and a guy that's just so fun to watch, but also just teetering right on the brink of the rules.
I think fans will take a 15 to welcome him back tonight. I don't know if we've emphasized this enough, but the Rams last week ran it 42 times and threw it 30. So
that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
just want to make sure we mention that. 29 carries for Kyron Williams, 8 for Blake Corum, and 5 for Puka Nacua. So there you go.
Yeah.
Something to watch, Matty. Something to watch.
All right.
Let's
do it.
Listen, you're not going to get beat on our airways. You beat Rap Sheet. You got it.
That's right. I snuck in right under the bell.
All right, buddy.
Right under the bell.
We'll listen to you again. What was it, 2:30 you said?
Yeah, I'm going to have to come up with some new material. Maybe I'll come up with the weather. Check in for the weather update.
That's it. I'm putting an iPhone alert right now, and I'm going to make sure that I tune back in for the weather update from Matty. All right, you're the best, man. Have a great Thursday night, man. Thank you, Matt.
Stay dry, man.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you. Enjoy the game tonight.
Matt Mayoko scooping Ian Rappaport. Dre Greenlaw's back. Let's talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so you just heard Matt Mayoko report that the Niners plan to activate star linebacker Dre Greenlaw ahead of this game on Thursday night. It's basically a playoff game for the Niners. So how big of an impact does Greenlaw have in this game? We'll see what happens, but let us know. Give us your thoughts. Join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, we just got the news. Dre Greenlaw will be active per Matt Mayoko and Ian Rappaport, adding to the nine. Does that make you want to reconsider your pick of taking the Rams in 3?
I'm thinking about it, Murph. I'm thinking about it. But if the spread stays at 3, I think this comes down to a field goal game. So I'll protect myself with the points because I don't have a lot of confidence in Jake Moody in the rain.
Damn. That's a third-round draft pick.
I mean,
by the way,
hell.
just a quick digression here. How long do they ride with Moody?
Until the wheels fall off? I don't know.
Well, I mean, they've kind of fallen
they're starting to fall off a little bit this season. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jake Moody goes out there tonight and misses an extra point, and then that 3 points really comes into spread. Comes into play with the spread.
Don't put this stuff in the universe. Come on, man. 49ers got to beat the Rams. As Ronnie Lott would say, it's Rams week.
Don't shoot the messenger.
By the way, yeah, well, you're giving a bad message.
I'm not the one kicking the ball.
Can you shoot the messenger if the messenger gives a bad message?
I feel like there's been a couple messenger shot back in the day.
That's just plug the guy. Why'd you kill him? He gave you bad news.
It got me.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, this is all part of a big day because Willie Adamas debuts today for the Giants at 11:30.
Willie.
I'll be there, excited. Could see the 1,000-watt smile of a Willie Adamas, see the cool calm of a Buster Posey, maybe see the grin of a Zach Manassian up there too. And we'll see how Chisholm handles the questions. We were riffing on some of the questions that got in ahead of us last time.
Yeah.
But actually, I need Matt Chisholm right now. I forgot to bring my season credential because I switched cars.
Had a kid.
So I need to get in. And so I was just in the lobby here, in the bullpen, I should say. We're out here chopping it up because good to see Cole here, young Cole. And I was talking to him. And then I said, Curly, you going to see Adamas today? And for some reason, he said no. He has no interest in pursuing the story.
Interesting.
And I said,
come on, Mr. APD, put those slacks on.
Here comes this little sort of hanger-on, Jack Loader.
A.K.A.
He's over at the shuffleboard table.
Jack Glazier.
And he goes, are you going, Murph? I was like, hesitant to answer. I said, yeah. He goes, well, how you getting there?
Ooh.
I said, bro, Ooh. I said, how I'm getting there is not important to you.
See, this is the problem, Murph. You open up the door. Literally, you picked him up off the streets that one morning he came in to record that TV commercial.
Several listeners.
And now he thinks you guys are just commuter buddies.
Several listeners pointed out, they said, a kid, if you're a young, new employee, you go into the senior employee and say, hey, give me a ride?
Wow, yeah, Murph, you've been here for 20 years. How about you pick me up on your way to work?
Or are you laying low and just finding your own way and impressing the senior employees by finding your own way?
Dude, Jack Loader should be sprinting out of the building trying to get to Oracle Park before you to show how dedicated he is.
And I told him, I said, listen, kid, I don't, it's because sometimes you run into some traffic going down the Embarcadero, sometimes around, when you get down closer to the park, there's the King Street lights can get a little tricky. I said, that's a 15 to 20 minute batch of small talk I don't need. I don't need. You know what I mean?
You, Murph.
And all love, but there's this point where, see, when we talk and we BS after the show on the shuffleboard, I have an out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if I'm in the car with him 15 to 20, who knows? There might be a mishap on the Embarcadero and now 20 turns into 25.
Yeah.
So I don't need, listen.
You can only small talk about Mill Valley All-Stars for so long.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
And last time I checked, there's no commuter lane on the Embarcadero. So, Jack, you're out of luck.
That's my private time. I usually call home, hash out some domestic issues with Candy Sue. You know what I mean? We work on stuff. And here, what's he going to do? Sit there listening? Chime in?
He's trying to intrude on the Murph me time.
Yeah. So I'm trying to kind of...
Let Murph be Murph.
You know what I would say to the kid? Run the damn ball. Run the damn ball.
I'd say run down to the stadium. That's what I would say.
Well, you're going to run to the airport.
Oh, dude, I got to get the hell out of here quick after the show.
By the way, how about shout out the adrenaline rush of the first leg of a trip when you're feeling good and you're excited. You're done with work. And that airport bar is sitting there, and you're going to go hit that first one. The only problem is they give you the receipt. It's $17.
Yeah, the only problem is I can't turn that receipt in on my per diem.
Can you turn anything in around here?
Oh, that's a good question.
All right, back to the matter here. We were talking about Dre Greenlaw is going to play for the 49ers tonight, which is exciting and makes the Niners different. Now, can he be Dre Greenlaw? I mean, this is now 10 months. 10 months since the injury. That's where we're at now with Achilles. You can be back on an NFL field in 10 months. Now, I don't know how effective he's going to be. Yeah. I mean, there's no telling. Hopefully, he's going to be okay. They're clearing him.
I mean, I prefer to see Dre Greenlaw at 75%, 80% over what we've seen this year with Devondre Campbell. Like, the middle of this 49er defense has been getting picked apart. And that's even with Fred Warner out there, who hasn't been the same Fred Warner since injuring his ankle earlier this season against the New England Patriots. And you're talking about not having Mustafa out there, so it's going to be Jair Brown and Talanoa Hufanga on the back end. I expect multiple passes over the middle to Puka Nacua, to Cooper Kupp, and even Kyron Williams out of the backfield. So, yeah, instantly this is an upgrade for the defense.
Dre Greenlaw, 2 interceptions of Stafford, he said in the, which game was that? He was talking about when Stafford threw 2 picks to Dre Greenlaw in one of the regular season games recently. So he could step in here and make a difference right away. Also, Isaac Guerrero, per Adam Schefter, is scheduled to play. So can the Niners recapture that desperation they were talking about? You know, I go back to the Monday in Hawaii where I was so upset. I don't know if I'll ever, that's an overstatement. Eventually, I will get over it, but I'm still not over Geno Smith running into the end zone with 12 seconds left. Kind of like the same kind of feeling I had watching the end of the Warrior game last night. Like confounding, like inexplicable. My team just letting something go right in front of my eyes. Like how did the Warriors lose that game last night? And how did the Niners lose that game to the Seahawks?
Yeah.
That was a terrible loss at home and an inexcusable trot of Geno just running in unencumbered. Who, by the way, were Dre Greenlaw there, maybe he would not have run in.
Yeah, that's a good point also, Murph. And you can't get the image of Geno Smith going night-night to the 49ers out of your head. I can't get the image of Ronnie Bell dropping that pass against the LA Rams out of my head. Okay. And that's really what started the string of disasters with the fourth quarter blown leads going back to that first matchup against the Rams.
It was bad, but they had another play after that, too.
Yeah, but he catches the ball. That's
also, Moody missed a field goal in that game.
That is true.
It was a 55-yarder. Let me ask you this. Should Jake Moody make a 55-yarder in a dome?
Yes, every single one of them, Murph.
And especially with the game on the line. That's what you're there for.
This is what you drafted him in the third round for. This isn't some free agent kicker who you got off the street. Which, by the way, those free agents have actually performed better than Jake Moody this season.
Well, that's always been my... I could be wrong on this, and an analytics nerd from the NFL could tell me how wrong I am, but I have forever advocated that you can find a kicker. You can find a freaking kicker. You don't need to spend expensive draft capital on a kicker. And by the way, I got to tell you this about Jake Moody. Now listen, I ain't no John Fassel, right? Or I ain't no Dave Phipp. I just Googled best special teams coaches in the NFL.
Nice.
I ain't no Darren Rizzi. I ain't no Mike Westhoff.
I hope you're not Brian Schneider.
I ain't no Brad Seeley, who's considered one of the best of all time.
You ain't no John Harbaugh.
I ain't no John Harbaugh. But when Moody kicks, the ball has a cut to it. There's a cut to it that I don't like. I wouldn't call it a slice. It's like a fade kind of. His balls are never knifed through. Not never, I should say. They don't always knife through the goalpost. They frequently sometimes cut or flutter through the goalpost.
It's sketchy every time he kicks the ball. And not even just field goals, Murph. What about kickoffs?
Well, he had 2 bad kickoffs.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's talking about this big boot. Just put it in the back of the end zone. He couldn't even reach it to the landing zone.
Yeah, man. So listen, kid, prove me wrong. Go make the game-winning kick. What's the biggest kick? What's he made? He's made a couple of big ones.
Well, he got a couple big ones in the Super Bowl.
He did have a couple of huge ones in the Super Bowl. We got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, before that one got tipped at the line of scrimmage.
Well, the PAT, right? Yeah. Now, this year he hasn't missed. He's 23 of 23 on PATs. Their guy, Josh Carty, he's missed 3 PATs this year. I have the stats right in front of me.
Interesting.
And their guy's missed 5 field goals this year. Moody's missed 6. And Moody has 83 points to his 80. I mean, we're talking about a game that could come down to 3 points.
Yeah, and we're talking about Ronnie Bell dropping a pass in that game. We're talking about Jake Moody missing a field goal. I believe there was also a block punt that really started the comeback for the Rams in that game. So special teams has been an issue all season long. It just seems like it's been kind of moved to the back burner with all the injuries that we've been talking about.
Yeah, listen, Isaac Bruce is going to join us on the other side. Former Ram, former Niner. It's exciting. A lot of people checking in on this kid. It's kind of trying to get a ride from me here. 707 said... I said, listen, kid, Brian Murphy classic line. 415 says, tell him to hop on one of those rental scooters. 408 says, how about Jack wanting to drive with Murph and Young Tone not wanting to be in the Niners suite the whole time with Murph? That's great knowledge, 408.
Jack Loader would have stayed for the entire game. I think Jack Loader would have moved into that suite.
623 says, Murph, it's hard to straddle that line between being a cool OG and an a-hole. He says, but sometimes you got to drop the hammer on these kids.
Murph will walk that line.
623. That's the same guy who wants to fix up Tony with his daughter. And he sent in earlier this morning. My wife was FaceTiming with my daughter last night. She told her I was trying to set her up with a guy on KNBR. My daughter's first response was, "What's a KNBR?"
Yeah, that's
right,
great.
so
That's
there you
great.
go.
And there's a reason why 623 is trying to hook up his daughter with Tony and not Loader.
All right. Well, Loader's taken.
Yeah,
right?
allegedly.
Yeah, you met her.
Yeah, I still think that might have been a cousin.
Was he trying to bum a ride? Like, was he using her to bum a ride somewhere?
Yeah, he was like, dude, come have a drink with me and my girlfriend. I was like, I don't want to drink with you and your cousins,
Do you know how many rides I bummed off, like the sports writers that I got the job at the LA Times covering preps, you know? How many times I walk up to Jim Murray and Scott Oster and say, "Can I get a ride with you guys?" Yeah.
I would say zero.
I'm going to wind up giving this kid a ride when it's all said and done, aren't I?
Now we feel bad.
Hey, dude, how about all this? He's buried in his phone in the bullpen right now.
Doesn't even know we're talking about him.
How about if I give him the ride on the contingency, he doesn't say a word the entire time?
Silence.
How's that?
Oh, that's going to be hard for this kid.
All right. Isaac Bruce, next on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
At the 27-yard line, Warner to throw. Going deep downfield, adjusting for it is Isaac Bruce. And Isaac Bruce threads his way for a touchdown. 73 yards. From the 10, probably the final play of the game in regulation. It is caught by Dyson. Can he get in? No, he cannot. Mike Jones made the tackle. And the Rams have won the Super Bowl.
That was January 30th, 2000 at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta. Here we are, December of 2024, almost 25 years later, and the man who caught that touchdown and then later wore a 49er uniform after all those years with the Rams, 14 years with the Rams, 2 with the 49ers. Pro Football Hall of Famer Isaac Bruce is on the UMA guest line. So, Isaac, a pleasure to have you on KNBR back in your old city where you played for a couple years. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, we do the mornings here. How you doing, Isaac?
Hey, morning, Isaac.
Hey, I'm doing well, man. Listen, I don't tell many people about my last 2 years in the league, so we'll stick to just being a Ram and, being in the NFC West, which is one of the toughest conferences, divisions that is. But thanks for having me on, guys, and I'm looking forward to a great game tonight.
So, honestly, you're so associated with the Rams, you try to pretend those 2 years didn't happen?
Well, I kind of blocked them out of my thinking, my mind, and just move on. I did get traded back to the Rams before I retired. Yeah,
So
for a 6th-round pick.
Officially retired as a Ram. You had a decent, good in 2008, 61 catches, 835 yards, and 7 touchdowns. So, but we won't tell.
Yeah.
What about guys like Joe Staley? Wouldn't you be hurting their feelings if they heard that?
Not at all. More like Frank Gore. I know him to hang that over Frank's head.
Okay.
But Frank's a great guy. Probably be a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and Isaac, we've talked about this topic before with guys like Richard Sherman, what it's like going from a division rival. Obviously, Richard went from being a Seahawk to a 49er. What was it like for you trading in that Rams jersey for that 49er jersey?
You know what? I'll tell you what. It was so real being able to wear the great Jerry Rice's number in practice only. But my eyes were really popped open in a preseason game. We're playing the Oakland Raiders over in Oakland, and I'm looking over, and I see the Raiders playing, and I see them in their colors. But then I look down, and I look at my thighs, and my thighs weren't blue and gold like they normally were. So that really let me know that I wasn't with the Rams anymore at that time, and I had moved on, and they had moved on, and I reached my landing spot.
Oh, man, fun stuff with Isaac Bruce, the Pro Football Hall of Famer. We'll talk a little bit about the Rams and the Niners tonight, but just quickly, just kind of refreshing back on that highlight we just played. I mean, Dick Vermeil is around our area a lot. I know he's back in Pennsylvania a lot, but he comes back to the Bay Area where he grew up.
Yeah.
If you could just explain to the fans out there who didn't know, the young kids out there, what Dick Vermeil and you guys and Kurt Warner created, the greatest show on turf. 25 years later, I still think it's one of the great stories in the NFL. I mean, the Rams were not a championship franchise, and then that magic happened, Isaac.
Well, I tell you what, it was a great time. What I like saying about the greatest show on turf is that we're often imitated but never duplicated, and we still see our footprint and our thumbprint all over the NFL. A lot of teams are attempting to do or build what we had. I think the only thing that most teams are lacking is the personnel. We had great personnel, guys who can do multiple things. But the biggest thing is that the attitude. We were egoless, and we made sure that, we celebrated each other's accomplishments and had a great run doing it.
Yeah, and Tori, you take a look at that roster and the personnel that you bring up. Of course, we can't go on without mentioning your partner in crime, Torrey Holt. And I think most Rams fans would have just assumed you guys would be the greatest duo as wide receivers in franchise history, but now there's a couple good wide receivers playing for the LA Rams, Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. When you watch these two guys play, do you see any similarities versus what you saw with you and Torrey Holt on the field?
You know what? When I look at Puka, it's similar to what we do. I mean, we were able to stretch the field, take the top off the defense. I think he can do all of those things. He gets his knuckles bloody, as we say, as far as going in and blocking. And Cooper, we're talking about Mr. Triple Crown. I mean, this guy led the league in receiving yards, touchdowns, and receptions. So I think when you look at these two guys, the Rams have great history, great legacy is always having wide receivers who really not only stick out in our division, but all over the National Football League as a whole. And these guys are no different from that.
Yeah, Isaac Bruce is the voice you hear, the Pro Football Hall of Famer, getting ready for the Rams and the Niners tonight. You know, it's funny, in keeping the comparisons going here, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and you and Torrey Holt, Kurt Warner and Matt Stafford. And the thing I think of for both guys is the release. You know, you always think of Dan Marino's quick release, but is that, I mean, would you compare the two of them at all? I mean, they're different guys, but they both just get that ball out quickly, and that's probably the key, huh?
I would say from an accuracy standpoint, they're very similar. Kurt was great at anticipating routes. He could throw you open just like any other great quarterback could. And Matthew, he's shown that same ability, not only with the Rams or before the Rams when he was with Detroit. He always had that knack of being able to manipulate a defense with his eyes and pinpointing his shots. They were both very, very accurate at their jobs.
Man, it's so true. And when I watch Stafford, I mean, you talk about Pro Football Hall of Fame. You just mentioned Frank Gore, probably going to go in one day. You're already in. I mean, I'm not here just like to put Matt Stafford in already, but he's got a pretty strong case, doesn't he?
He does have a strong case. I mean, he's close to 50,000 career yards if he hasn't surpassed it already. Longevity. He's won a Super Bowl, taking a team to a Super Bowl. He's threatening to go to the playoffs once again with a team that a lot of people didn't feel like or really acknowledge had playoff aspirations. But here we are in second place in our division with a chance to be in first place after tonight. And he's leading the bunch. He's the guy that's been around all year long. He's taking a beating at times, and he's still delivering the ball.
He's pretty darn tight. As a Niner fan, it's scary how accurate and quick he is. And then the guy we haven't talked about is we talked about your coach, obviously Dick Vermeil winning you, is Sean McVay, who has Niner roots. His grandpa was our great GM for years and years and years, John McVay. And Sean, I mean, he and Kyle Shanahan are so linked at the hip. They got hired the same year. They were together in Washington. Isaac, when you watch these two coaches go at it, what jumps out at you the most? When these two guys, do you think, I mean, Kyle has the edge in the regular season. Sean got the Super Bowl. How much of a rivalry do you think there is?
Well, you know what? I think the Super Bowl is really the only thing that matters. But when you're friends, when you have a relationship off the field, from a professional standpoint also, you kind of know each other. I think these are two guys that know each other's tendencies. They know how to stop each other. They know how to put a roadblock in front of each other. And it's great seeing the matchup, twice a year between these two guys because they get everything. They throw everything they have at each other. And fortunately and unfortunately, we haven't been on the right ends as far as the Rams are concerned in the regular season. But when it came to the postseason play, yeah, we got that ultimate crown.
Yeah, a few more minutes here with Isaac Bruce, the Hall of Famer, on the Uma guest line ahead of the 49ers matchup with the L.A. Rams tonight on Thursday Night Football. And Isaac, before we let you go, I did want to ask you a question about Debo Samuel. I don't know if you were aware of the story this week of him going on social media and complaining about not getting enough touches, but I would love your breakdown of what you've seen this year with Debo Samuel and the drop-off in production that 49er fans have seen.
Well, I'll tell you what, Debo Sanders is a god. I mean, he's a running back in a wide receiver position. A guy, once he gets the ball in his hands, he can do a lot of great things. It may not look that fast from a 40-yard dash standpoint, but when he gets the ball in his hand, he's not being caught. He has a right to want the football. I think that we're in a day and age where you want guys who want the football. You want guys who you have to say whoa to versus sick 'em. I mean, and he's definitely one of those whoa guys. So I'd love to have him on my team. He's a guy that can do a multiple of things from the running back position. He can take those jet sweeps. Hope we don't see him tonight. But at the same time, he can get open down the field versus one-on-one coverage, and he's a threat to take it the distance anytime he gets the ball in his hands.
Well, he definitely is going to be somebody to keep our eye on, just like Cooper Kupp, just like Puka Nacua, just like Matt Stafford and the Rams. And so, listen, I know you'll enjoy the game. You picking a winner tonight, Isaac?
Oh, absolutely, man. The Rams will win this game 27-24.
Woo, just like last time. That's no good.
Yeah, and put the Rams out of the put the Niners out of the misery. Yeah.
Hey, last one, Candlestick Park. When I say that, what is that?
Oh,
what comes to mind? What comes to mind?
Oh, you know what? So many great matchups in that stadium. From the great pass of Joe Montana to Dwight Clark. A lot of people forget that Everson Wall had 3 picks that game, and that overshadowed that play. But I have the opportunity of playing in Candlestick. I had an uncle that lived right up there off of Hunters Point.
Oh,
and a great atmosphere. It was always sunny, turned cold at night, but always a great atmosphere for football in it. And the 49ers, they really maximized Candlestick Park. And I was fortunate to play in a flag football game with Joe Montana before they tore it down.
That's awesome. Well, you were there every year from 1994 to 2009, whether you were wearing that Ram jersey or the part you don't want to talk about when you're wearing that Niner jersey. So we'll let you go, Isaac. We appreciate it. Good football conversation. Enjoy the game tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Isaac.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Go Rams.
I did not anticipate the full-on anti-Niner takes from Isaac Bruce.
He rejected the gold pants, Murph.
I mean, usually it's like, oh, man, I enjoyed my 2 years there. It was great to be a Niner. But, I'm a Ram at heart. But he's like, no, man, don't remind me. I try to pretend those 2 years didn't happen.
Dude, he's just blocked it out of his mind. It's a Hall of Fame career, regardless if he has those last 2 years.
I
with
wonder
the
if he
Niners
had the Canton people just not put that on his plaque. You know what I mean? It's like, no, just give me the Rams.
Yeah.
By the way, he did debut as an LA Ram for 1 year in 1994 when they played in Anaheim Stadium. Young Ton, did you know that the Rams used to play in where Mike Trout currently plays?
I did not know that. No.
There you go. There's one. It's been a day where we're trying to find something.
A Christmas Story. That's the one.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, then, dude, we're
1983. Can you blame me?
Well, Tony, it's on every TBS every 24 hours for Christmas Eve for the last 20 years, every day. Last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
I'll watch it this year.
Lace them up, Tony.
It's. I think that to me is like the Spinal Tap of Christmas movies in the sense that I have it memorized from start to finish. Like I know that's stone cold. My all-time favorite. One of my all-time favorites.
Well, I'll tell you one more thing you'll get on the other side. Young Tony learning how to host a show for a segment because I got to get the hell out of here to catch my flight to DC.
Water Boy's off.
I'm out of here.
Dude, talk to you tomorrow.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
On Zoom.
On Zoom.
All right.
Down the line.
All right. Go. Via Con Dios on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
You know, it was great having the Bigelow Tea people in here yesterday and meeting the family. It's family owned, you know. It's a family owned business. And so we just talked about tea and all the good stuff and how it's part of the Bay Area. Bigelow Tea. Every season's Bigelow Tea season. It's the number one tea in the Bay Area. Bigelow Tea, the number one tea here in the Bay Area. We all talked about grabbing a mug and whether you put cream and sugar in it, whether you keep it straight. Either way, you can have your flavors. You can have your English breakfast, your Earl Grey, your chamomile. And we even got the blessing from Bigelow to keep the Gwen Stefani sound. So, keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at KNBR. So, grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile. It's down white, boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. What's this little ditty we got going here, buddy?
This is The Spins by Mac Miller.
Okay. God, he's got quite the little hooky encyclopedia. There you go. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. You know that. We talk Amici's all the time. Listen to that. Listen to those little ditties there. Amici's. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. Richard in Petaluma has been very patient talking about the 49ers. So, Richard, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you?
Good morning. I'm actually doing quite well. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. I'm just going to make these some bullet points. First of all, 49er fans, we are faithful. We're not fearful. Okay?
Okay.
It's time to do the dirty work.
Oh.
Dre Greenlaw's come back. It's time to do the dirty work.
Did you call the wrong show? You should be calling the Afternoon Boys?
That's a whole nother story. It's time to do the dirty work. Okay. This is when, and here's where I'm going to take you, Murph. I got to say this. I'm sorry Marcus left because he would appreciate this.
Yeah.
Just win, baby. Just win, baby. Just win.
Hey, buddy. All right. Well, listen, faithful, not fearful. Do the dirty work. Just win, baby. Richard, you laid it out. For sure, man. Thanks for the call. We appreciate you. Well, listen, we made our picks earlier today. Marcus went with the Rams +3. I went with the Niners -3. I just, it's hard for me to imagine Kyle Shanahan getting got by Sean McVay yet again. I mean, the history is so good and so rich. I understand it's the season from hell, and it has been the season from hell. It truly has been, all the way up to and including Debo's tweet on Monday. I mean, I was talking about how when you write a jock blog and you're listing all the things that have gone wrong with the Niners, you keep adding things, whether it's Brandon Ayuk with the shorts or, Christian McCaffrey's injury, Nick Bosa's injury, Trent Williams' injury. And then you just add this, then Debo Samuel's tweet. You add that to the season from hell. But that said, and I know I've said the season is toast, and I do truly believe on some level the season is toast. I just don't see it ending this week. Maybe it's the Lions game that ends their season. That could be it. But I see him, I don't know. Why not? They played with that desperation on Sunday. You got Dre Greenlaw back. That's right. We heard that. And according to Adam Schefter, Isaac Guerendo's going to play. I don't know how long he can play and be effective, but he will be playing tonight, according to Adam Schefter's sources. So you got Guerendo, you got Greenlaw, and you might even have Bosa. You might have Bosa. Who knows? So, all right. Well, listen. Hey, we're going to wrap it up here. Marcus flew to Army-Navy. Off he went. So we'll talk to him tomorrow. He'll be on the video component tomorrow. If you tune in, you can check him out. He'll be live from Washington, D.C. It's always a fun tradition. We got to go 1 year in New York. It's awesome. Huge Army-Navy guy. Love the game. Love the traditions. All that stuff. So everybody tune in for that. But just kind of clean up the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line when we get going here. 707 says, hey, man, there's an entire encyclopedia of beats on YouTube called Mac Miller type beats. Are you familiar with that, Young Tone?
Absolutely.
So is that what you go to?
I mean, not necessarily. There's a couple that aren't like his actual songs. They're just type beats that he would have made. But by the way, that was actually a remix of Walking on a Dream.
By?
Half Mast by Walking on a Dream.
There's definitely a certain vibe to that. I'm trying to place it. It's
Half Mast, Empire of the Sun, Walking on a Dream's the album.
Are we like in Santa Monica at like a bar overlooking the ocean in the late afternoon? Is that what we're doing?
It's great vibes, dude.
Definitely
R.I.P. too, man.
Okay, yeah, for sure, definitely. And Ariana Grande was involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Shout out Wicked. We didn't give away tickets for that. We gave away tickets to Day of the Fight, which were won by Danny in Concord, who's going to commute in to AMC Metreon to see the flick. 707 says, are you guys talking about the Giants being the favorites to land Corbin Burns? Well, listen, we've talked about it most of this week, and it would be incredible. Listen, if Buster lands Willie Adamas and Corbin Burns, the guy's gone home run. What are you going to do? However, the Max Fried 8-year deal scares me. If they have to sign Corbin Burns for 9 years, I mean, that's kind of bonkers, bro. That is kind of bonkers. But looks like that's the price of doing business today. I'm intrigued by this trade situation. The rumored Kyle Tucker trade, possibly. Kyle Tucker can play, bro. He's an outfielder. That's exactly the kind of outfielder they need. And they're talking about trading corner infielder, and I saw on MLB.com, Casey Schmidt was listed, and then a young pitcher. I mean, what's funny about Casey Schmidt is we think of him as maybe quite hasn't landed, quite hasn't found his groove. He's 25 years old. Great glove. No denying the glove. The glove is there. It's the bat. It's the chase rate. He goes out of the zone. His last month wasn't bad. He made improvements as a hitter in his last month. So, I mean, the Astros would be taking a big risk saying he could take over Alex Bregman's job. And again, I'm just kind of leaping to conclusions. But would Schmidt and a young pitcher get you Kyle Tucker? And if so, Kyle Tucker has 1 year left on his deal. Would you be able to keep Kyle Tucker? But that's the kind of thing I always wanted Farhan to do that he never did, which is you got to shake it up. You got to address needs, and you can use the trade market. You have young pitching. You can do it. More on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 415 says, in young Tony's defense, I'm 53. I've never watched A Christmas Story. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's on for 24 hours a day, 24 hours on Christmas Eve. John Joe, you see? Yeah. I mean, literally, anyway, try to enjoy it. 707 says, young Tone, you'll shoot your eye out. And then there's a segment of texters upset at Isaac Bruce for renouncing the 49ers. I thought it was kind of funny, actually. Kind of enjoyed it. Showed he's into the rivalry. All right, it is that time to get to the young Tone moment of the day.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, well, young Tony's learned that it's weird to see me here without Marcus. It is weird. I haven't done a solo in a while. It's been a while, but back in the day, you used to kind of have to do it. In fact,
it's just weird looking over there and seeing no one. This guy's in an Uber right now on the way to the airport.
I need my Ricky Pearsall-looking partner here, buddy, doing his thing. Dude, back in the day, my very first, ready for this? 2004, spring of 04, before I got hired here, Jen Violet's like, hey, can you come in and fill in for Ralph and Tom? I'm like, oh, cool, I'll be with Ralph, he'll talk. She goes, oh, no, they're both off. I'm like, well, what do I do? She goes, you just do the show. I'm like, I've never done a show. She goes, oh, it's okay, the Giants are playing in Cincinnati that day. It's an early pregame, 3:15. I go, oh, it's a Friday afternoon in Cincy, great. So I'll be done at 3:15. She goes, no, then we bump you over to 10:50, and you have to do the rest of the show on 10:50. Dude, I did somewhere, if you can find the archive of my first ever solo 4 hours from 3 to 7, well, 3:30 to 7, because we did pregame, on 10:50, having never done radio. And I've told this story before, but she booked on a movie tour that day? Quentin freaking Tarantino. Did you try A-list, A-plus list? So I've got Tarantino at 5. He's promoting Kill Bill or Kill Bill 2, one of the two. I have no idea how that sounds. It probably sounds hilarious.
Oh, you think Marcus in his Uber right now is watching the YouTube feed?
I hope so.
I hope so, too. I would be doing that, honestly.
If he is, he's seeing Run the Damn Ball. All right, it is Young Tony, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And this is what you learned today, that this is it's on the Mount Rushmore of greatest Christmas movies of all time. No question. 1983, A Christmas Story.
What is it? It's a leg.
But what is it?
Yeah, well, it's a leg, like in a statue.
Statue?
Yeah, statue.
Yeah, statue.
Ralphie?
My mother was trying to insinuate herself between us and the statue.
Holy smoke, would you? Do you know what this is? This is a lamp.
It was indeed a lamp.
Isn't that great? What a great...
He opened now. The famous line from that scene is right before when they get the box. It says fragile. He had won a contest. His dad was always entering contests, and he was so excited that they got this contest prize delivered to the house. And he sees fragile on the box. Here it is.
Fragile. It must be Italian.
Pecan used to keep that around whenever there was an injury-prone athlete in the Bay Area. And Pecan would riff. Like, if there was a giant who was injury-prone, he would hit...
Fragile.
He would.
It must be Italian.
He would. So, Tony, does this segment, does the clip you're watching make you want to watch?
Oh, dude, 100%. By the way, I was going to ask you, I asked Curly, is it better than Elf and Home Alone?
Well, here's what I answer to you. They're all on Mount Rushmore. So the Mount Rushmore for me is Home Alone, Elf, Christmas Story, and It's a Wonderful Life. Those are the 4. Until further notice.
I'll put them on the list.
All right, buddy. Good job. We got through a segment without Marcus. All right, Willie Adamas, 11:30. Papa and Silver will be all over it. Niners-Rams tonight. Can't wait. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. The changeover that's full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
A call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made.
There's indecision in the group, so that means then let the game play out and let us decide it.
That was ridiculous. Thank you.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Garendo is in. JP with 4 carries and a catch. Garendo with a fake toss. Purdy looks left, now right, throws. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. Touchdown! San Francisco! Purdy got a quarterback draw and run for the end zone. Will throw. It is caught for a touchdown by Juwan Jennings again. 3rd down. Purdy back, Purdy time, Purdy throws, downfield wide open, caught! Juwan Jennings has a hat trick in LA! He goes under center, they're 55 yards away from tying it. It's a play action, he's gonna sling it around now. Here he goes, deep down the field, Tutu Atwell, he's got it! On Charvarius Ward! Inside the 49er 5-yard line. Pump draw, handoff, Kyron Williams. Touchdown, Rams. Purdy steps up, going to launch one deep right for Ronnie Bell. He dropped another one.
Oh, my goodness.
His 3rd drop of the game. This one would have put the ball on the Ram 25-yard line.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's your game. If he makes it, the Rams win. If he misses, we're going to overtime. 37-yard field goal. And the Niners lose in LA.
Oh, man. You should have seen Greg Papa's face listening rather to the 49ers Juwan Jennings hat trick. It's all good. And then he has this little grimace of like, oh yeah, and then that happened. But it's time to move forward. By the way, no waking up in Vegas for the Golden State Warriors. But today, this is about a BAM against the Rams. And Greg Papa, who is directly responsible for letting me into the studio today, is fired up and ready to go. So thank you and good morning.
Welcome to our Tasman studio on game day. It's a little more challenging to get here on a Thursday when they're playing the Rams at night. And we'll get to the Warriors. We are seeing red in that court from hell last night. We'll get into it all. Bill Kennedy's one of the best officials in the NBA, but I don't know how you make that call either. But the Warriors kind of gave it away. How many shot clock violations, an 8-second violation, empty possessions? Houston, I was surprised the Warriors had the lead at the end and they didn't score and got run. We'll get into it all. I feel Steve's pain, and they are leaving Houston now and flying home. So a long way home, and Clay will be in on Sunday. But, week 3, September the 22nd. So I went back and not only watched the game back last night, I listened to it. All the way through. Couldn't fall asleep. Woke up in the middle of the night and listened to all of it and the agony of it all. And a little like the Warriors. How the hell did that happen? There's explanations for why the Warriors lost. I think Houston at times was the better team. But the Niners, wow. That's one that's just been lingering there forever. Then you compound the Arizona giveaway, the Seattle giveaway, and it's there. And you got to right the wrong tonight. If they don't win tonight, it's going to be hard. You got to get to 7-7. They're 7-6 coming into the game. The Niners are 6-7, so it ties it. But we'll get into all the ramifications, but why did that game happen? It's like the Super Bowl. It was like the Super Bowl. If you would have flipped any one of 6 different plays, that game goes the other way. The Niners beat Kansas City February the 11th, and then the 49ers beat the Rams September the 22nd. But it didn't. Starting with the 4th and 6 fake punt. Knew it was coming. The way they went at Devondre Campbell on a Texas route with Kyron Williams. The Niners took the lead back at 21-7. Juwan Jennings had an amazing game, 3 touchdowns. The catch he made over their nickel and slot defender, Quentin Lake, Carnell Lake's son, was the best play he made. But just a lot of different. Basically, he got on a heater, Matthew Stafford. Tutu Atwell took advantage of not only Ike Yadam, he took advantage of Charvarius Ward. Mooney Man was not right in that game. He had a groin injury. He was a question mark going in. He played, and the Rams went at him. Stafford never misses a throw. He missed one right before halftime. Demarcus Robinson ran right by Charvarius. Charvarius slipped on the field. It was like, what's going on? And he just missed him. So you had the halftime lead, but it wasn't what you thought. At 14-0, the halftime lead was 14-7, and then Charvarius came out later on an over route. He got beat by Tutu Atwell. They bring in Renardo Green. They went right at Renardo Green. So Renardo's going to be in tonight with Demo and Charvarius, presumably. We got the news late in the show yesterday that Mustafa's going to be out. So your safety duos there, which I hear Brown and obviously Talanoa Hufanga. Jake Moody missed a 55-yard field goal. You settled for a field goal later in the game when he could have stretched out the lead to more. It was 24-14, had a chance to go up 2 touchdowns, couldn't get it done in the low red zone. All of it. You know, the punt return late in the game, they made a change. Kyron Williams was their punt returner. You really want to have a 1,000-yard running back return punts? They did for a while. Then they went to Xavier Smith. He broke a big one. They went at Devondre Campbell again with the tight end down the sideline, Parkinson, and they made a chippy field goal. So that's why we're moving on, but you can't. I mean, to get ready for this game, they went back and they watched that game frame by frame to understand how it's going to happen. And we'll talk to Tim Ryan at noon. We'll talk to J.B. Long, the voice of the Rams. There were things they did conceptually. Sean McVay, obviously, is a gregarious personality. You know, pulling in here today, you see the Amazon Prime TV trucks, and, you know, Al Michaels, the greatest of all time, will do it along with Kirk Herbstreit. You know, you wonder, when is he going to retire from coaching? He's still one of the youngest. He, you know, hired at age 30. Here he is at age 37, going strong. So he's got that talent, but he's also a brilliant play designer. Their bunch formations and motioning 2 bunches, mainly with Tutu Atwell, Demarcus Robinson, it caused problems. They couldn't deal with it. They ran dagger routes. They ran go routes. It was just Minnesota did a lot of it the week before. They took a lot of Minnesota's principles from Brian Flores and Kevin O'Connell, and O'Connell obviously knows Sean McVay. And they did that without Puka and Cooper Kupp. So now it's, you know, Tutu Atwell will be a problem tonight. We'll see if Robinson plays, but they got those 2 guys that you got to deal with in a bunch formation. Now, the Niners did not have Debo. They did not have George Kittle in that game. They're both going to play tonight. And then the big thing is they did go at Devondre Campbell. Minnesota did the week before. Devondre's playing his best football, without a doubt. His game against the Bears, I think, you know, the Tampa Bay game, the game against Dallas going into the bye, his last 4 or 5 games have been his best. But the reports are big play. Dre Law is back. Dre Greenlaw is going to play tonight for the first time since the Super Bowl. And he tore up that Achilles February the 11th. So here we are 9 months and 1 day later. He's back, and they'll target him. Everything they went at with Devondre Campbell and Texas routes and make him move. Achilles, you can move forward. Can you move forward? You can move back. Can you move back? Can you move side to side on a rainy field? What's the weather going to be like? It's raining right now. Is it going to rain during the game? So obviously getting Talanoa back and then, you know, getting Dre Greenlaw back. We'll wait for the other moves today when the inactives come out. The Niners did upgrade Nick Bosa to, I thought maybe he'd just be out for the game. What are they saying now? Questionable?
Yeah, upgraded to questionable.
From doubtful.
Yes.
That's better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is the secret to slowing. You can't cover these guys. It's hard enough to cover Tutu Atwell, Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Whittington, and Tyler Johnson back in week 3. They get Cooper and Puka back, and I assume Cooper's good to go tonight. He got a little banged up in the Buffalo game. You can't cover those guys for more than a couple of seconds. You got to get heat on him. If Bosa is able to find a way to play, and it'll be hard with the double oblique, it'll help. Like you can move Gross Matos inside, you know, in your turbo package, the Gold Rush, because the way you stay in the game tonight, obviously, I think it's, you know, run the ball at them. They're vulnerable to be run on, and then control the line of scrimmage, control the clock. The word is Garendo will try to play tonight. We'll see where he's able to go. You got to pound this team. 30, 35 runs, can monopolize the ball. And then on the other side of it, he's just that good, Matthew. He's not throwing picks anymore. What's gotten into that? And he's got these 2 elite wide receivers that are so different. What does Puka weigh? Guy was just trucking defensive ends. They list him at 205. The hell he is. Is he 235? What does that guy weigh? He gets no separation. He's really a tight end, and then he just runs you over. So to be able to minimize their effectiveness, and those 2 guys are great, you got to get a pass rush on them. So we'll see. Even if Nick, you know, I don't know if he'll find a way. It's hard with the field. The pass rush will slow down anyway in a field like this tonight, you know, but Nick's more built to the lower to the ground. So you'd love to have him back. He is questionable. You know, and most of the week he was doubtful. So we'll see. But the word is that they are going to get Dre Greenlaw back, and we know Huff is back, and we'll just see. I mean, this is going to be obviously, you know, they came here at the end of the 2019 year for the second to last game of the year, and the Niners had to win that game. Goff got going. Fred intercepted him and ran it back for a pick six right before halftime. They had to convert 2 3rd-and-16s thrown by Jimmy Garoppolo, who was the backup quarterback, to Matthew Stafford. Outside of that game, that was pretty much – the Rams didn't make the playoffs that year with 9 wins. The Niners, of course, went to Seattle and the Dre play on the goal line against Jacob Hollister. They were the 1 seed all the way to the Super Bowl. That was kind of a – if the Niners had lost that game, we probably would have gone to Philadelphia. If the Rams had beaten the Niners, would they have snuck into the playoffs? So there's been few where it's either us or them. Usually it's we're both going or one's definitely not going. But this is one where we'll figure it out. It's possible Washington slips a little bit. One could win the West. One could be a wild card. But I think tonight is a playoff game to make the playoffs. They have got to beat L.A. tonight.
Well, as NFC Defensive Player of the Week, Yetur Gross-Matos was saying, mic'd up, playoff win number 1 was last week against the Chicago Bears. So it is a playoff game. It's a rivalry game. It's going to be big. We got a shorter show today because 49ers pregame with JD, Adam Copeland, and Dennis Brown starts at 1 p.m., but we got a packed 3 hours coming up. Brian Anderson will join us at 10:30, JB Long at 10:50. We're going to have the Willie Adamas introductory press conference at 11:30, carry that live here on KNBR. And then we'll talk to Tim Ryan at 12 o'clock. Silver Linings Playlist will be sometime late in the show because it is an all-encompassing Silver Linings Playlist today as we have an all-encompassing show. We're going to talk Warriors next segment. Then it's going to be heavy Niners and baseball as we'll talk to BA at 10:30. So big show ahead. Very excited. We're here at Levi's for your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's a green light for Greenlaw. Help is on the way as the 49ers plan to activate standout linebacker Dre Greenlaw in advance of tonight's game against the Los Angeles Rams. How you feeling, Faithful? Does this change your perception on tonight's game and for the 49ers to finish out this season strong? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto, and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt-free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
You could take this all the way down and shoot a three with 3 seconds left, or shoot a three now. Curry missing there. Peyton dived on it, throwing it on the deck. Kuminga in a tie-up, and you've got a foul! Not a jump ball, but a foul!
Oh, no.
With 3.5 seconds left!
No. Wow. The amount of things that went wrong in the final 2 minutes for the Golden State Warriors. I was getting ready to go to bed, get up Levi's early, feeling good. Warriors are going to Vegas. And then, like we've seen a lot over the last couple of years, it just collapsed with a series of offensive miscues, couple of shot clock violations, a Draymond Green out-of-bounds turnover, a Steph Curry missed shot. Gary Payton II diving on the ball. He doesn't call timeout. He tries to pass it. And then, Papa, a foul on a loose ball against Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, good call by Fitz. Spiroditas a little more measured on TNT. It was not a good ending. We've seen this ending way too many times. The clutch games they're giving away at the end. It was kind of like the Denver game, but kind of not like the Denver game. I wondered why they had a lead, for most of the game. They fell behind by 14 early, but they were being strangled. Houston is a different Houston team. This is not James Harden's team where you can pick out guys. Amen. That guy can guard. Dylan Brooks and Jabari and Green and Van Vliet and
Smith and Eason. They got length.
They get into you. And the 14 first half turnovers were like, what's going on? Simple actions with Steph and Draymond, your best players. They were taking away the high drag, and he's a good coach. They got into him. It was good. I thought it was going to go sideways. Then they got it back in the second half, and Houston's just a little young, and it was a 91-90 final. It was like a game from the 90s, but the turnovers are just alarming. 22 turnovers, 6 24-second clock violations. Wow. Danny Biasone invented the shot clock at a restaurant in Syracuse, New York. Why didn't he go 30? Why do you have to go 24? It was perfect, 24, but I've never seen that. And it went throughout the entire game. And then at the end of the game, to not be able to get a shot up. And one, Draymond, I don't know if he was trying to throw an alley-oop to Buddy Hield. That's not a great idea. I think he was trying to shoot in the goal, and he airballed it. I'm not sure. But they just got taken apart. And then some of the cross-court passes. Lindy Waters, the more he plays, the more you're seeing who he is. And he's a back of the rotation, if that. I'm being nice, but I wanted to see more of him. And then Pajemski, that guy plays so damn hard, but he's getting beat backdoor. Twice he got beat backdoor. Sengun just picked him apart. You can't be a head turner. So it's just, to me, it was like, they got a chance to win the game. They were up 6 after Kuminga missed the free throw. That's also an issue. But just the way they mismanaged the end of the game, just did Steph shoot that ball? It was a 4.1 second shot clock differential. So you'd like to take that down a little bit more. But he took the step back on Dylan Brooks with, 11 seconds to go on the clock at 8. Wild scramble. Gary Payton, don't kind of Christian Brown it. Don't call a timeout. Just lay there. You got the ball. Make them foul you. You don't have to go anywhere. You have the ball. And he admitted he made a mistake. Just go get the loose ball. He had the ball. And they're going to foul you. Van Vliet's going to foul you. They have to. And then it squirts loose, and now it's a wild football-type rolling play. Did Kuminga commit a foul? I mean, if this happens earlier in the game, it's debatable. I understand. I've never seen that, where you have a loose ball foul with a team down 1, and in the bonus situation, and they shoot a pair of free throws to lose. I mean, it's just, Steve's got to get fined. Yeah. Now, I didn't hear of any fine from Denver when he went off on, the timeout that was not called for Christian Brown. This one, I mean, Bill Kennedy is one of the most respected officials in the NBA, and his cachet has gone up because he's so good on the mic. He just does such a great job handling, the microphone. He's like Ed Hockley, became a star in the NFL. Bill Kennedy's, is he the longest tenured official in the NBA? What's amazing to me, and I thought about challenging it, but do you know how the challenge system works in the NBA? It's not like the NFL. And Tim always makes fun of me when I bring up Mark Butterworth, but it used to be Walt Anderson would make the call, and now Walt's actually talking to the media. He'll be in Al Michaels here tonight saying this is why we, So Butterworth kind of runs it. They got Perry Fuel. They got a bunch of people there, but the actual game officials are judge, jury, and executioner. It does not go back to Secaucus. And they got the guy, and they got all those cameras in there. Monty McCutcheon, what is he doing now? He's supervisor of officials, one of the best game officials. They paying him more to work in a studio and watch everything and not render a ruling. I'd rather have him work a game like last night. Maybe Monty wanted to get off the road. I don't know. But the point was just challenge it, right? Save your time out for what? If you get this overturned, you got the ball. The game's over. But I think Steve thought Bill Kennedy's not going to overturn Bill Kennedy. He's the one that made the call. Now, if he saw a different angle, it's one thing to look at it with your eyes in the middle of a scrum. If he looks at it calmer and somebody is in his ear, I don't know how that works, but in the NBA, it does not go back to somebody who makes the call independent of the game officials, which shouldn't it really? Why do you want Bill Kennedy to be the one, and all, the whole crew, Varneke and Dagger as well? So anyway, tough. I mean, the tough losses are piling up here. This team was 12-3, and now they're 14-10. But more disturbing, it sucks. They wanted to go to Vegas. They packed for a 12-day road trip, and they came right back. They left this morning at 9 o'clock our time, 11
o'clock.
There is no Katy Perry.
There is no
we're not doing that. No, they woke up in Houston with a hangover. Good thing is they don't have to play till Sunday, and Captain Clay comes back with Dallas. You'd rather have them both playing in Vegas. And Brian Anderson will join us from Turner. He's going to have the TNT game. And he knows Willie Adamas and Corbin Burns well, so we can get BA talking NBA and Emirates NBA Cup and what happened. But Steve has got to get fined for what he's. I don't think he cares. He is going off more. Maybe it's because the way the election went, but Steve is just from ripping Pajemski to going off on officials in Denver. And last night, I mean, he pulled a Bobby Knight. He got up, and I understand why. He feel like the season's slipping away this early. It's only December. You got time, but the really disturbing thing is Houston's good. They are young. You wanted to be more athletic? They are way more athletic. They are longer, and they're just one of the teams you have to deal with. They were a lottery team last year, and they got skill. Sengun that guy is so far from being a goon. And Ernie Johnson was giving us a lesson at halftime how to pronounce his name. How do you pronounce his name?
Well, when he played the audio, it sounded like Alpern Schengen.
Sengun. Not Sengun.
No.
I think you take the goon out. He is not a goon. That guy is a skill. That's the guy I want. I want to stretch fight. You're not going to get that guy. But anyway, it's just for the bigger picture. Who are the Warriors in the regular season? Houston was a team we kind of had on our radar. Now put them on the radar. And you beat them 15 straight times. Really? I mean, that's all flipping now. That team gets into you. The Warriors turned the ball over 22 times. Houston had 30 points off turnovers. The Warriors had 6 24-second clock violations and an 8-second midcourt violation. What?
Yeah, that was crazy. And look, everything I'm about to say about the Warriors does not have to do with Houston alone. Houston's a good team. We got to give credit where credit's due. That is a really good defense, number 2 defense in the league for a reason. But I do got to say this, that every close Warriors game is a slight variation of the same movie. They start slow, got some solid defense, they get it together offensively, start heating up, build a lead, other team makes a push, then they get kind of sloppy at the end, and teams try to force players not named Steph Curry to beat them. And then the Warriors either hold on and avoid the scare and collapse, and sometimes that comes from Curry doing otherworldly things at the age of 36, and then sometimes they do collapse. So it's not about last night, it's not about calling a foul 70 feet away from the basket. But I have a really hard time with the trend of the last 2 years thinking the Warriors roster, this roster, will do anything special in the year 2024, 2025. You have one closer offensively. He's 36 years old. So last night's ending was annoying. I don't agree with the call in that context. Whatever. Bottom line is I've seen this too many times over the last 2.5 years where I don't trust this team to sustain enough fourth quarters to push through a playoff run. The Rockets are a good defense. Guess what? So are most of the NBA playoff defenses if that's your goal to go and get in. So I'd love to revisit this in a few months and be proven wrong, Papa, but this is not just that was rough, that was a bad call. It's unfortunately becoming a really alarming trend with the Warriors not being able to have enough offense in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I hear you. Everything you're saying is accurate, and Houston's good. They are a very good defensive team, and there are others. There's a lot of them, but they're going to get into you. I just thought the part about challenging it, they got to change that. I mean, honestly, if you just challenge, don't you think Adam Silver would call Secaucus and say, that's Steph Curry and the Warriors. I want them going to Vegas. I don't want Houston going. I'm already stuck with Oklahoma City, the smallest market in the league. I got Milwaukee. Now, I know Giannis is a star, but the NBA cannot be happy on the call. And did he do the right thing? I don't know. You got a body scrum. Gary Payton should have just held the ball and not rolled it out of there. But the NBA cannot be happy to have this Emirates Cup go to Vegas and not have Steph Curry and the Warriors show up. So we'll talk to BA. You know, ABC's got the Saturday night game. I wonder which game he's going to have. Trae Young's going to be there with Atlanta, obviously. And but it would have been nice to have the Warriors there, wouldn't it have been?
I wanted to wake up in Vegas, man. This would have been a fun thing.
Would we have gone with the Niners playing tonight? We could have gone to Vegas Friday after the show.
Could have gone to Vegas Friday. Steph even said after the game, I really wanted to go. Buddy Hield went last year, had a good time with the Indiana Pacers. So, yeah, it stinks. It stinks all around. But
damn,
we'll talk to Brian Anderson. And
he's going. He's got Milwaukee and Atlanta in the afternoon game on Saturday on TNT.
And we'll talk about the other Milwaukee team, the Brewers, who he calls a lot of games for, and Willie Adamas.
And he knows Corbin Burns. Good time to talk to BA.
Great time to talk to BA because we can get the hoops and the baseball, and we'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver at Levi's Stadium on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Silver, and as always, we like to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz in the middle of the day. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, and he's always helping out the people, and today we're going to talk about the ERC.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is a government giveaway program. What if you filed quite a while ago and you're still waiting for my check? Where's my check? Where's my check? There's 3 different ways for us to hurry the IRS up. And we're urging people to act immediately because President Trump has announced that he's going to cut $2 trillion with a T, $2 trillion off the federal payments. He's promising to do a lot on day one with executive orders. That's next month, January 20th. Will he do away with ERC? We don't know. I don't want to take the listeners' money at risk. Let's go ahead and hurry him up right now. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS that says, you don't qualify for ERC? Right now, the IRS is being sued, alleging that the IRS is using AI and they're disallowing people en masse, and they don't even know if you qualified for ERC or not. Or what if you're being audited and they want the money back? For example, there's a crazy program where if you absolutely positively don't qualify for a penny of ERC, they'll still give you 20% just to settle with them. There's so much going on with ERC. Whether you haven't received your check yet, or you got a nasty letter saying you don't qualify, or they want the money back with an audit, we have a lot we want to talk to you about ERC. Just call us and say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
Steve Moskowitz can get you your money if you take advantage of that free call. You can call him now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, it was no secret that we needed a shortstop, and Willie just checked so many boxes for us. Great defender, offensive upside, the tremendous year that he had last year. But I think what stood out the most when we were thinking about Willie is just the person that he is. And you know, I was reading some quotes. One of my favorite quotes I saw was from Counsell, and I think he said he was a connector of people. And that's just, you guys know, it's just so important in a clubhouse when you've got a guy like that can bring people together and has a personality that I think the fan base is just going to really go nuts for. He plays with a flair and edge, and when you can put a guy like that in the middle of your field, in the middle of the lineup, pretty excited about that.
It is that time where we talk about Willie Adamas, who will be introduced as a San Francisco Giant wearing number 2 for the San Francisco Giants, orange and black. But here to help us break it all down is the play-by-play voice for the Milwaukee Brewers, also TNT. We can get into hoops. We can get into baseball because this guy does it all. It's Brian Anderson, and this is the first time we've ever had him on the Papa and Silver show. So, Brian, welcome to Greg and Greg. We appreciate your time. He joins us on the UMA guest line.
What do I win? It's the first time. What do I get? I mean, Greg's given me a lifetime of knowledge and play-by-play skills. What are you giving me?
Yeah, maybe
I got to get something.
You got to go something with the Greg theme. Maybe Greg Kin and Conspiracy. We'll send you the album. Greg Louganis, Greg Luman. I'm trying to come up. Greg the Leg, the famous Gregs in history. Now, BA, I've known BA forever and ever, and we'll get into what's going on in the Emirates NBA Cup. But we had you on, John and I, over the summer when the Brewers came to town, and we picked your brain about Willie Adamas. And you said flat out they're not going to re-sign him. He's going to make more money, and the Giants gave him the richest deal in the history of the franchise. He's going to be introduced at Oracle Park in less than an hour, BA, so great timing. So Buster was glowing. Everybody you talked to about Willie Adamas. I remember when the Giants were there a couple of years ago, and he was standing on the top rail of the dugout, and he got hit by a foul ball, and it was scary. It was up around the face. He was okay, obviously, but the way his teammates took to him and spoke about him after, you know Willie Adamas well, B.A., what kind of guy is he?
Yeah, A+. I mean, he's, you guys talking to me about Willie Adamas is like talking to the ex-boyfriend. You know, you got the new girl, and you're asking the ex-boyfriend what she's like, but he's awesome, man. I mean, we're going to miss him in Milwaukee. It was really never, once he started to hit that next echelon of player, it was pretty clear that they weren't going to be able to re-sign him. I will tell you, what speaks most about the kind of player he is and the kind of character guy that he is, the Brewers, almost in every other scenario in the history of their franchise, they have traded a player of his caliber toward the end of that year. Other than Prince Fielder would be the only guy that I can remember they didn't do that with. But I think had he been a different kind of personality, clubhouse presence, if he's not up to that kind of standard that can actually be beneficial for a playoff team, they would have traded him and gotten a haul back for him. But I think, when it comes down to it, they needed him on the team, but they also wanted him on the team. And I think that pretty much defines the kind of player he is away from the field. Ultimately, he's going to end up playing third base, I think. I don't know how long he can play shortstop. He'd be really mad that I said that. But I do think, the length of this contract is going to probably put him at third or maybe even first down the road. But he's still, as we talked about earlier, Greg.
How about second, B.A.? Could he play second?
Yeah, I don't think you would want him at second base. I don't even think that would – he could play anything, but that wouldn't be he's got such a strong arm, you wouldn't want to you wouldn't need him there, and he's not going to have – the reason you move him off short is the range, and then, second basemen need to have range these days with no more overshifting on. So, it's a great move for him, and I'm glad he's paid, and, he'll have wild swings. He's going to hit for power. There's not many shortstops that do that. Defensively, the metrics do not like him. I would say it's the one anomaly that I've seen. I'm not a strong believer in defensive metrics at all times. I think they tell a good story, but not always the perfect story. And I think you'll see with your own eyes. He makes plays, and he makes all the routine plays, and he's got a great arm, and he's just a terrific quarterback on the field as well. He's got everybody in the right position. He knows just when to go to the mound to talk to a pitcher or a pep talk or he's kind of the whole package for me. I love the guy.
Yeah, he had 32 homers last year and 33 doubles, but he did strike out 173 times, 165 the year before, 166 the year before that. Just watching him on Baseball Savant and watching him, he does have a little bit of a leg lift, but he does get the front leg down on time. When you say you'll see some wild swings, does he go out of the strike zone? He doesn't walk a lot. Can he get on top of a high fastball? Where are all these strikeouts coming?
Yeah, let me clarify that. Swings as in hot and cold swings, not his particular swing. You know, obviously
he's streaky.
His actual swing is going to be, it is a lot of moving parts, and he hits with a lot of power. He's got great opposite field power, too. I don't think he'll hit as many home runs in San Francisco and the types of ballparks in the West generally, but, he'll be a 20-25 home run guy, but I do think he'll hit for a higher average there than he did in Milwaukee. Milwaukee's just so inviting, and he is, he's the alpha dog of that lineup. Yelich has been that, but he needed to produce, and he needed to hit homers. He's going to need to do that too, but he won't have to do that. He'll have help in the lineup with the Giants. So, I think he'll be a better hitter in San Francisco because he'll kind of have to be. But yeah, I think his swing's pretty complicated. It's a big swing that he's got a big leg kick. He can, have these wild inconsistencies where you don't feel like he's ever going to get another hit, but then he can carry a team for a month. So, you got to live with that. Hopefully he gets off to a good start because I know he's a kind of conscientious player that is going to want to live up to the contract. There are two kind of players that sign big deals. The ones that stop working, kind of mail it in, and now they've gotten paid, and they'll just be what they're going to be. And then the guy that really wants to over-prepare and overwork to live up to the contract. And sometimes those players can put a little bit of pressure on themselves in a new environment. But, when he got traded from Tampa Bay to Milwaukee, he was great right away, and I suspect with a full start up with spring training, getting to know him and his new teammates, he'll be good right out of the gates for the Giants is my guess.
Brian Anderson, kind enough to spend some time with us here on a Thursday to talk about Willie Adamas, among many other things. And BA, I know that a lot of what you just said is probably going to fit into your answer to this question, but I feel like you're the perfect person to ask this, having spent so much time watching Adamas in Milwaukee. We've heard a lot about and broke down why Willie Adamas is a good fit for the Giants, but why could the Giants be a good fit for Willie Adamas?
Well, you paid a big number, and I think that mattered to him because he's kind of fallen under the respect line. I think inside the game, people respect him and love him. I don't think he's gotten probably his due, that he's deserved as one of the elites. There's always everybody's got a but on his name, either like, yeah, he's this, but this, he's this, but his defensive metrics. I don't really feel like he's gotten that. So I think the money was important, and let's not pretend that it's not. But the Giants came in heavy knowing that he'd be the kind of player. I know, like, I would always have conversations with Craig Counsell and Aaron Boone and Alex Cora and, teams that would spend money, and they all rave about him, and he was a target, so he was going to have options. So that's first and foremost, and and then I think San Francisco is a good fit for him with a pitching staff, and he's a good leader there, and I think he's stepping into a situation. I know he has a great deal of respect for Buster Posey. He is a baseball junkie, so that group of players, I don't know if you remember this reaction. You can Google it real quick. But there was a reaction when the Brewers played the Yankees and Derek Jeter was at the ballpark. And Willie, like, as a fan, was like a 12-year-old boy trying to get time with Derek Jeter. And I think that group of players from that era, because he watched so much baseball as a teenager trying to develop his game, he consumed it like crazy. And so guys like Buster Posey matter in the Willie Adamas ecosystem. And so I think those are probably the two biggest reasons, the cash and the Buster Posey factor. And then, he's got a place where he can play shortstop. Ultimately, I think you'll probably have to move him, but right away he'll play short, and he can have a great impact. And there is a Milwaukee tie with Zach Manassian.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's a connection there with Milwaukee and knowing the fit. So I do think he'll be a great fit there. And, there's going to be a lot of focus on his offense, but just watch him. He's the first guy at the park. He holds everybody accountable. I think he and Chapman are just going to be – that left side is going to be amazing. And he works. He's a worker. He never breaks down. He wants to play every day. He's there early every day. It's not just the games that he plays every day. It's the fact that he's there doing all the little early drill work before batting practice. And, he's a big reason why Bryce Terang won a Gold Glove. He's a big reason why the Brewers infielders, Joey Ortiz is another guy. He had those young guys out there all the time. He's kind of the playing version of Ron Washington. So you'll see that. You'll see he's the guy who loves the ballpark. He's a gym rat for ball players, and he's constantly working on his defensive game, his footwork, his glove game, his hands, all of that. So, yes, there's a lot of focus on his offense, but he changes games with his glove and his positioning and his studying of opposing pitchers, his own pitcher, all of that from the defensive side, too. It's not just the offensive game.
And we are going to take you to Oracle Park Live at 11:30 for the introductory press conference of Willie Adamas, who just signed the richest deal in the history of the franchise, 7 years at 182. Buster got 9 for 167. You mentioned Chapman. That left side of the infield is going to be around for a while. He got 6 years, 151. So for now, it's the biggest deal in the history of the franchise. And that leads to, and you mentioned Zach Manassian, he'll be at the dais today with Buster and Bob Melvin and Willie Adamas. So there may be a question, if it's appropriate, to ask about Corbin Burns. You know Corbin well. Last year picked in Baltimore, obviously, but you saw him in Milwaukee and you do all the games nationally. And boy, the Max Fried deal going to the Yankees, BA, 8 years at $218 million. The word on the street is that Burns is going to get more, maybe 220 and north of that. Some of the numbers, strikeout total, velocity down a little bit from a few years ago in 2022 when you saw him every day, and the year before when he won a Cy. Just what are your thoughts on Corbin Burns, giving him possibly an 8 or 9 year deal?
Yeah, that's a risky one for me. I like Corbin a lot. I would say we haven't really seen the full Corbin Burns experience yet because, I feel like, right or wrong, my own observation, but I feel like he's throttled back a little bit trying to get to free agency. So not unlike a lot of the big name starting pitchers over the last few years. That's been a thing that's real the last few seasons, that pitchers are, 6 innings, even though they may have 80 pitches or 90 pitches and they're not coming back out. I don't know if that'll change. Corbin had a really good postseason start this year. He needed that desperately because there were questions about, his postseason. 2 years ago, he was really bad with the Brewers. As a pitcher, stuff-wise, he's got the best stuff in baseball, in my opinion. And he's from the area, obviously, Bay Area guy, and Northern California guy anyway. And I think San Francisco is kind of ideal for him. And you sign Willie Adamas and you sign Corbin Burns, all of a sudden the Giants become, they become a contender to the Dodgers immediately, in my opinion. So it's a little more risky, but I think that's going to be the case no matter what when you're dealing with starting pitchers. Corbin's all business. He's the opposite of Willie Adamas. You'll see today, it'll be the snarky thing to say after you witness this press conference today is that, why wouldn't this guy, Willie Adamas, be happy after signing for what he signed for? But I'll tell you what you see today is what he is every day. He's joyful every day comes to the park. And then on the other side of that is Corbin, who I like a lot and have great interactions with, but he's all business, man. And there's not a whole lot of buddying up with Corbin Burns. He's a preparation hound. He's constantly buried in the laptop looking at the numbers. working on his own game, his own pitching, very focused, not a touch-feely guy. Like he's going to be hard to be a fan favorite. Now he's going to have great success, so it becomes an easy fan favorite if you're having success. Willie Adamas is just a fan favorite because he's like the most likable guy, and I was with him 3.5 years, never saw him have a bad day ever. Shows up every single day, just like shot out of a cannon. It's really amazing. You're not going to get that with Corbin, and so you don't really need that. You need success on the mound. But, there is, when you're signing contracts like that and you become face of franchise type players, there is a certain media responsibility. They're not going to other people's lockers after tough losses or bad times when you're making that kind of money. So I don't know if Corbin is ideally suited for that. He'll certainly answer every question thoughtfully, but he's not going to give you the all warm and fuzzies. That's for sure. He is all business, man, which I actually respect about him. So, yeah, that's going to be a really interesting decision, of who decides to commit that kind of money for Corbin Burns, who, there's no question he's an elite pitcher in the game right now.
One more for you, BA, and it's on the basketball front. Did you get a chance to catch the end of Rockets-Warriors last night? That's been a big topic in the first hour here today.
Yeah, man. That's a major discussion point. Yeah, Bill Kennedy falls probably third on that list for me. I don't know where you guys are. That was a rough foul to see. I'm shocked that was called, but there are other things that kind of led to that didn't even need to happen. But, right. Man, Steph not shooting as early as he did first, and then, the scrum on the floor, and why not just try to take a timeout, or maybe GP doesn't know they have timeout. I don't know. I would love to get answers.
Or just hold the ball. They just make them foul.
Yeah, covered up. Yeah. Just covered up, and
it was brutal.
Whatever, take the jump ball. Gary Payton can almost out-jump anybody on the floor. So,
yeah. Can you clarify one thing for me? It's different than the NFL. When there's a challenge in the NFL and it goes under for review, it goes back to New York. And Walt Anderson's there and Mark Butterworth. Monty McCutcheon's not in Secaucus or somebody.
Yeah, somebody, Kane Fitzgerald. Kane's in that role now.
So if you did challenge, would that go to Kane Fitzgerald in Secaucus, or would that go to Bill Kennedy? Who would make the ruling if you challenge the play?
The way I've always understood it, with different than MLB, where MLB totally takes over in New York, they are giving the instructions to the remote, let's call them the on-field or umpires in baseball. In basketball, in the NBA, it's a little different. It still is just a suggestion of what we're seeing. There's obviously some level of coercion going on because they're seeing it. But I think it's still ultimately Bill Kennedy's decision. So that's why they all look at it. If you notice the rhythm of that, it's always two guys on a headset. The one guy stands back to kind of control the benches, to monitor the benches. Then that other guy, that third guy, will go and put the headset on, and then they will confer. So there's a different kind of rhythm in the NBA, but I don't think you can just say, that's all Bill Kennedy's decision, but you also can't say it's all Kane Fitzgerald's decision either, because it's not. I think it's a collaborative, what I see, what you see, what I saw on the floor is this, and I think there is a lot of dialogue in that, so it's not definitive like it is in baseball, where the call literally comes from New York. It does not happen that way in the
In the old days, the call would have come from David Stern's apartment. He would have called and said, I want Steph Curry in Vegas. BA needs ratings. Why are we knocking the Warriors out on that call? What are you doing?
It's true. It's true. That was definitely, Houston's an up-and-coming team, and I think all that's in play. We were told ESPN was taking the Warriors no matter what. So no matter who they matched up against, what kind of left us with the East for our game. So we're, just so you know, Saturday we're splitting the day. So TNT will have the first game, which is 1:30 Pacific, and then ESPN is going to have the evening game, which will now be the Rockets Oklahoma City game. So believe me, that crossed my mind. It's like, hey, are we going to get Houston now in the night game? But ESPN ended up sticking with Houston OKC anyway.
BA, we really appreciate your time. We'll have to do this again, and hate to make this so short because I wish I could ask you about 5 more questions.
He's the best. He's the best.
But no, this was great. We appreciate it, and this will not be the last time.
Well, I'll be looking for that black and white 13-inch Magnavox TV at my door here soon.
You don't want conspiracy, Greg Ken? Who's the most famous sports Greg LeMond, right? Greg LeMond, Greg Louganis.
That's it.
I don't know. We got to figure it out.
Nobody better than Greg Papa, though.
Greg Silver is much better.
No, not a chance.
PA, we love you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We'll see you soon.
I'll
be there January 2nd, Papa.
All right, I'll mark it down.
Okay.
Mark it down. Where am I January 2nd? Getting ready for a football game.
January 2nd, I'll be marking that one as well. That'll be
right after the Lions game.
Oh,
we go back to work that day.
That's right.
All right, PA. Love you, brother.
All right, cool. Well, we'll take a break now so we can get to JB Long, play-by-play voice for the Los Angeles Rams. And always love these play-by-play showdowns, but it's going to be the first time where I know both people. So really looking forward to having JB on the show. That's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
2 minutes to go in regulation. Stafford from the shotgun, looking left, throws right, receiver screen, caught, blocked, touchdown, Puka Nacua! Touchdown LA! With 1:54 remaining, a receiver screen for a 2-possession lead over the Buffalo Bills. What a call from Sean McVay coming out of the 2-minute warning.
Hey, I've heard that touchdown LA a few times before, and I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we welcome in our good friend JB Long, play-by-play voice of the LA Rams for ESPN 710 Los Angeles. JB joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, and I got to tell you, JB, as we welcome you in, they just put up in the studio that we're in the Week 3 matchup on Fox, the full replay, and you should have seen Greg Papa's face as that rose to the screen.
Well, as long as you dip out with like 3 minutes to go, you should enjoy the rest of your day. That was a pretty good one for the San Francisco 49ers, as I remember, before that Moody miss.
Yeah, I watched it back last night, and I think I would stop it on the 4th and 6 when you guys ran the fake punt, is where the whole game turned. But just the word about that game before we get into the present day, because you guys were 0-2 going into that game, the tough loss in Detroit, and Puka got hurt, and then you just got run on, trampled on by James Conner in Arizona. Had you not come back and won the game, now the Bears and Packers games may have gone differently, but you would have dropped 0-3 for the first time since you were the St. Louis Rams way back when, and then maybe you're 0-5. I mean, how different would your season have been had the Niners not let you guys come back from 2 touchdown leads twice, JB?
Greg, I always take it as a good sign when I'm thinking along the same lines as your brilliant brain. And I kind of wrote down a few things this morning about how San Francisco has made a habit of saving its season against the Rams. 22, 21 most notably, and even 2020 when the Niners didn't get to the postseason, but with a losing record beat the Rams twice, are the ones that are fresh in my mind. And the reason I think you and I both bring that up is because of what you just said. Had the Rams not won that game in Week 3, it's lights out. It might be end of an era. Because they won, they stayed afloat long enough to get healthy, to get back to 500, and for the first time now have a winning record. Can they turn the tables on the 49ers? Can this be the year where wins over San Francisco set them on a postseason course, maybe even to win the West? We'll see. We'll find out before the night is through. I still think the possibility is there for the 49ers to return the favor and continue that narrative up here in Santa Clara.
So, JB, it's no secret that Matthew Stafford is not someone you want to face in a close fourth quarter. He's obviously had a lot of clutch drives dating back to his days in Detroit, but typically he has struggled against the San Francisco 49ers. Now, you look at a game like last week when he had protection and his weapons and that quick release, he could do whatever he wanted. What do you think accounts for some of the struggles against Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers with Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, it's the whole cocktail. It's often playing from behind, chasing the game because the 49ers have grabbed the lead, have flexed their running muscles and shortened the game on them. It's the pass rush and the fact that, after the Andrew Whitworth era at tackle especially, I think the Niners have really punctured his pocket and given him fits in that regard. And then it's disruptors at all 3 levels of the defense, and I know some of them are uncertain tonight, but seeing Hufanga back last week against the Bears made a big difference on the field for the Niners, of course, and I think he torments Matthew Stafford and opposing quarterbacks. Fred Warner, best linebacker in the game, similarly. So I think all those ingredients are there. It's usually more than just an individual matchup. But I think that's why he has been so successful lately and why he was able to put his best career game as a Ram statistically on the field against the Buffalo Bills, because they lost the coin toss, got the football first, and went down and scored a touchdown, blocked a punt to make it a 2-score lead, and Sean McVay, with the lead, when he can get deep into his play sheet, is every bit as good as Kyle Shanahan and the best to do it in this game.
No, he schemed up a great game. All those bunch formations and motioning to bunches back on September the 22nd. And there were Levi's today, and there's full respect for Matthew Stafford in this building, even though he's thrown some picks and they've beaten him some. He's elite. And Week 3, he did it without Puka and without Cooper. So, but I do want to ask you about Puka Nacua and just what he's become. He's listed at 205 pounds in your media guy. What does he actually weigh? That guy's got to go 2 1/4. I mean, the way he runs through everybody, the way he blocks. He's not blazing speed, but he catches every contested ball. I mean, he wears 17. He reminds everybody down there I know of Robert Woods. But to me, Robert Woods is a really good player when he was healthy. This guy's a monster. Just tell me about Puka.
You know, I was talking to my wife about this today, and you guys know I grew up in this neck of the woods, and I remember watching commercials with those crash test dummies. You have a visual of what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's how Puka Nacua plays football. The way that he peels himself up off the turf over and over again, especially for a guy who had a reputation for being injury-prone at BYU, I think has been not the untold story of his first 2 years, but probably the part that he doesn't get enough credit for. He throws his face in the fan, not just through the passing game, but in the running game, competing like a Cooper Kupp as well. Drops were an issue last year, like even setting rookie records for catches and yards. He put a few on the grass, and he had a drop as soon as he came back from his injury middle of this season too, and he's been nearly spotless since. Like not just making the plus catches, which he's done 4 straight weeks, absolute highlight reel outside the catch radius grabs, but making the sure thing, I think has really benefited his connection with Matthew Stafford. And then just to finish the thought on what he gives you, because you're right, he plays more like 220, 225. The Rams knew through his pre-draft evaluation that they could add weight to his frame because he could sustain it. But what they did with him in the running game against Buffalo is a secret ingredient. Like when you get him on those jet sweeps and you have to tackle a Clydesdale with your corners, that's a real problem for opposing defenses.
Talking to JB Long here on the Uma guest line, play-by-play voice for the Los Angeles Rams. Super Bowl winning play-by-play voice, I might add. We've talked about Puka Nacua this week, and does he remind you of Robert Woods? They're sharing the same number, the way he's put on weight, and the way he just runs over people. I mean, Robert Woods had a smaller frame, but we've drawn a lot of comparison between these two with how they fit in the Sean McVay scheme.
Yeah, I think that was the best case scenario. And to be honest, I think he's met it and exceeded it in 2 years. They're different in that Robert still had like track speed. Like when Robert found his top gear, he was pretty impressive. He was underrated quick. Nacua is just a runaway freight train when he gets separation and he gets the football in his hands. The number's a good comparison. The way they tandem with Cooper Kupp throughout their careers and bring out the best in him and vice versa, I think that all fits together. I think that checks out. I think Larry Fitzgerald is another comparison that I saw some people make this week, and I think is probably apt. I think there's an evolution of Cooper Kupp's game at 31 that reminds me of the way that Larry Fitzgerald continued to be a factor even after he probably lost, the top-end juice that made him one of the best to ever do it in Arizona. So, comparison is probably the thief of joy. What I love about Cooper and Puka is that even if the baton has traded 1 to 2, they still team so well together, and this will be the first night that they play on the field at the same time against the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, a lot's been made of John Lynch and the success getting late-round guys in the 5th round in particular. And obviously, Puka's a 5th-round pick. Cooper Kupp out of Eastern Washington, where he played with Kendrick Bourne, a 3rd-round pick. Ivan Williams, a 5th-round pick. And the guys you got last year, what a draft getting Puka. But you got, Byron Young and Kobe Turner. And the 1st-round pick this year, Jared Verse, is just a monster. So strong, and then Braden Fisk as well. Talk about the front a little bit, and then since we last saw you, Darius Williams is back at corner. Tre'Davious White just wasn't going to make it off the Achilles and the ACL, JB, and he's gone now. So Darius seems like the guy, but without Kobe Durant tonight, out with a chest injury, what are you guys thinking as far as the cornerback room around Darius Williams?
Yeah, so I'll kind of work back to front if that's okay with you where you left.
Sure.
Kobe Durant has been the best corner on the team this year, especially lately, coverage-wise, but also he'll mix it up a little bit on the perimeter in the running game, and so this is a night that it's really tough not to have him. Darius settled things down when he came off injured reserve in Week 5. That was the inflection point where this young defense turned a corner, and the defense carried the Rams through the middle of the season. They allowed the Rams to get back on level footing. They allowed the Rams to find themselves on offense like they did last week. But I think the defense has also, in terms of performance, come back down to earth a little bit. You score in 4 straight games on defense, you're bound to regress to the mean, and I think that's the point where the Rams are on defense right now. And then I think there's 2 potential narratives, and you tell me which one you think at the end of tonight could play out. Either this young defensive front might be hitting a bit of a rookie wall, and a short week turnaround after they could not get to Josh Allen, could not keep up with him, bears out again against an underrated, elusive quarterback like Purdy coming off his best game. Or, with the left tackle situation being in with Trent Williams, I know that Jalen Moore's put some good reps on tape. Is this the moment where number 8 in Royal and Soul, Jared Verse, really seals his NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year credentials by having a big game and disrupting what the Niners want to do?
That's going to be an interesting one to look at. And Jared Verse with Trent Williams possibly, still don't know his status for sure. Well, that'll be a good one to watch. JB, we've had a lot of connections to the college football playoff with the now 12 teams in. So every guest or anyone in the office who's got an association, we have to ask about that. Do you and your fellow staff writer, Stu Jackson, have a serious wager going on for December 20th?
We haven't gotten around to that yet. To be honest, I probably haven't watched the Fighting Irish as closely as I should have and needed to. I might have checked out just a little bit after that home loss to NIU, if I'm being honest. So I think Stu is the more loyal college football fan, more loyal to his alma mater than I probably have been. But we are going east next week. We're going to face Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. So there's still a scenario where we take off a little bit early after checking that weather forecast, catch the Friday night game under the lights in South Bend, and then just keep going to the Meadowlands. We'll see.
I like it.
How fun would that be? Welcome home, brother. What time are you guys rolling over here?
I think about 2 o'clock or so, thereabouts. We're staying in San Jose. Got a nice walk in this morning. It's great to be back down here. I almost made it to the blue track of Bellarmine College Preparatory, but I heard they took my statue down recently, so I figured why bother.
Why would they do that?
Bellarmine Bell.
JB, we really appreciate the time. Looking forward to reconnecting in person a little bit later, and have a great call tonight. I will let you and Papa decide how that rivalry is going to play out.
Well, it's good to be friends with the guy down the hall in the other booth and admire and respect him. That always makes this more fun. See you guys soon.
We'll see you tonight, JB.
JB Long, play-by-play for the Los Angeles Rams on ESPN 710 Los Angeles. But if you're in the area, of course, you should listen to 104.5 and 680, where you can hear Greg Papa and Tim Ryan, who's going to join us around 12 o'clock. We'll go ahead and take a break now. We're going to do some prep for the Willie Adamas introductory presser, which should be coming up around 11:30, so we'll make sure to get both breaks in before that. And talk a little bit about Willie Adamas, what we heard from Brian Anderson, and the joy of what to expect. I kind of feel bad being the steal your girl guy now, with Brian Anderson being the ex-boyfriend, but we'll touch on that on the other side. It's Papa and Silver getting ready for Niners-Rams on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is the day that things change in the Bay. Okay, I hate myself. Don't hate me. Willie Adamas, his introductory press conference today, live at 11:30 on your home of San Francisco Giants baseball. KNBR, the sports leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting family and friends is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday or Monday Night Football. Get ready for an elevated game night. Game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are well underway now, and now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailers. So support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Couple of Gregs getting ready for 49ers and Rams on Thursday Night Football. But first, we're going to have the first introductory press conference for Willie Adamas wearing number 2 as a San Francisco Giant. Super quick segment here, Papa, but after talking to Brian Anderson about 25 minutes ago and just hearing who Willie is as a person, ultimately it's going to be about who he is on the field. But to hear what his work ethic is like and the kind of leader he is for a team that's got a lot of young talent, I mean, this is really exciting news here.
Without a doubt. And it's going to be Willie Adamas' show. He's not Adonis, a Greek god, but he is going to be a force in the middle of the lineup, Adamas. So you heard B.A. talk about his personality and his magnetism and also, you know, his love of Derek Jeter. So he is going to wear number 2. He wore 27 as a Milwaukee Brewer. You can't wear 27 with the Giants, obviously. The Dominican dandy, the great Juan Marichal, wore 27. That's retired. 1 is available. There was rumors and reports that he would wear 1. I'm sure they'll ask him why he's going to choose 2, but I think, judging by people close to him, that it's because of his appreciation for Derek Jeter and playing shortstop. So we'll get a little more of the personality of Willie Adamas, but really also, this is Buster Posey's show. Zach Manassian will be up there. Bob Melvin will be up there. I'm sure Matt Chisholm from the Giants PR department, media relations, will open it with a introduction, and probably it'll be Buster that'll speak first. So The last time Buster was in this room, October the 1st, he was being introduced by Greg Johnson. It was, hi, I'm Buster Posey. Remember me? I'm going to run the show. Now it's, hi, I'm Buster Posey, and this is the guy that I just signed. So it's a different role. I think Buster's so comfortable just doing what he does, but we'll be listening to Willie Adamas very closely, but also listening to Buster Posey today.
And it will be Erwin Higueros, the MC, the Director of Hispanic Communications and Marketing, and also Spanish radio broadcaster with Tito Fuentes. So what we'll do now is we'll go ahead and take our break because it's not just Walter back in the studio. We have Walter and Cole, and I can deal with disappointing Walter, but I can't deal with disappointing both of them. So we'll go ahead. We'll take a break. We'll get you Willie Adamas on time. Stay tuned if you are in your car, if you're on the app, wherever you stream the Sports Leader. We got Willie Adamas' first words as a San Francisco Giant coming up. It's Papa and Silver here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR, and Joe Montana himself is kicking off the holiday season by signing bottles of Gold Bar whiskey across the Bay Area. So visit your local liquor store and check the shelves for Gold Bar whiskey. You might find an autographed bottle from Joe waiting just for you. So call your local retailer and ask if they stock Joe Montana's gift packs, the perfect holiday gift for any 49er fan or whiskey lover. And make sure to visit the Gold Bar Distillery and Tasting Room on Treasure Island to take your holiday spirit to the next level. Rated the top 50 restaurant in San Francisco. And you can join us for a hands-on cocktail mixing class of where you're going to learn how to make 3 different cocktails and learn the tips and tricks of the trade. No experience necessary. Just know how to drink, and they'll teach you how to make a cocktail. It's a 90-minute class. It's the perfect holiday activity or gift. No more boring holiday plans. Book now at goldbarwhiskey.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
And we're back. It's Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver on a 49ers Thursday night game, but the attention right now shifts to Willie Adamas, who is minutes away from heading to the podium for his introductory press conference as a San Francisco Giant. We also have another intro press conference going on right now. It's Bill Belichick accepting the UNC job. How about Belichick taking a college football job?
Yeah, not surprising. I wonder what if he got feelers from some of the prominent owners like Jerry Jones, the McCaskey family in Dallas and Chicago about their jobs. But he's, college football is different. 5-year deal, $10 million a year. Obviously, get paid more in the NFL, but it's good for him. He just loves ball. So we're watching that from Chapel Hill, obviously, and then Willie Adamas any minute is going to be introduced in San Francisco after signing the largest contract in the history of the franchise. He'll be flanked by, obviously Buster Posey, who did the one that signed him, and Bob Melvin, and Zach Manassian, and we knew from his days in Milwaukee. So it is interesting. If Boros had signed a player, he'd be up there with his people on the dais. That's just the way Scott kind of rolls. CAA did represent Willie Adamas, and Gio Rodriguez from their Latin division is the guy who did it. He lives in Arizona, so he's the one that did the deal. But it's just different how different agents, some sit in the back of the room and listen, and a guy like Scott Boras sits right there and takes credit for it as well. But the Giants may sign a Boras guy. He's got so many. Pete Alonso, obviously we talked to BA about Corbin Burns. I mean, he represents like everybody that hits free agency in baseball, including Matt Chapman, but he did not represent Willie Adamas. That is CAA, who Corbin Burns used to have. So associations are obviously very important. I'm sure Jeff Berry from CAA, now he's retired, who now works for the Giants. So Zach Manassian will be up there, and Jeff will not. But we'll be listening very closely to what Willie Adamas has to say. We expect that magnetic personality that we've heard so much about to resonate through the airwaves, but also Buster. This is Buster's first big signing. Last time he was in that room, October the 1st, he was being introduced as the head of baseball operations, and here he is, December the 12th. He's the one that's going to lead the deal as the guy who signed Willie Adamas.
Well, I also liked BA's comparison of he's like a playing version of Ron Washington, because this is a team that has young talent, and I know there was a big whole play the youth movement going on in the early stages of last Giants season, but you had Elliot Ramos come in and be an all-star. You got guys like Casey Schmidt who kind of have yet to fully take form, but I know you're very high on. There's still Marco Luciano is a possibility, Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald. So a lot of guys that could be solid infielders for this team, and I think it's good to have a guy like Willie Adamas. And it sounds like we're about 45 seconds away, so we'll make sure to not filibuster too long and get you everything you need to hear from Willie Adamas. But look, it's ultimately going to matter, Papa, what translates to the field, but the veteran leadership, that alongside Matt Chapman, it's not just what you can get defensively on the left side of the infield. It could be a really good veteran foundation for the new Buster Posey era.
Without a doubt, and Buster was instrumental in signing Chap to the 6-year, $151 million extension late in the year, and now Adamas is the only contract that's of more value than Buster himself signing the 167. So Willie Adamas got the 182, which will be, and I think what BA was mentioning, just his leadership as around Washington, mentoring so many great infielders in baseball. There was with Oakland or with the Braves or managing the Angels. He has that presence there. And Willie's a young guy. He's at age 28. The one thing that BA said that we'll wonder if somebody like John Shea always asks the tough questions about a position switch. He did sign a 7-year deal. Is he going to be able to play shortstop for 7 years or 7 months, or how long do they see him playing short? And you just signed Chapman, so you're not going to move him to third, you don't think. Could they flip on the left side of the infield? Could Adamas play first base, or could you get Eldridge there, or could he play second base? So we'll find out in about 15 seconds when we go to Oracle Park for the introductory press conference of Willie Adamas.
Willie Adamas will be introduced, number 2 for the San Francisco Giants, as he is walking up to the podium for the first time, and we will turn it over right there to listen in.
I think Erwin Higueras is running this, right? Not a Matt Chisholm Trail production. Erwin will take the lead on this today.
As we introduce Willie Adamas into the Giants organization, first I want to welcome Willie's parent,
Romulo and Zoeida, his sister Nisali, his trainer Angel Gonzalez, his agent Gio Rodriguez, his best friend Elias Torres, his godfather Juan Collado, also Giants CEO Larry Bear, members of the Giants ownership group that are here to welcome Willie Adamas. Buenos días a todos y gracias por acompañarnos hoy mientras hacemos la presentación oficial de Willie Adamas a la organización de los Gigantes. Primero quiero darle la bienvenida a los papás de Willie, Rómulo y Zoeida, su hermana Nisali, su entrenador Ángel González, su agente Gio Rodríguez, su mejor amigo Elías Torres, su padrino Juan Collado, a Larry Bear, director ejecutivo de los Gigantes y grupo de dueños que están presentes hoy. Joining us today in the dais is President of Baseball Operations Buster Posey, Giants General Manager Zach Minassian, Giants Manager Bob Melvin, and our new shortstop Willie Adamas. Today's program will feature opening remarks from Buster and Willie, a jersey presentation and photo opportunity, and then we'll get into questions. So, Buster.
All right, thanks. Thanks, everyone. What a great day for San Francisco Giants baseball. I was anxious to get up here. We had the winter meetings, and I was ready to be up here a couple of days sooner. But I just want to say, I think it goes without saying how excited we are for Willie to be a part of the Giants for the next 7 years. Tremendous defender, tremendous offensive player. But I've said it over and over again, we have all heard just about the person and how great a person this is. I think Craig Counsell, I read, said that he's a unique connector of people. And that really struck me because I think to win championships, you have to have personalities like Willie that they're able to identify with everybody in the clubhouse. And that's not just players. I heard from multiple people that Willie treats everybody with the utmost respect. He plays with energy, he plays with joy, and I know that our fans are going to just be thrilled to watch him compete on a daily basis. So I want to thank ownership for helping us get this done as well, and their commitment to put a great team on the field. Gio, thank you for your work in helping us get this done. It's great to see your family here today as well, and look forward to getting to know you guys over the years. So I'll turn it over to Willie.
Thank you, Buster. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm really happy, so excited for this opportunity. Obviously, there's no words to describe my feeling right now, and to be here in this city, beautiful city. I'm just so happy to be here, happy to, go out there on the field and, give my 100% every day and, play for Bob. I mean, everybody's so good about him. I'm so excited about that. And I just wanted to take the ownership and you, Buster, for making it happen, Zach. This is, a dream come true for me. And like I said, I'm thrilled to be here, man. I'm so excited. And hopefully we can win a few championships like you did. And that's one of the main reasons I'm here. And I'm so excited, and thank you, everybody, for being here today.
That's great. All right, let's get the jersey photos. You guys can hold this corner up, get a couple pictures.
If you're listening right now, they are taking the introductory
a little nervous
pictures.
about this, so.
Yeah, am I supposed to put it on here?
I don't know.
Number 2, 27's gone for Juan Marichal, obviously. Could have worn number 1. That's available. They haven't retired that. I know current Giant has number 1, but I think his affinity of Derek Jeter, the captain.
It looks amazing.
Looks good.
All right, we'll open up for questions. Maverick and Mariana have microphones, so please raise your hand.
Hey, Willie. Susan Slessor from the San Francisco Chronicle. Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What were your impressions of Buster when you first started talking to the Giants, and how much did kind of getting a sense of what he wants to do here influence your decision?
I think that was the biggest reason that I'm here. Obviously, what he accomplished here as a player was such a dream, and I was growing up when I was watching that, but it was such a great run. Those championships were amazing, and for me it was just like it looked like they had a family here. Like the group of guys they had was such an amazing group, it looks like, and I want to build something like that while I'm here. So I think he's gonna bring the right guys to the clubhouse, and then it's gonna be up to us to do what they did as a player. But I'm really excited just to be the guy here for him, and just to try to help him to create that winning culture here again. And I'm excited for Bob just to play for him every day. And like I say, I think they're gonna build the right team here and the right culture. So I'm really excited about that.
Hi, Willie. Sam Lubman, 95.7 The Game. Obviously, I'm sure when Buster was making the pitch, he was talking about the current state of the team right now. But you're gonna be here for 7 years. So when making the pitch about the future of this ball club, what about the future, where this club's going, was appealing enough to you to want to be here for the next 7 years?
Yeah, I mean they have a really talented young group of guys that I watched last year, and I think that they could be superstars here. And obviously he's not gonna be done bringing guys here that can help us win. And I think with the talent that they have here in the system, we can accomplish really special things. And I'm really excited about that. I'm really thrilled with the guys that they have, the young guys that they have. I mean, I think they're gonna be superstars, and I want to be part of that.
Justice.
Hey, Willie, Justice De Los Santos, San Jose Mercury News. Welcome to San Francisco.
Thank you.
Obviously, one of your former teammates in Milwaukee, Corbin Burns, is a lucrative free agent right now. Have you had any communication with him since joining the organization? What would be your pitch to join the organization?
Well, I haven't talked to him, but I would definitely give him a call, after today. I mean, obviously, you always want a guy like him, and you're always going to have guys that are going to compete out there for you, and having a guy like that, it will be such an amazing addition. But that's something that is not in my hands, and obviously there's a lot of work to do for that. But I will give him a call definitely later.
Hey, Willie, congratulations. Brian Murphy from KNBR, the Giants flagship. It's now looked at by the fans and the media that you and Matt Chapman are sort of the guys. You're on the left side of the infield. Can you speak to a relationship? Have you known each other? Did you talk? Do you see each other as leaders of this club?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I talked to him for the last few days. We've been talking a lot, and played against him. It's always great because he's a competitor. He's always go out there and compete and give his 100%. And he's he looks like a leader. I never played with him, but I'm really excited to play along his side and pick up his brain and just learn from him and try to help each other. And I think we could lead this young group of guys to be a professional, to be a great guy in the clubhouse, and just to go out there and compete every day. And if you have guys like that in the clubhouse, you're gonna be winning for sure.
Willie, what have your impressions been of the city and the ballpark over the years? How do you like this as a place to play?
Yeah, I mean, the ballpark is so beautiful. It's such an amazing ballpark, and obviously every time we come here, we enjoy coming here. This city is such a diverse city and such a big city, and I really liked how it's been looking for the last year or so, and I think that's one of the reasons that I wanted to come here, because it looks like it's going back to what it was, and I'm really excited about that. I think we could build something here, something special that people can start coming back, and I'm excited about that.
Manolo.
¿Qué tal, Willie? Bienvenido. Manolo Hernández Duén, Béisbol por Gotas. Willie, in Buster Posey's description, he not only, feel happy about your talent as a player, defensively and offensively, but also because you are a very good person, a very good clubhouse guy. We can notice that because the wonderful family surrounding you right here today. Is this something you're very especially proud of? And how important is this to be for a professional athlete to also be a very good human being?
I think for me that comes first, come first to be a great human being. I mean, I got to thank my parents for that. They raised me the right way, to try to treat everybody the same. It doesn't matter what you do. And I think that's something that I'm really proud of, just to be the same guy every day, to be kind, just to, give love back to people, because, there's a lot of hate out there, and I don't really like that. So I'm just trying to be genuine, just try to, be a great person. And for me, just being a great human being, good things are going to come to you and to your family and to your people that are around you. So that's who, I want to be, and something that I want to be remembered of. It's just being a great human being and just having a good heart.
Willie, John Shea, San Francisco Chronicle. For fans who might not know a lot about you, what kind of player, in your words, are you, and what do you give every day in terms of effort and accomplishment?
Well, I would say I'm just a competitor, man. I love winning. I hate losing, obviously. And I'm just gonna, be the same guy every day. I'm gonna go out there and try to be better every day, and just to work to help, my teammates, my team to win, and just to be better, man. I feel like every year you can learn and be better for the next year. You can prepare, and that's what like I told Buster, I'm just gonna go out there every day and give you my 100%. I'm gonna try to be as consistent as he gets, and just try to be better, and just try to work to try to help the team to win every day.
Willie, obviously, prior to you, the largest contract in franchise history belonged to the guy sitting to your right. Did that come up in conversation, or when did you come to the realization that you were eclipsing his record?
I didn't know until it was done. I was like, wow. That was kind of crazy to be, because obviously Buster's a Hall of Famer, and I don't even know what to tell you, man. I don't even want to say the wrong words over here, and then I get fired the next day. I just signed the contract.
Janie.
Hola, Willie. Felicidades. Janie Macaulay, La Prensa Asociada. Sí. When Buster just shared that Craig Counsell called you a connector of people, I know you touched on it a little bit with Manolo, but how did you develop those skills of bringing people together, and what does that compliment mean to you, as right along with your baseball skills, but that you bring people together?
I feel like obviously being bilingual, that helps a lot, and I think that's I got to give it to a lot of people. Everybody has a vibe, everybody has energy, and I think when you have a good energy, you're gonna bring the people, so they're gonna come to you and just to try to feed up from that good energy. And I think that's something that, I have. Thank God for that. And it's not something that I work for that, but I think that just come naturally. And like I say earlier, I just try to treat everybody right and try to help everybody to be better. And I think that's why, Counsell said that. I have a lot of respect and love for him, and I think that's why he said that.
Who was an example of that for you as you were growing up? I mean, I know you talked about your family, but was there a baseball player who was that example for you?
I mean, my idol was Derek Jeter, so I think everybody knows that name, and the legacy that he left behind, after he retired, and everybody just talk about the respect that they have for him, and that's something that I'm I have a lot of pride of. When I retire, I want people to remember me as, obviously as a great human being, but as a respected guy, because I treat everybody the right way.
Murph.
Once again, Willie, hi. You're from the Dominican Republic. I want to know the role it plays in who you are, how proud of it you are. Also, coming to a franchise where Juan Marichal, there's a statue of him out there, the Dominican dandy. I don't know if you've ever met him or talked to him. And currently on the roster, I think Camilo Doval from the Dominican. But just how important it is to you, the connection to any Dominicans on the Giants, and have you ever met Juan Marichal?
Yeah, I haven't met him. I haven't had the opportunity to meet that, that legend. He's obviously an icon for our country and for this city. And just to have a guy like him being connected to the Giant, I think it's such a great, feeling for me. And just, having a guy like him, obviously having a statue here and having his number retired. And I think that's such a special thing for us as Dominican and something that I'm proud of as a Dominican. So for me, it's just an honor to play in the team that he played for and, just to represent the country here for this organization and the organization that he played for.
Willie, it sounds like you're pretty good friends with Matt Duffy. Did you talk to him about his
That's
time
my guy.
in San Francisco?
That's my guy. He loved this city. He's, he always talked good about this city, and he's my guy. I call him Flacco because he's not too jack, if you know. But I love that guy. He always say great things about this city, So I'm probably gonna give him a call and tell him that he has to recommend some places here.
And you played in 161 last year. How important is it to play 162? Is that something that you kind of have on your radar?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I want to be out there every day. I want to play every day. That's something that I'm really hard-headed for because, nowadays everybody is like, oh, you got to get a day off. And I'm like, I'm not here to take days off. So I had a hard time last year with Murphy because, I was like, I'm not getting off the field. So I want to let Bob know that I'm going to be playing every day if he lets me.
Willie, congratulations. Stephen Langford, KCBS Radio. You said last offseason you went back to the Dominican Republic to adjust something in your swing. How rewarding was it for you to put that work in, pinpoint an issue, work on it, and then have the season that you had last year? Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, when you work hard for something that you want and then you accomplish it, it's such an amazing feeling. And, I got my guy here. We work the whole off season every day just to try to fix that little thing that was, causing, having a hole in my swing. And I think we still, we just started working like a month ago again, just to try to be better for this year and try to, obviously to put up better numbers. And I'm going to continue. Like I said earlier, every year you learn something. Every year you have something to work on for the next year. And that's what we're doing right now.
How close to you are? Do you have a lot of friends on this team? Do you have any friends on this team? And how good could this team be? You mentioned the word superstars. What do you mean by that? Who are you referring to?
Well, obviously you got Webby, you got Chappie, you got Tyler at second base now. I think those guys are great. You got Elio Ramos, Lee. I think he's going to be a superstar. And like the young talent, a lot of good arms in the bullpen. I think guys like that, like the young guys, when they learn the game, when they learn, when they get a lot of more experience and they get more mature, they're going to, take the next step to be, a superstar. And when I mean a superstar, it doesn't have to be like, oh, you're going to be 10-time All-Star. It's just like, being out there every day competing and just being consistent every day with that, mentality of like, we're going to win tonight, we're going to be better tomorrow, we're going to be better today after every at-bat. And I think for me that defines a superstar. It's just like how hard you work to be better and, how much work you put in to be better. And that's what I mean about being a superstar.
Manolo. Bob, this one is for you. Obviously, last year, your first year as the Giants manager, one of the spots that, was not so easy was shortstop. You had Brandon Crawford. The Giants had Brandon Crawford for so many years. but last year was like kind of a hole there. Now you have one of the best, both offensively and defensively. Could you talk a little bit about the meaning of having Willie Adamas in your team for next year?
Yeah, well, it's not a problem now. I mean, and this is a guy that, I mean, look, every team wants a Willie Adamas on their team, and I think the thing that strikes me the most is when I'd watch him play a couple times a year on the other side was, you know, he never looked like he had a bad day. It always looked like every day was opening day to him. And, you know, that enthusiasm, when your best players are like that, Matt Chapman's like that too, you know, it's easy for everybody to have to fall in and play in that type of style. It's easier said than done, but really for me, that's the thing that struck me the most is how much he loves playing baseball. On top of that, you look at the numbers, and now you're hearing all the narratives from other people that have been around him about what a connector he is in the clubhouse and how good he is for the city. And, you know, now he's got a home that he knows is going to be here for quite some time, and he's going to be absolutely embraced here by the fan base. So there's just a ton of things to love about him. And that's before you talk about 112 RBIs and 161 games and, you know, just a complete player. So we're really lucky to have him.
Thank you, Bob.
We're going to take a couple of more questions. And before you start, I just want to acknowledge that we have two of our Giants broadcasters, Dave Fleming, Dwayne Kuiper, and his brother Glenn. Also, I want to acknowledge that we have quite a few of our front office staff who's standing in the back, just especially to welcome you, Willie.
Thank you. My question's for Buster here. Buster, you've spoken in the past about how during the free agency process, sometimes, you know, an uneasy perception about the city of San Francisco would pop up, and that was just kind of a reality you had to deal with. With this signing, you know, that today being official, how far do you think that goes in terms of kind of changing that perception, in terms of the perception of the city and the perception of this organization's ability to bring in free agents?
Well, I guess it remains to be seen, but I think it goes a long ways. You've got a guy like Willie. I guess Seattle might be the only other furthest place from his home in the DR that he could have gone to, and that he was committed early on in our conversations that this was a place that he wanted to be. That resonated with me, and I feel like I do a decent job of reading people, and when he told me that, that made a big impact on me and the rest of our group, and felt like this is sincere, that this guy wants to be in San Francisco and understands the opportunity and the impact that he can have not only on the ball club, but for the city itself. This is a baseball town, but this city wants great players, it wants great teams, and I was lucky to be a part of some of those great teams alongside great players. And all is well in the world when the Giants are playing good baseball on that field.
Hi, Willie. Steven Risotto, 95.7 The Game. Congratulations. Welcome to San Francisco. My question is also for Buster. You've been a part of negotiations in the past as a player, kind of as an owner. What made this first one as the president of baseball operations different, and what can you learn from this going into future deals?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of experience to lean on, but I've got a lot of great people around me that do have experience. So that's the main thing. I mean, having Zach alongside me and us continuing to get to know each other and build our partnership and friendship in this thing. He's just a valuable wealth of knowledge, and you've got Jeremy Shelley and Paul B.N., Josh Zimmerman that we're having daily conversations with. That's the best way for me to answer it. Is it's not just me. There's just it's a team of people that I think share a common vision to try to field the best players we possibly can.
All right, so there we have the introduction of Willie Adamas. As advertised, he's happy to be here. He looks good in the orange and black, Papa, and we'll keep things going on the other side. Right now, we'll take a break as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And we're also going to talk to Tim Ryan coming up, too. We're packing it all in on a short show, about an hour left. It's Papa and Silver on Thursday for Thursday Night Football on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Fourth down. Here's your game. Here's Russell Wilson back. Wilson throws, caught. Hollister's hit on the goal line and dropped by Dre Greenlaw. He is short. 49ers come away with the ball. The 49ers have stopped Hollister on the goal line. The 49ers are going to win the game.
That's a pretty cool memory. Dre Greenlaw securing the #1 seed back in 2019. No full football hour this week on a short week, but that's not going to stop us from talking to Tim Ryan, who we're going to see later today, and he is ready to go on a short week. It's the Rams, and it's a BAM. Tim, how are you?
It is a BAM, the big-ass matchup. I'm doing well, Silver. What's up there, Pop?
Big play, Dre. The reports are he may be moving around a little bit. We've seen him on the practice field the last couple of weeks. It was so good to get Talanoa Hufanga back. Tough break with Malik Mustafa taking that shot in the chest from DeAndre Swift. But the 49er defense, obviously, in Buffalo and Green Bay didn't perform well. You're starting to get some bodies back, Tim, and they played so well. 7 sacks against Caleb Williams. You got to get Matthew Stafford pressure, gut pressure and on the ground tonight. But just your thoughts on what you're seeing from the defense, and if he does come back tonight, where do they reinsert Big Play Dre?
Yeah, well, I think they reinsert him right at his spot next to Fred Warner, where both of those guys have played so well together over the years that we all remember. And look, I hope if he plays, and I'm anticipating that he will, fingers crossed. Hopefully he's doing a little more than just, as you said, moving around a little bit. Hopefully he is absolutely rocking the kill zone and their fast pass. Because, especially with the 49ers coming off their 7 sacks, we'll see if the beast, the best swipe and slip player out there, Nick Bosa, can play. And I think that's still a huge question mark. But, boy, if he can go, I promise you that ball is going to be coming out quick. They've had challenges up front with continuity in their offensive line. They've got a rookie center. They've had challenges with power on the edge, especially Alaric Jackson over there at left tackle. And, they're solid, but they've had challenges also with the stunt game and the twist game. And you go back to week 3, and if I remember, I think the Gravedigger got hurt in that game towards the end, but Malik Collins played well. They were able to get enough, some pressure on Stafford, certainly till the end of the game when he did his magic. But the defense it's time to play playoff football, period. I mean, I know that you love to permutate. You're the best permutator out there. You will have scenarios all over the place.
Papa's permutations. It comes from the other way. It's Silver that does it.
The Silver postulate. I'm stealing it all from him, T-Rack.
I know. I know you guys have got all the scenarios, but the bottom line is the playoffs have started for the 49ers. There's no real margin for error, and the defense has got to do their thing, and it's got to start really. And we've talked a lot about the passing game, and there's no doubt, with their scheme and the way that they, use all their motions and all their shifts, and they're going to create confusion. They're going to create leverage opportunities. Stafford is going to see him, and he's going to get the ball to the guys. So, got to be able to be terrific tacklers, especially against Puka Nacua. Got to play tight on Cooper Kupp. Can't wait for that matchup with Diamador Lenore, the hyena. Hopefully he's laughing at the end of this game. And you got to challenge him. But really it starts with stopping Kyron Williams and his runs in between the tackles. He can also hit the crack toss. They'll run jet sweeps to Puka, things that have given the 49ers some problems in terms of the integrity of the run defense. But what they love to do is they love to take one of those 2 receivers and stack them inside and create an extra gap in their run game. Those guys are good blockers, Nacua and Cooper Kupp, and it creates an extra gap. Now the gap's got to be identified. They got to be played with discipline, and it's about, a lot of times it's Diamador Lenore in that spot playing linebacker. It's going to be a safety walked up into the box, whether it be Talanoa or Jair Brown. And a lot of those same runs that Buffalo were able to hit the 49ers with are going to be on tap. So that's got to be cleaned up in terms of the run fits and the tackling.
Tim's like, I've had enough of you nerds. Let's go play some ball. This segment of Tim Ryan is brought to you by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org. Today, Tim, let's talk about Dre Greenlaw again, because I'm wondering if you've had any conversations with the weather being a little bit 50-50 rain or sun at kickoff time. Well, I guess it'll be dark by then, but is the weather going to be a factor in terms of whether Dre is a full go tonight and the snap count if he does play?
I don't know, Silver. I know this. Skin is waterproof, so he'll be all right. Maybe the footing is a challenge with the Achilles. I don't know. I don't think if Dre gets a uniform, Dre's playing, and he may have a snap count. And Devondre Campbell did play some pretty good football last week against Chicago. Certainly didn't have his greatest game week 3 against against the Rams. But no, if Dre gets a uniform, I expect Dre to go out there and be Dre. Will he be big play Dre? Will he be making plays all over the place? Hell, I don't know. He's only been practicing a couple of weeks. This is a game that you've got to find your groove and you got to see it. And he's one of those tactile learners that needs to be out there feeling it. And it was mostly walkthroughs this week. But I'll be honest, man. I don't know what the snap count's going to be for him. Hopefully, it's most of the game. Remember, Talanoa Hufanga, the big bad wolf, was only going to play 15 or 20 plays last week, and I think he ended up with a snap count of 38 or 39 plays. If they're in uniform, it's hard to keep them on the sideline.
Yeah. Over on the other side of the ball, it's amazing the way the Rams have been able to rebuild their front with Aaron Donald's retirement. We saw a couple of rookies last year, Byron Young and Kobe Turner, on their front, and now they're second-year guys, and they went out and actually had first-round picks this year. Jared Verse is just a physical beast. What a power player he is. And then Brandon Fisk inside. They do like to play a lot of five-man line, T-Rock, but last time they played the 49ers, they rushed three, and they dropped back into coverage, kind of what Minnesota did the week before. So the other side of it, obviously, the way to neutralize Stafford and his weapons is pass rush, but monopolize the ball, 30 runs, 35, whatever you can get, and let them watch the game. Just what do you see from the Rams front and the ability to run on these guys?
Well, I still see three-man rushes. I mean, they've shown that on tape a lot of the year. Look, they have a lot. Here's going to be the challenge for Brock Purdy, in my mind, and probably not in Brock's because he's an AI next-gen chip, the way he processes information. But they run a lot of personnel packages with different players. They'll be in nickel a lot. They'll play dime. They'll play penny with 7 DBs. They'll have jokers with Byron Young, probably their best, speed rusher. I think he leads them with 6 sacks. He and Michael Hoyt are going to be second-level jokers. Are they blitzing? Are they spinning? Are they dropping? What are they doing? So they're going to present looks that are a challenge to identify, just because it's different numbers and different players in different spots. And then they run, Shula does a great job of disguising the coverages with all those coverage guys, and they'll run different, zone pressures at you and try to get their one-on-one opportunities, who's dropping, who's coming, create some confusion with the offensive line. Braden Fisk is a guy that can win quick inside. Kobe Turner is a guy that can sink that rip and win quick inside. You're all over Jared Verse and his ability to power rush. He's got a counter move. He's a thumper. He is an old school ball player and leads them in pressures. But I think when you look at him and the ability to run the football, to me, and again, they get in that 5-man front, you get past that those 5 guys, there's opportunities for explosive runs. Isaac Guerrero is questionable with a foot. Hopefully there's no setbacks and he's ready to go coming off a big game, obviously, at Chicago. But I think you can run. Look, they're undersized. Say what you want about Braden Fisk, and he's a quick twitch pass rusher, and he gets after it, taking nothing away from him. The strength of their team is up front. Same goes for Kobe Turner. Bobby Brown is a load inside, right in the middle, where he's just like a fire hydrant, hard to move out of there. But you can get movement because they're undersized. They're 2 D tackles or D ends in the 3-4, and Fisk and Turner both go under 300 pounds. Both cannot hold up versus good, solid, flat back double teams. And because they're not real big, 6'3", 6'2.5", neither one of them has long arms or length. It's hard for them to impact plays when the run game starts going horizontal with the stretch and the wide zone, and then that will disjoint them and create some creases to where now you can get it up and get it on those linebackers. They got a rookie college free agent, Nomar Spates, who's playing linebacker, and he's solid in run defense. Roseboom, another guy, he's a downhill player. He gets after it. Their safeties are good tacklers. But get past that 5-man front, and you got opportunities, I think, for big runs. But at the end of the day, Pop, I will tell you, looking at the schedule going forward, and it all starts today, as we know, in terms of the playoffs. To me, and again, maybe it's different. I haven't, practice was all walkthrough pretty much this week. But I think, and depending on the weather, of course, this could be a game where the passing game, which found a rhythm last week, They are without Kobe Durant.
Right.
I thought the play calling was outstanding last week. The execution was even better. I think when you look at these games going forward, I'm not so sure that the 49ers make the playoffs on the run game. I think they make the playoffs on the throwing game. And remember, week 3, there was no George Kittle. There was no Debo Samuel. Debo has been an absolute ram killer. You came back with that cut of big play Dre in the 19 game to get the number 1 seed. Well, remember the week before when Debo had to get a first down to salt that game away, to set up the Seattle game. And he absolutely trucked the safety with mindset, willpower, and mentality to get it done. So I see an opportunity when you look at this back end of this defense, and you know, they're fairly young. I think you can get after the corners. I think you can get after the safeties with one-on-one opportunities. They're not real fleet of foot in terms of the foot speed. Again, good players, and they disguise, and they're in good position, and they're good at their zones. But we all know Kyle Shanahan can match up and scheme up some one-on-ones to get guys running by them. So I think there's going to be opportunities for that, and I think there'll be opportunities for explosive plays in the passing game. I think last time, they had 8 last week, through the air of 20-plus. They had 5 week 3 at L.A. 3 of those were Juwan Jennings, you know, and he had 11 catches for 175 yards. I think there's just going to be too many weapons if Brock can execute for the Rams' pass defense and their secondary to be able to handle.
And since we last saw him in that Week 3 game, Tre'Davious White, you know, the former Bill, was coming back from horrific leg injuries. They've traded him, and they got Darius Williams back, who was a good player for them, you know, back in the early 20s, and then he went to Jacksonville a couple of years. He came back in Week 5. He's their best cover guy. You mentioned Kobe Durant. He's not playing tonight with a chest injury. So who do you think their corner configuration? Quentin Lake will come down and play nickel. But opposite Darius Williams, could it be Akella Witherspoon, the former 49er? Could it be Emmanuel Forbes, who they claimed off waivers from Washington? They got another young guy, Woods. What do you think they do opposite Darius Williams tonight, T-Rock?
Well, this is just me speaking. I hope it's Emmanuel Forbes. I think they can cook him. That's just my opinion. I think it's going to be Akella Witherspoon with his history and you know, he's long. He's a smooth mover, but he's got eyes that you can take advantage of in terms of some of the route concepts. So I think it's going to be him. I think, again, they end up with a lot of those fire zones, especially if they're bringing 5. They're in a 3 deep by 3 under coverage with a single safety high, which means isolation opportunities from the numbers to the sideline. I think they can take advantage of both of those corners, but it's all going to be predicated on blocking that front and being able to hold up in pass protection against Verse and Young off the edges, and then those two quick guys inside.
Tim, we're looking forward to seeing you later. We hate to let you go, but we're also excited that we get a whole bunch of T-Rock on these airwaves coming a little bit later today. So we'll see you in a bit. Appreciate your time as always, and we'll see if your predictions come to fruition for the Ram Bam.
All right, Silver. Remember one thing, though.
Let's hear it.
Don't hide it. Ignite it. Let's go.
Levi's going to be lit tonight, even if it's raining. Big game. Bam. The Rams' cram is over. It's time to go. See you in a few hours, T-Rock.
All right, buddy.
Don't hide it, ignite it. I love it. Always good catching up with Tim Ryan, and we'll have plenty of time to hear from him a little bit later today. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Reminder that it's a 3-hour show today because the pregame starts at 1 o'clock. You can listen to John Dickinson, Adam Copeland, and Dennis Brown. And
Dennis is here. He's already here.
Dennis is ready to go. And before we take our break, I just want to also mention our daily contest because we're going to squeeze that in today. Yeah, that's right. If you didn't win on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, you got a chance today to go see Brian Reagan get a pair of tickets for March 1st, the Palace of Fine Arts at 9 p.m. You tune in now up until the end of our show, 1 p.m., so it's a tight window. It's furnished by Live Nation. You call 415-896-KNBR to win once you hear the cue to call. Not right now, but the next time you hear this cue to call, you will call that contest line. Walter, what is our cue to call today?
That just blew me away that you could actually microwave a Pop-Tart. I mean, how long does it take to toast a Pop-Tart? A minute? If you want them dark? People don't have that kind of time.
If we're talking about Pop-Tarts, that could be a whole other segment for me. I love those things. I'm 5 years old, Papa. I walk by in the store.
Who doesn't love them? They're tasty.
They're amazing.
You got anything now? I'm getting hungry.
They're fantastic. We'll go ahead and take a break now. We're going to do Silver Linings Playlist on the other side. It is an all-encompassing. Encompassing. There we go. Jeez, this is why I got the play-by-play.
What are you going with all the teams? Giants, Warriors, and Niners?
It's a broad theme today on Silver Linings Playlist. That's next. It's Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's Rams, it's Niners, it's Thursday night football for what can arguably be the biggest matchup to date for the San Francisco 49ers. Need a win to keep playoff hopes alive. How are you feeling, faithful? Let us know on the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Got a question for you. What does Golden State Lumber and Building Materials offer professional builders and contractors? Just about everything they need. Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State's Lumber Yards, and they carry the largest inventory in the Bay with as much as 70 acres of lumber and materials, and they save you time with drive-through pickup and on-site milling services. As you've heard, they can deliver necessary materials to your job site the next day, if not, in fact, the same day. Are you delivering oversized loads to homes and narrow roads at high elevations? With their delivery dexterity, no location is out of reach. See a video of a recent delivery of 3,000-pound crates to a job site that required expert coordination. And then scroll through the extensive video list on GSTV, Golden State Lumber TV, at goldenstatelumber.com. You'll see innovative products, design options, and educational videos, including Trex Academy. No business helps you build better than Golden State. Now in their 70th year, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Silver Linings Playlist time, and that break we just had was enough time for me to gather my brain and say that this is an all-encompassing theme today for the Bay Area teams. This song is a recent one. It came out March 5th, 2021. The context and the title is a positive for some of our Bay Area teams. It's a negative for others. I'm talking about when Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak teamed up to release Leave the Door Open. Now let's start with the negative. So leave the door open. If you're the Warriors, stop leaving the door open. This is a problem. Draymond Green defended at an elite level last night down the stretch. I mean, he blocked a three in the corner. He did a fantastic job on Alperen Sengun, who is a great, skilled young player for the Houston Rockets. And as a whole, they've defended well all year, but they are not shutting the door on opposing teams. They used to be the team, Papa, that nobody could put away, and now they're not putting teams away, and they're paying the price for it. Now, for the Giants, leaving the door open is a good thing. Let's leave the door open to free agency, to trades, to the youth development. Today's the day to be optimistic because there's a new kid in town who was introduced about an hour ago on these airwaves named Willie Adamas. He's wearing number 2, and he's excited to be here. But like Chris Rose said when he was on with us, it has to be the start of the offseason, not the offseason. Now, for the 49ers, I feel the opposite about leaving the door open as I do the Golden State Warriors. I want them to jam the door so that it won't shut, stay open, and that starts tonight. Dre Greenlaw could be back on the field. Isaac Guerrero should be a go. They are at home. It's all on the line, and as T-Rock said, don't hide it, ignite it? Don't fight it, ignite it.
Ignite it.
Ignite
Levi's
it, baby.
needs to be lit.
Last night, I was like, slam the door on the Houston Rockets, and I slammed the door in frustration with how that one ended. But tonight, we're going to leave the door open like Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak said. It's a jam. It's a vibe. It's the Rams. It's a bam, baby.
Crank it. I want to hear Bruno Mars. I think he should do the Super Bowl every year, by the way. I saw Bruno Mars in Las Vegas the night before New Year's Eve, the night before the epic New Year's Day game, 49ers, Raiders, went to overtime, 34-31. So for some teams, you don't want to leave the door open. You want to slam the door shut. And with the Houston Rockets and the Warriors are kicking down games. So the NFL Network is replaying the September the 22nd game. On Thursday, they typically do this. They have the first game between the teams. They're going to play in hours on Amazon Prime. I like it. I think where the 49ers left the door open, and we keep bringing it up over and over and over again, is that 4th and 6 fake punt. It wasn't the single play. There was one like 6 different plays in that game that flipped it back, but that was the one that started it. And if the Niners would have slammed the door and not left the door open for Chase Blackburn to call the fake punt, the direct snap to Ronnie Rivers, their personal protector. So I bring it up because that ain't happening tonight. Leave your defense on the field. Go punt safe. Nick Bosa came off the field. Chris Conley was at end. They had all the tight ends on that side. Direct snap to the personal protector, Ronnie Rivers, and he ran for a first down. Chase Blackburn also had a huge block punt against Sam Martin of the Buffalo Bills. So George Odom is down. George Odom is on IR. He was the Niners' personal protector this year, and whenever he's healthy, he's not doing that job. Now it's Chris Conley, who was the one they ran on with when Bosa came off the field when they didn't go punt safe. So for Chris Conley, it's shored up. You know they're going to try to do the same thing. The Niners know it. They saw what the Rams were able to do to the Buffalo Bills in the scoop and score. So I'm with you. Giants, leave the door open for other guys. How about Willie Adamas openly saying, yeah, I talked to Corbin Burns, and I'm going to reach out to him more.
He owes
to
him
come
a phone
here.
call, like now.
And Willie was engaging. But the Warriors are back home. I think they're landing back in the Bay Area right now, so they'll watch the Niners and the Rams tonight. Maybe Sunday night we go to Chase Center. One thing with the Warriors is there are plenty of good tickets available. That game is on the schedule. It wasn't on your schedule to start the year, but it is right now. And Klay Thompson's coming back, so that game will be a 5:30 tip on Sunday. Get your Warrior tickets at Warriors.com. They don't want to play that game, but when they wake up tomorrow morning and maybe have a practice and maybe one Saturday, get back to work. And but I'm with you. Big Bruno Mars fans. What a tremendous talent he is. Losing Michael and losing Prince, I think he's the closest thing out there that we have, right now. So I'm with you. I like the vibe. But now the situation is only one of these teams are going through that door, 49ers and Rams. And we went back to the 2019 end of the year, the big Dre play, and Dre may come back and play. Got to have his ability to make plays all over the defense. But that game Saturday night, the week before, when the Niners beat the L.A. Rams and Jared Goff, pick 6 by Fred Warner against Goff right before halftime. They rolled the pocket that night because the Niners overwhelmed them early in the year, and they called all these sprint right options and rolls. I think Robert Saleh told me they called it like 16 times to get him, and he's not a runner, but they knew they couldn't leave Goff in the midline. So look for Stafford to be on the roll if the Niner pass rush is all over their line. And I do wonder, they signed Jonah Jackson in the offseason as a free agent. He was a Pro Bowl player with the Lions. Starting at left guard, he can also play center. I don't know why he doesn't play. He's just not quite good enough, I guess, to play either at left guard or center. Maybe he mixes in a little bit tonight. But anyway, the gold rush has got to be all over Matthew Stafford. And then that game we're talking about, the Niners converted a couple of 3rd and 16s. Jimmy Garoppolo, one to Kendrick Bourne, one to Emmanuel Sanders to win. Since Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan have been coaching against each other now into the 8th year, Sean's gone to 2 Super Bowls, won 1. Kyle's gone to 2. They've been in the championship games. They've been in the playoffs. Well, the Rams have made it all but 2 years, and the Niners have made it 4 of the last 5 years and won their division the last 2. But it doesn't often come down to 60 minutes of football. Like, had the Rams come in at the end of that year in 2019, that Saturday night, and beaten the 49ers, they may have gotten in the playoffs, Greg, as you know. And the 49ers wouldn't have been the 1 seed going to Seattle. They would have been the 5th seed and had to go deal with Carson Wentz in Philadelphia. So you didn't want to do that. So It's been rare. Usually one team or both teams are going to make it like last year. But this is a matchup where 60 minutes of football and chant beat LA right now. It's highly unlikely that both of these teams are making the playoffs. This is either us or them. And if the Niners, I don't even want you to do the permutations, but if the Niners lose the game tonight, are they done? They would fall to 6-8. The Rams would go to 8-6. The Rams would have beaten them twice. I don't know what it all means, but it's not going to be good. But if the 49ers beat the Rams, they each go to 7-7. The Rams will technically still be slightly ahead of the Niners based on division record, but it does set it up to get in. So this is about as big of a battle between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay as head coaches for the respective franchises that we've ever had.
I agree. And you brought up 2019 about 5 minutes before the show, and it was a similar feel just being so late in the season, and you had the Fred Warner pick six and the 2 3rd and 16s to get the Niners over the top. But the Rams came out, played a great game. Jared Goff was really good, minus the one bad mistake on the pick six to Warner. But the Niners were getting in the playoffs at that point. Now, they had to protect the number 1 seed. It came down to the 5-inch line, with Dre Greenlaw stopping Jacob Hollister in the final week. And that was supposed to be the Marshawn Lynch redemptive run the ball at the 1, but Seattle had to take a delay of game penalty, and 49ers end up getting home field, going to the Super Bowl. We all know what happened there. But yeah, this is kind of rare for both of these teams to be in the playoff hunt in a very similar predicament, and it's probably going to be one or the other. Now, yes, mathematically they can both get in, and also if the 49ers lose tonight, I don't know if they're technically eliminated, but it effectively ends their season.
Right, they got to beat LA. And I know 49ers had 3 rough weeks, starting with a Nick Bosa injury, and that's going to be one of the big things 90 minutes before kickoff tonight when we find out at 3:45 for the 5:15 kick, the list of inactives, and could possibly Nick be up for the game. And likely, they're going to have to make a move earlier if they're going to activate Dre Greenlaw. So to get Huff back last week, get Dre back this week, maybe Bosa tonight, we'll see. That would be, and how many snaps could he play? But anyway, all 3 levels of your defense. And then, based on how the Seattle game ended when Nick got hurt, and then the trip to Lambeau and to Buffalo, it's gone sideways. But the Niners played, without a doubt, their best game. The first half was as dominant as any team we've seen, with Kyle as head coach, or Bill Walsh, or George Seifert, or Red Hickey, whoever you want to name, Dick Nolan. I mean, that first half against the Bears, they lit up a little in the third quarter, but they still salvaged the game. They beat them solidly. And then I know we're all fixating on the Rams and what they did to Buffalo. They laid 44 points on the Bills. You can run on the Bills, but you can also run on the Rams defense. And you know me, to get ready for these games, I watch them all. Saquon Barkley ran all over the L.A. Rams on Sunday Night Football. All over them. Franchise record 225. He also caught passes. You can run on this defense. The New Orleans Saints game, after the Philadelphia game, before the Buffalo game, the Rams scored exactly 0 points in the first half of that game. Somehow it got to 21-14 at the end. Their defense made some big plays, but New Orleans, unlike Buffalo, played press man. Dennis Allen is no longer the head coach there, but that's the way those guys have been groomed to play there. Buffalo plays a lot of zone. Can you get enough pass rush and get up in them? If you give Puka and Cooper and Tutu, and if Demarcus Robinson plays, all their wide receivers, the time and space in a zone, they will pick you apart. But if you get up on them, they're going to have to figure out a way to trade off the bunch formations. They got picked apart in the bunch. Late movement to create a 3 by side. The Vikings did that as well the week before, and the Niners couldn't deal with it. They picked on Charvarius Ward. He wasn't moving well. He's moving better now. You got Renardo Green out there, and you got Demo in the slot. So, you watch the Rams, and your father was there for the 44 points. How are you going to stop these guys? Their offense is way down. They are not scoring the way they scored last year. Again, they were being shut out in New Orleans, the New England game. Go back and watch the Miami. I don't have time now because the game's starting here. But the Monday night game against Miami, we got the Dolphins after that. Miami took it to them. They got shut down that night. They scored 15 points. So I know they looked like 44 against Buffalo. What, we got to score 100 to beat them tonight? They've had some good moments. They've had some bad moments. This is a beatable Rams team. The Niners had them beat September the 22nd. They let them slip away. You can't do it twice. And the bottom line is if you lose to them again tonight, you don't frankly deserve to win the NFC West. They knew that, and they're treating it as though the playoffs have already started. They've got to win every single game, and this is the next one on the schedule. They're getting healthier. The Rams are not going to have Tyler Higbee tonight. They're not going to have Kobe Bryant tonight. So anyway, the Rams, they're 7-6 for a reason. They started 1-4, and the Niners beat them. They may have sold off Cooper Kupp. They could be in full rebuild. They could have traded Stafford, and Jimmy could be starting at quarterback. So I know they look like, wow, 44 points and all the yardage, and those guys are great, and Stafford's not throwing picks. They are beatable. You just got to make sure to slam the door on them and beat them tonight.
Yeah, we want to leave the door open on the 49ers playoff hopes, but slam the door shut if they have the opportunity to do so. And look, the Matthew Stafford thing, it's why I said earlier this week there are times where he looks like he's 48, like the first half against New Orleans when they got nothing. And then there's times where he looks like 28 and in the heart of his prime when Buffalo had no answers for them.
The reality is he's 36. He's not 28. He's not 48.
Steph Curry.
To me, he's the same guy. And he just sidearm. He doesn't do the no. He did do the no look. He doesn't do the behind the back like Mahomes. He is an elite thrower of the football.
Great release.
But he is a chucker and a ducker. He does not like to get. There's been a couple games against the 49ers in the Gold Rush where he would throw it and he would turn his body away. He didn't want to get hit. So we'll see. I mean, getting Bosa back would be huge. But Gross Matos, NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Even if Nick can't go tonight, you got him. Leonard Floyd knows the. You don't think Leonard Floyd is geeked up for this game? He was a Ram. He won a Super Bowl with them. And you also got to deal with their jet sweeps, whether it's Gross Matos or Floyd, or if Nick comes back or Okawanu. They're going to run jet sweeps on you all the time, or at least give you the illusion of them with Puka Nacua. So Stafford is who he is. He will throw you a pick here and there, but not always. He hasn't thrown them lately, but that guy's elite. It's all about making him uncomfortable. And that when he goes through his progressions, and Brock used to do this when he was young. Watch the way he moves. He looks like Willie Adamas. Whether he's throwing the ball to first or throwing the ball to second for a double play, he moves his feet. He just goes boom, boom, boom. You can see him when he's going through it and moving his eyes and moving his feet. And if he has to fit it down sidearm, the guy can throw a football. He can spin it.
Well, we're going to learn a lot here, and we'll say goodbye coming up on the other side. But right now, we're actually doubling up this week.
Who's favored tonight?
You put me on the spot. I don't know.
Well, JR will know. That's why I ask it. But, I mean, the Niners were favored 36 consecutive games going back years, and then they were not favored in Green Bay, and they were not favored in Buffalo, and they didn't cover the spread. They lost 38-10, 35-10. They obviously were favored against the Bears. Are the 49ers favored to beat L.A. at home? I would hope so tonight.
Yeah, 2.5, 3, depending on the sports book.
JR will tell us what to do.
JR is going to tell us, and that's exactly where we're going to go right now, because you know what time it is. It is time to make you some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
We welcome in got a little ahead of myself there. I forgot we have the best music on air as we welcome in JR of Taking Vegas. You can call 888-9-WIN now if you want to go and make some money. And JR, all we can talk about this week is the 49ers season hopes hinging on a Thursday night football for the Rams and Niners. What do you have for us in this regard?
Yeah, definitely going to get right to it. And let me tell you something. I love the intro music. I live for it. So when you were about to cut it off, I'm like, come on, we got to get prepped for the segment. Let people know what time it is. It's time to make some money. And guys, the holidays are here. Who can't use a couple extra bucks in their pocket? And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to let you know who's going to win, who's going to cover this matchup tonight. The line is San Francisco being at home. They are a 3-point favorite. The juice on it is minus about one, right around even money. And the money line, San Francisco minus 150 almost, plus 125 on the Rams. I'm going to tell you now, guys, I've got this one locked up. It's yours, and it's free on a recorded line right now. Call this number, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. You call the number, you're going to get the winner of tonight's matchup. Again, Rams-Niners, free, and it's on the recorded line right now, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 69. Greg, another big winner on air last week. I told you guys to take the over in the Buffalo game. It's the highest scoring game of the year. You had that one covered in the third quarter. I think that puts me at 11-3 on air. And I'm going to tell you now, I don't like this game tonight, okay? I'm 11-3 on air. What do you think we're doing off air with clients? I love this game tonight. Get my side now. Call that number, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669.
Well, JR, I understand that you're not just going to leave us with a good tease like that, because you also have a free on-air pick. And look, the Pittsburgh Steelers are beating a lot of winning teams this year with Russell Wilson, but there's an MVP candidate in Saquon Barkley that they got to go through. That's going to be a game that a lot of people are watching, and they're going to want to know, where do I throw my money?
You know what? What you just said is one of the reasons why I absolutely love this game. This is going to be a game that's going to be won in the trenches. This is going to be a big running attack on both sides of the football. Both teams are going to try to run. The Steelers, they like to try to control they love to try to control the clock. They love to try to run it down your throat. Even though this Eagles team, this Eagles defense, number one in the NFL right now in both categories, they are absolutely getting it done on both sides of the ball. But that's why I love the under in this matchup. I mean, to me, this is going to be about as easy as it gets. Both of these teams not only going to try to control the football by running it, but Jalen Hurts has not been able to have a 300-yard game, and as good as Russell Wilson's been, he's going to have a real tough time against that secondary, and again, hence going back to running the football, running off clock. I think that it's going to be a tight game that is going to come down to a field goal, and the easiest side out there this week for me is to go under that 43 points, which I believe that line, guys, opened as high as almost 46.5 and has been dropping. A lot of the sharp money, institutional big money coming in early on this under with me, and truly, I love it. So, I mean, you guys know how good I am on air. I tell you all the time, I don't just throw you a free pick. I give you something I think that you can really sink your teeth into. So take advantage of that under 43 in the Steelers-Eagles game this week. But to get the winner of tonight's big matchup, again, guys, the NFC is up for grabs. And can the 49ers keep their hopes alive against a red-hot Rams team that's coming into town, healthy as can be? I'm going to tell you now, I believe I've got this one locked up. One of the things I do that I feel no one else can really follow the way that I do, and that is following the money. And that's how you pick winners and losers when it comes to betting on games. So call the number, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669 to receive the winner. Tonight's matchup between the Rams and the 49ers, absolutely free on the recorded line, 888-9-WIN-NOW. And if you can't make the call, shoot us a text. We'll get the game to you via text if you're on the run. Just text the word WIN to 545454. We'll give you the game via text message. Again, text WIN to 545454. And as always, guys, be safe, have fun. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Go out there tonight and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
In a world where justice is paramount and community matters the most, there's one name you can trust, and it's Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding a new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. So when you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
That just blew me away that you could actually microwave a Pop-Tart. I mean, how long does it take to toast a Pop-Tart? A minute? If you want them dark? People don't have that kind of time.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's Rams, it's Niners, it's Thursday night football for what can arguably be the biggest matchup to date for the San Francisco 49ers. Need a win to keep playoff hopes alive. How are you feeling, faithful? Let us know on the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
We're going to say hi, and then we're going to say bye, because that's going to do it for a shortened show. Papa and Silver out at Levi's. We're going to hand things off to John Dickinson, Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown for the 49ers pregame show. And don't forget at 5:15 to catch Papa and Tim Ryan on the call. We got our boys holding it down for the next 4 hours for the pregame up next. Make sure you tune in. And, of course, tune in for the 5:15 kickoff. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to Cole back in the studios. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is time for the Ram Bam.
Faithful, welcome to the Planet Orange Game Day Show at Levi's Stadium.
San Francisco!
Oh my goodness. Sponsored by Planet Orange, effective eco-friendly pest control. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's game day from Levi's Stadium. Adam Copeland, the Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown, and John Dickinson with you. Boy, that turnaround's fast, man. Only time I ever think about how fast the turnaround is for a Thursday game for pro football players is when I got to be back here down at Levi's Stadium after a game we were just here for on Sunday afternoon. 5:15 kickoff tonight from Levi's Stadium. Pits the 7-6 LA Rams against the 6-7 49ers. And the Niners still just a glimmer of playoff hope as it stands right now in terms of whether or not they have a road to the postseason. Guys, we'll get into this one, and we've got a long time till we get to kickoff. We'll hand it over to Greg Papa and Tim Ryan at 4:15 this evening to take you up to and through kickoff. We'll also check in with our guy Matt Mayoko, our insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, and Larry Kruger will stop by. Guys, how we feeling? Anything changed this week? Any feeling change about the 49ers after that game on Sunday against the Bears?
I don't know. I mean, you watch that Rams game and you think, man, this team is rolling right now. But then you look at the 49ers, how they just kind of dominated Chicago. Not the same team. Chicago's not a very good football team, but you just watch the 49ers the way they dominated. But you got to bring your A game. I mean, this is probably, for the season, I would say the most important game tonight. Thursday night football against the Rams. It's been like that for a while. There were some games that you felt, I think JD said this a couple of weeks ago, thinking about the Packers and the Bills games, and he was like, those are actually losable games. You'd like to win that Packer game, but he said those are losable games in terms of whether or not you still have a road to the postseason. Really, it was about what you can do
against the Rams and at the back part of the season. If you can get back to 500 with a win today, and what's interesting about this is the Rams, they don't in entirety control their own destiny, but they do have a lot of control as to where their season goes. They have 3 games left against division opponents. This one tonight, then they go to the New York Jets, and then they get both the Seahawks at home to end the season, but they get Arizona the week before that in Los Angeles. So it would seem to reason that if they can win and gain one game on Seattle between now and that last week in the season, they could control their own fate and run away with this thing. The Niners, all they can do is continue to win and then hope they get some help. But nothing happens unless you win starting today, JD.
Yeah, and you look at the Rams, I mean, they're 2-1 in the division with the game tonight and those other two. So they have the best opportunity to have the best division record just with the games that are in front of them. As far as the 49ers go, I think some reasons for optimism in that the 49ers on Sunday finally showed some semblance of life in terms of, hey, can put some points up on the board, can get some stops. Now, you did it against a Chicago Bears team that's in shambles, and I think a good matchup for them in a lot of different ways. And then the concern is the way the Rams looked. It's the recency bias of the way the Rams looked specifically against the Bills after the 49ers got destroyed by the Bills in Buffalo, going back to that first night of December in the snowstorm in Orchard Park. So reasons for optimism. I think another reason for optimism is that Isaac Guerendo sounds like he's going to play, and the 49ers reportedly are going to get Dre Greenlaw back. That could be announced here at any point in the next half hour when he would have to be officially activated to the roster if he's going to be playing in this game. So
what about Nick Bosa?
Help on the way. Bosa not going to play. Questionable, I think, officially.
He's questionable, and what's interesting is about the injury report from yesterday. We can point this out. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that you had a limited participation from Guerendo or a not practice early in the week, because even if he's okay after that foot sprain and they did the MRI and it sounds like everything's okay, but I think they were doing that as a precaution to make sure he's not out there getting beat up when you have a short week, right? You want to limit some of that. What was a bit of a surprise to me was no practice for Nick Bosa on Monday or Tuesday, but then Wednesday, a limited participant, labeling him as questionable officially for this game. Trent Williams out, Malik Mustafa out for this one. But as you point out, JD, could be getting Dre Greenlaw back, which is a positive. He practiced in full on Wednesday after limited participation for the first 2 days of this week. So that's all a positive, I think, in terms of whether or not the 49ers are going to get a little bit more healthy, whether or not they can help stop the pass game. But when I look at the Bears game last week on Sunday and look at what's transferable to this game or what could be repeatable in this game, one of the most dominant elements of the game last week was not just the offense and what they were able to do yardage-wise. It was about getting to the quarterback. Caleb Williams holds the ball for far too long. Matt Stafford is almost the antithesis of that, gets rid of the ball quicker than almost anybody, and he can beat you on quick slant patterns, and they've got guys in the screen game in Cooper Kupp, Kyron Williams, and in Puka Nacua who can beat you. We saw Nacua do that last week on a screen pass into the end zone for a touchdown against Buffalo. The thing that I feel like is the most, I don't want to call it fool's gold, Dennis, but in trying to repeat any of what they did on Sunday, the defensive line getting 7 sacks without Nick Bosa, internal pressure, external pressure. They bottled up the run game. This is a far different offense, and I'm not looking for 7 sacks, but I'm looking for pressure, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to see that repeatable in the way we did last week.
Yeah, and that was the key to the game, right? Those 7 sacks. Leonard Floyd, who was a Los Angeles Ram, I mean, he's got to be fired up for this football game, but that front line has to play like they played last week. Constant pressure up the gut. Matthew Stafford, we all know he doesn't like to get hit, but he's a good quarterback. He throws on time, but this defensive front has got to get after him, got to get him off his mark, got to get him moving around a little bit to make him make some mistakes. He doesn't make many mistakes. He's an old vet. He understands coverages, but you got to get after him up front.
Yeah, and you look at Yetur Gross-Matos, and the week that he had ends up being the defensive player of the week in the NFC.
He was questionable, by the way, too, was he not?
Impressive stuff from him. Yeah,
I don't know that he was questionable. I know he was limited in practice early in the week. I think he may be okay.
Yeah, and they didn't even have a real practice Monday.
On Monday, it was just Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it was really only Tuesday. But just looking through here,
he cropped up on the report.
He's all good. Okay. Yeah, full participant, and he's off the report. So Barch, Mustafa, Trent Williams are the 3 officially out, officially questionable. Nick Bosa. Dre Greenlaw has to be because technically he's still not back on the active roster. Isaac Guerendo and then Khalil Davis as well among the questionables. But it's trending toward Guerendo and Dre Greenlaw obviously playing for the Niners in this one.
Something we should point out in terms of the defensive side of the ball. Now, the Bears last week were not able to run it. They go at like 4.1 a carry. They did a great job of stopping the run. The Rams, another team that does not run it all that effectively. 4 yards per carry on the season. JD, when you look at the Niners and when they really looked the worst they had this season, both against Green Bay and against Buffalo and getting gashed by the run, last week it was like, I don't want to call it fool's gold that they were able to stop the run against a bad run team. However, another team here in the Rams that has not run the ball all that effectively. Kyron Williams can beat you, specifically down near the goal line. In the red zone, he's been more effective at punching in some of these touchdowns, but he's not going for 120, 130-yard run days.
They don't, but I still feel like when you look at Sean McVay, he will sense an area in which he thinks that he can attack the 49ers, as has been the case. We've seen teams who don't run it well. Dennis, we talk about it every week, able to run it at least enough to move the sticks and keep the defense off balance to where you can throw behind it. And I think that's really what the Rams want to do, is to be able to use the middle of the field with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua and just try to make the 49ers cover that middle of the field. And that's also an area where San Francisco's been big-time vulnerable. Interested to see how much Dre Greenlaw being back impacts that. He's somebody that's obviously flying around making tackles on the run. He's obviously a linebacker that can really cover. So having him back in the fold, I think, can help mitigate some of what the Rams are trying to do, but it all depends on how effective he will be able to be.
Yeah, and the 49ers defense, they haven't shown that they can really defend the run. Last week, again, you talk about a Buffalo team that didn't run the ball very well, but there's been some teams that have come in without a run game and had a good run game against this 49ers front seven. So I don't know expectations if Dre Greenlaw is going to play. I mean, he hasn't been on the field since, Super Bowl. So he's missed a lot. So he's got to get his legs underneath him. But I can guarantee you this Rams offense is going to test the 49ers on the perimeter and right up to gut, first quarter, and see if there's something there so they can open up everything else for those receivers.
Well, JD, you just mentioned the other name here. Dre Greenlaw expected back, and Ike Garendo expected to play, it sounds like, after a questionable week in the foot sprain. Big news for him, considering how the depth of that running back room. Niners down to like their fourth running back on the roster this season, and they pulled him early in that one and just he even said in the locker room on Sunday that was more of a precaution. They wanted to make sure he was going to be okay on the short week. The Rams, by the way, on the season give up 4.7 yards per carry. That's 24th in the league, so they're not an elite team in terms of stopping the run when it comes to yards per carry. What did you see from Garendo last week that would allow you to think he can repeat some of his performance, JD?
Yeah, I mean, look, I
was
think
fantastic.
He's shown when he gets opportunities, he puts up numbers, really, against anybody. I mean, as long as he hangs on to the football, I think he has the ability to break loose, and he's going to have some explosive plays in game. He's good in the pass game in addition to the run game. So I think there's a balance there that he provides and an explosiveness that he provides that can make the 49ers a closer to more dynamic version of themselves, which all too often this season they have not been.
Yeah, I'm with you. And part of that for me is play calling too, right? I mean, like we hadn't seen, and we heard so much about it in the offseason. J.P. Mason with the jugs machine, and he was going to try to do as much as he could to make sure if Christian McCaffrey were out of the game or he was going to get opportunities, he said, I want to be more like that guy, which is a great notion, a great attitude to have to get better and expand your game throughout the offseason. That said, I don't think either A, felt comfortable passing to him, or it just was never a big enough skill set in his bag. Garendo at times in college lined up at wide receiver, did so as well in high school. He's got that big speed. We saw him do that out of the backfield last week, run that nice wheel route where he went up to the corner and he ran under that ball where Brock kind of off his back foot, lobbed it up there and almost scored a touchdown. Then he punches one in. 2 scores for Garendo last week. How big of a deal is it, do you think, that they've, and Dennis, you can check in on this, for opposing defenses, how big of a deal is it that they have an ability to still go to the pass game, something we haven't really seen out of the backfield this year?
Yeah, and that was when Chris McCaffrey came on this squad, that was such a big deal for the offense that he could catch passes out the backfield. And we saw last week what Garendo can do. I mean, he is, he's a running back, but first he was a receiver. So he understands how to run routes. He's got the hands and he's got the speed. I think you can use that speed, line him up, outside and let him, kind of run the defense off a little bit. So he's got that speed. He's got that deep threat. We saw last week what he can do. But I'm always amazed in Kyle Shanahan's offense how these running backs just do well. And they do well because they're one cut, not dancing in the backfield. And it speaks to these offensive linemen. So they can hold a little bit longer. But they're opening up these holes for these running backs, and the scheme just works for these running backs if you take it downfield, and that's what he did last week. And we saw some burst of it throughout the season when he got his opportunity. So, again, he's taking advantage of it. Now can he build on last week's performance and come out a little banged up? Welcome to the NFL. A little banged up and do the same thing.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown with you. Niners and the Rams coming your way. 5:15 kickoff here from Levi's Stadium. I'm going to get a little bit more on the weather as well, because Dennis and I were just talking about this. It was a rainy night last night in the Bay Area and in San Francisco. It was drizzling a little bit on my way down here, and there was some sun poking out, but now clouds covering the stadium here. I know it's supposed to rain later in the week, so we'll get more on what this one could look like. Also, a big week in terms of noise for Debo Samuel. Can he make some noise on the field today? We'll talk about Debo and really his first game against the Rams. He's had success in these Rams games in the past, but don't forget he and Nick Bosa both out of that Rams game early in the season, week 3, when they fell 27-24 at SoFi Stadium. That was the big Juwan Jennings game. 11 catches, 175, and 3 touchdowns. In Debo's first performance against the Rams this year, can he turn things around for his season, which has been awfully quiet for the last month or so? More to come here from Levi Stadium. It's the Niners and the Rams, only here on the Sports Leader. From Levi Stadium, Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you. Niners and the Rams coming your way at 5:15. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. Niners coming in at 6-7, the Rams at 7-6. So back to 500. Just looking at that number, Dennis, 7-7. Not not a sexy record really, but it's one that looks a little bit better than 6-7 for sure. What would that mean, you think, mentally for a team to get back to 500 and win back-to-back, specifically against another division opponent?
Well, I think it means a lot, right? I mean, this season has been so I guess the word is disappointing, right? I mean, you're supposed to run the table in this division, and now you find yourself at the bottom of the division, trying to fight at least to get a playoff. So this is a start. I mean, it is the Rams. This is a rivalry that's been going on for a long time. So it's got to mean something to get back. First of all, to get back to 500, and we're watching this game now. The first time they played. And just the disappointment of that first time you met when you had this game and you kind of lose it in the fourth quarter. So I think it means a lot. I mean, it means a lot, as far as pride and your character of the football team. But it means a lot because, the goal is eventually to get into the playoffs or, win your division, to be the one in the division, which the 49ers have been for the last couple seasons. So I think it means a lot. I mean, it's a division and it's about the postseason at this point right now and the opportunity to compete for a championship.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing for me. Point blank, bottom line, they're still alive.
Yeah.
And if you win, you've got life going to Miami.
You're more alive if you win. Yeah.
You're more alive if you win. And then if you can win that game, it sets up what will be a pretty big game back here on December 30th against the Lions. It's just you're alive. You've got a game to win in front of you. If you win that game, all of a sudden your chances get a little better. They're getting some guys back from injury like Dre Greenlaw. So to me, more than the 7-7, it's just this ownage of the thought that they know they have to run the table. And so basically every game right now is a playoff game. So this is a playoff game.
Yeah,
it's not even a divisional get to 7-7, whatever. This is you lose and you're basically out.
And I anticipate that this game is going to have that vibe from a 49er fan perspective, right? It sort of feels like this might be, with the exception of opening night against the Jets, first game back after losing a Super Bowl last year. You're excited for the possibilities of a new season. Outside of that, this has got the most juice of any game we've had at Levi Stadium this year. It's against a rival opponent. It's against Sean McVay. These two guys going head-to-head. Niners have had the advantage, of course, head-to-head, with the exception of that NFC Championship game. Kyle has fared well in his career against Sean McVay. They led 21-7 with 7:01 to play in that game back in Week 3. They led 24-14 with just under 12 minutes to play, and they lost the game 27-24. And in no part because of that game's big plays of Juwan Jennings, who had 11 catches for 175, 3 touchdowns. Had another big week last week. We'd have 90 yards receiving on Sunday and 2 receiving touchdowns in that game against the Bears. Richard Sherman, though, this week had some thoughts about Debo Samuel. After Debo, for those who have not been following it or have been hiding under a 49er rock for what happened with Debo, he's obviously not had any big performances for the last several weeks, right? He doesn't appear to be the same guy, and you think he's sort of the superstar receiver there, at least on paper, without Brandon Ayuk in the lineup and won't be for the remainder of the season. But Jennings has really emerged as the number one guy. He was asked after the game, was Debo last week, just 2 more catches for 22 yards, and one of them came 20 yards on one big catch in the first quarter. He was asked about these tweets that he put out where he basically said it's not that he was struggling, it said he wasn't getting the ball. Then there was a notion that maybe he was sort of taking shots at his teammates, and he deleted one of the tweets. Well, Richard Sherman, former 49er, checked in on what's going on with Debo Samuel and the impact this is having on the 49ers.
I don't view it as a big deal because he's telling the truth. Because, you try to address the drama, you try to address the rumors and all this nonsense, and that's what he did. That's why these social media platforms can be a gift and a curse because, it's always up for interpretation. What he's saying is he's not getting the ball, but he's not upset. He's not frustrated. He's not struggling. He's saying if he got the ball more, he'd be able to make more of an impact. He had 2 catches for 22 yards. He had 3 targets on the day. And that's the truth. Would anybody be frustrated? Yeah. I mean, you saw A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith get frustrated in the game. They were winning because they weren't getting targeted and weren't getting the ball, and the quarterback was literally looking at them, watching them be wide open and not throwing them the ball. And I told Eagles fans, don't get me started. Don't get me started, Eagles fans, because you guys, again, I read the comments, and you guys get into a place where you're saying I'm not respecting you, and I don't see how great you're doing in Philly, and I do. It's a talented team. What I said is you're very Saquon reliant. If Saquon has a bad game at the wrong time, you guys do not have a way to overcome that. Not because you don't have an immensely talented team on both sides of the football. You do. But Jalen Hurts, for some reason, I do not know why, is not seeing the field like he has in the past. He's not seeing it. And unless he does see it, it's gonna be tough. But no, I don't think this is a big deal about Debo saying that. He's frustrated. He hasn't gotten a lot of targets. He hasn't gotten a lot of stuff to go his way right now. And if he makes an impact this Thursday and has 140 yards receiving and, runs the ball for a touchdown or two, I'm sure this will all go away and everybody will be like, yeah, it is what it is. But it's just one of those seasons. They're having an off year. They're having a bit of a down year. There's 5-7 now, or 6-7. And people need something to talk about, and this is what they're going to talk about. Is this the last season, Debo's last season with the 49ers? I doubt it, but what do I know?
It's interesting there because he says it's not a big deal because he's just voicing his frustration. And you go, okay, but there's a lot of frustrations on this team right now. There's a lot of injuries. There's a lot of guys battling who are playing hurt, who are trying to make sure this thing doesn't go south completely or that they can keep this thing alive. And so the individuality of it is a big deal to me. We've talked about how after that 11 catch, 175-yard, 3-touchdown day for Juwan Jennings, he didn't speak to the media after the game because why would you go talk to the media when you had a huge day but nobody else did? The same as when Debo's frustrated but the team is winning. That's more of a to the point to me. The guy's a captain. Your team won a game bigger than it's won a game all year. It's looked as good offensively as it has all year. It should never be about your frustration in not touching the ball. The other issue I have is that he only talks about the targets there. 3 targets and 2 catches last week. On the season in 12 games, Debo's got 64 targets and 40 catches. Last year he played 15 games, 89 targets. He's not that far off of the rate per game or the target share per game that he was getting before. The bigger point to me is that Debo's value comes not just from being successful in getting the ball into his hands in the pass game. It's about what he can do for you in the run game. Now, he's only carried it 12 times on the season. A 12-yard run is his longest of the season. His total yards per attempt on the year, 2.9. His career average is 5.7. So when we're looking at where he's been effective versus getting the touches, 5 carries last week for just 18 yards. That's far below what you're looking for him. And when you say, well, he's just got 3 targets, that's 7 total touches in the game that equate to a total of like 38 or 40 yards or something like that.
And he's leading the team in drops.
There you go.
So when he has been targeted, he's dropped the football some, and
his catch percentage is at 39% this year versus 56.2 last year.
And the running plays are not popping like they have in the past. And so which one is it? I mean, is he struggling or is he not getting the ball? I think when you struggle, it stands to reason that you might get the ball a little bit less.
Yeah, and they always talk about the hot hand, where Juwan Jennings is definitely the hot hand. And as far as Debo goes, I mean, this is the first season I think he's been with the 49ers that you see those jet sweeps happen and it's nothing.
Nothing's going.
I mean, literally nothing. It's like, the defense knows whatever the alignment, whatever the give is or the giveaway is, they know it. I mean, the jet sweeps used to be the play, right? As soon as he turned the corner, it was 10, 15 yards. So defenses, they have figured that out about Debo. And then the yak yards, right? I mean, it used to be those quick little in routes or out routes. Debo would get the ball, then he was down the field for 10, 15 yards. So whatever it is, teams see it, and they're defending against it. So it's a frustrating, like Richard Sherman said, it's been frustrating for him because he doesn't have those big explosive plays like he used to have. And it's just because I think teams are keying on him, and Juwan Jennings has become that guy. And he's a hot hand, and that's who, Brock Purdy's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, again, the end zone is an issue for him too, but I won't put all that on him on the total scores for him. Just 1 run touchdown, a rushing touchdown, 1 receiving touchdown on the season. But that's been a problem for everybody, right? All season, it's been a team red zone issue, so I won't put that on him. I will put on him a bit, though, to your point, JD, the lack of success in most phases, the most drops on the team, and again, the not getting touches this year relative to last year, he's not that far off from the rate. 89 targets last year, 64 this year. He's got 40 catches on the season now. He had 60 all of last season. However, the run plays are maybe more to the point where that's the glaring hole to me, is that when he gets the ball in his hands, and that's where you want to see him have it. On the season, just 92 rushing yards. He's got 32 attempts. JD, he ran it 37 times all of last season. 5 rushing touchdowns on 37 attempts last year. On the season this year, and by the way, 13 first downs, 1 rushing touchdown, 3 first downs, and he's got 32 attempts. So his run numbers are probably going to exceed his number of total carries last year.
Yeah, and again, it's all about results, and the 49ers need a big game from Debo Samuel tonight. Yeah. I think if they're going to win. He's had success against the Rams in the past. Some of the stuff that maybe hasn't worked at different times this season has historically worked against the Rams when he's been out there. So can they find something to get Debo more involved and make him more of an impactful part of this game. Because, again, regardless of whether he's happy or not or going to be around or not,
he's here.
He's here, and they need him. And if they can get Debo to pop, and I think that's been, George Kittle said it in the locker room the other day on Tuesday that he thinks a big Debo game is coming. We've seen him be frustrated at different times, maybe not to this extent with his role, and he's performed, I think, when he's sort of put the target on his back at different points. So let's see if he can do it again and if they can get him the rock again, because when he's cooking, it really is a huge part of the 49ers' identity, the way he gets it done, breaking tackles and being physical.
Running through guys.
And running through people.
And it's a momentum thing. Tell me, or can you remind me, JD, your memory is better than mine on this, because I'd forgotten about it until it came up this week. Last year, week 12, Niners go into Philadelphia and just hammer the Eagles 42-19. Debo, people were saying, was putting pressure on himself or making noise prior to that game, and he hadn't done a bunch of bad games, 7 for 79 the week before, 3 for 63 prior to that, 4 for 30 the week before that, and he had missed a couple of games as well. Do you remember what the noise was or what the conversation was around Debo? Was there one last year? Because that was his explosive game. He goes 4 catches for 116 and 2 touchdowns. He also ran for a touchdown.
Yeah, it was the back and forth between them and the Eagles.
That's right.
Specifically is what it was. And so he went in and just put them to bed. I mean, in the second half, the Niners, that was a game where they scored, 6 straight touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think on 6 straight possessions.
Big Dom Drake Greenlaw got into it, yeah.
And so it was just it was Debo basically saying, "Hey, you guys can't stop us," and we would have we would have won the championship game if Purdy didn't get hurt. There was that whole thing, and the Eagles were kind of, "Hey, you guys are whining," and all of that. And then Debo went in there and backed it up.
And go ahead, Dennis.
Well, how do you get him more involved? I mean, jet sweeps aren't working.
You give him 5
That's what I was going to ask you, Dennis.
I mean, is it more screens? Because the jet sweeps aren't working. I mean, is it bubble screens? I mean, how do you get him more involved?
I mean, more
Kittle
targets. Last week. Yeah, I mean, the Kittle play last week was a great one. I mean, can you do that with Debo? Couldn't he have the same success in a play like that?
I might be wrong on this, and I'm curious what you guys think, but I feel like when Debo's upset about touches, it's not running touches. Like, I think Debo wants to be involved in the pass game more as a true wide receiver, and that's where sometimes you see the drops, or he's fighting for a ball against a defender, and the defender knocks it away, or he can't quite get open against man coverage. And so I think there is a little bit of this pull between the Niners maybe not going to him as much, because the ways he wants to be involved, he's not as good at being as productive as consistently. Yeah. And then he sees it as, well, you guys aren't getting me the ball, and I want to run an in cut and hit me, and I'm going to go by something. Like, I want to run a deep ball, but when you're not successful consistently doing that, team's not going to run those plays.
Yeah. But what I would say is even the catch he had last week, the first one for 20 yards was an explosive on the first drive of the game. That was into a tight window, and he made a nice grab on that. That was a nice catch. But to your point, Juwan Jennings, how many times have we seen him fight and jockey and jostle for a ball and then come away with it? We had one that got knocked up in the air last week. He still came down with it. He's just a better receiver in general. But to your point, Brock at times this year hasn't been the most accurate too. And like, if you're throwing a ball over Debo's head, and hey, how about the one that got intercepted in the game in Green Bay? It was like right through his hands. Brandon Allen's one major mistake on that interception was a ball that Debo Samuel should have had. So it's happened a handful of times this year. Would be a great day to have a great day for Debo Samuel against the Rams. They come in at 7-6, Niners at 6-7. Kickoff is at 5:15. Still to come on our pregame show. We'll check in with Larry Krueger. We'll talk to our guy Matt Mayoko, and we'll go up to the broadcast booth and check in with our guy Greg Papa, who will be on the call with Tim Ryan today as the Niners try to keep their playoff hopes alive against a division opponent in the LA Rams. When we come on back, Juwan Jennings was the 49er Player of the Week this week. He joined Murph and Marcus earlier this week on the KNBR Morning Show. We'll hear from Juwan, Thad and Juwan. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. We are live from Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson getting you ready for the 49ers and the LA Rams. 5:15 kickoff tonight as the Niners look to get back to 500 and keep their playoff hopes alive, albeit thin, like a keyhole shot, like a sliver of hope right now. You can widen that up a little bit with a victory today. What you got, JD?
Yeah, just some quick good news here potentially on Nick Bosa. Adam Schefter reporting Bosa listed as questionable for tonight, likely to play.
How about that?
Against
That's
the
positive
Rams.
news.
Going to test it out pregame to be sure, but angling toward playing after being questionable yesterday and participating in practice after not doing so earlier in the week.
So we know Malik Mustafa out tonight. We know Trent Williams out tonight. Dre Greenlaw expected back in this one. Guerrero expected to play. Now Adam Schefter reporting, if you're just joining us, Nick Bosa going to try it out before the game, but he's trending, it sounds like, towards playing tonight after a questionable designation and a limited practice participant in Wednesday's practice yesterday. Let's get to another big guy on the 49ers, Juwan Jennings. 2 touchdowns last week. He was this week's 49er Player of the Week, and he joined Murph and Marcus on the KNBR Morning Show. And the boys opened up the conversation. Actually, I don't even have the toss for him, do I? Player of the Week. Here we go. Self-contained. We'll just get right to the conversation between Brian Murphy, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, and the Player of the Week, Juwan Jennings.
Juwan Jennings. It's been a while since we had Juwan on KNBR. I had it a few years ago, but it's been a while. Juwan, welcome back to the morning show on KNBR, the Niner flagship. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. And good morning, Juwan. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Juwan?
Hey, what's up? Good morning. I'm doing good. Thank y'all for having me on. How y'all doing?
Did you hear that Rocky Top we were playing coming in?
Yes, sir. I hear it. Go Balls. First and foremost, go Balls, baby. Let's go.
Now, how does a Tennessee guy, I mean, California is such a different culture. Do you miss Tennessee, some things about Tennessee?
Yeah, I do. I love I miss Tennessee, just the southern food. You know, honestly, that's about the only thing I miss. But the Bay has everything else, man, and it actually feels a lot like Tennessee because it gets cold at nighttime. So I like it.
I like it. Well, obviously, you're making yourself well at home. I mean, do we call you Third and Juwan? Do we call you Chains? Do we call you Benny? I see your Wikipedia says you're Benny Juwan Jennings. Is that right?
Hey, man, Benny and the Jets, man. If you know, you know. You know. Nah, but I'm going to let y'all choose.
Oh, man. Well, listen, Juwan, first of all, congratulations. You're having a great season. You had a big win Sunday. 2 touchdowns. Let's start right there before we talk about your life story. How'd that feel diving into that end zone twice on Sunday, and especially after the Green Bay and Buffalo games?
It felt great. It was great to leave the field on a positive note, and just seeing all the smiles in the locker room, it felt refreshing.
Yeah, and Juwan, I think there's no question about it. We've definitely seen the chemistry and relationship between you and Brock Purdy blossom this season. You lead the team in targets, receptions, and first down so far this season. So talk to us about that bond you have with Brock Purdy. Is it something special and different because you're both 7th-round draft picks? And how's that playing out this season?
I think, just keep working hard, and the ball always finds you. And Brock has just always done everything he's been asked to do. And he's a game changer, man. And having Brock back made a difference. And it's really no different just going out there and practice and getting the reps.
Juwan Jennings is a voice you hear, and what a year he's having too. And this goes all the way back, Juwan, to 2021 when you got drafted in the 7th round. A little bit on your life story here. That was during the COVID draft, right? Was that right? It was the weird draft where nobody was around. Yeah. And so tell us about that feeling coming out of Tennessee. What you thought was going to happen to you and how you felt about going in the 7th round to the Niners.
Well, I actually didn't think it would be the 7th round, if you believe that or not. I thought I was actually going to go to Green Bay. First round, at least, just thinking just how hard I play, especially in the run game. I'm thinking, I'm definitely going to come off the board first round. But that didn't happen. Then later on, found my team, got a call from San Francisco, and I still think about that call all the time. Life-changing and forever grateful for the Bay, San Francisco.
But when you get here, they actually tell you you're going to spend 2020 on the practice squad. How did you feel about that?
Not too happy. But I think I just took it as another challenge to be able to get better. The facility was great. The chefs there, Louise, Jordan, our nutritionist, he was great in transforming my body into, I just wanted to get better, and so I just took it as an opportunity to get better.
Yeah, and we actually had John Lynch on our show earlier this morning, and he talked about how you guys kind of established your relationship, and you guys bonded over the fact that you were both former quarterbacks who obviously went on to play different positions in the NFL. So talk to us about having a guy like John Lynch in the building, and I guess the bigger question, Juwan, is who throws a better spiral, you or John Lynch?
He's trying to get me there. But, it was definitely a shock to find out that he played quarterback. And when I found out he played quarterback, it was a lot more respect, just knowing, he's played all kind of different positions, but just what he's known for, I would say, in the NFL and what he's done, it just means a lot to just have him as a GM to be able to come out there and, showcase your skill and talents to someone who's been there and done that.
Do you credit your ability to find the soft spot in a defense to your former history as a quarterback? I mean, we talk about you moving the chain so much on third down. I'm just always curious. Do you see the field differently because of your background as a quarterback?
I think it helps sometimes, and then I think it doesn't. But just trying to see the whole shell, just trying to see the whole defense. I think it helps a lot, but then sometimes I'm just too confident, and I might think it's cover 2, but forget it's a cover 2 cat corner blitz, and so I miss a block that I just know I could get if I was just just more focused, locked in, and instead of thinking I just got it. But definitely glad to be able to play receiver. It's more fun. In terms of you just get out there and just get to go ball, whether as a quarterback, you got to know everyone's position.
Yeah, we're talking to Juwan Jennings, our 49er Player of the Week, after his 2-touchdown performance in the Niners win over the Bears. The Rams are coming up. We'll talk about that in just a second. But I got to take us back to last spring, Juwan. There were a lot of 49ers fans, me included, who were thinking, oh, boy, don't lose Juwan Jennings. Don't lose Juwan Jennings. And sure enough, you guys were able to come to a contract. Can you talk about maybe last spring? Were you looking around the league? Was your agent looking around to see what was there? How did you and the Niners come to common ground?
I think it's just from the hard work I just kept putting in, and it was just I don't know. I was just forever grateful. I just stayed positive, and it happened. Just trying to make my just trying to show that I'm worth my deal. That's just all I'm focused on.
Yeah, and to Murph's point, I think a lot of 49er fans recognize what your value is to this team, not only as a receiver, but also as a blocker, Juwan. And it's funny, we just got done talking about yourself as a former quarterback. I think a lot of people would never expect a quarterback to block the way you do. So talk to us about your love of blocking and how you don't mind getting dirty out there.
Well, yeah, I played safety. I was the number 1 safety in Tennessee as well, and coming out of high school. So I always loved to hit. And so being able to block, as a quarterback, you're not allowed to block. And so being able to transition a receiver and now being asked to block, that's I really used that to get open at first, because I didn't, just trying to learn the artwork of a receiver, and then, just kept working hard.
Yeah, it's no block, no rock, they say, right? You don't throw that block, and then it seems like you said about third downs, about finding if you work hard, good things happen, and same thing with your contract. If you work hard, good things happen. Do you feel like if I become the best blocker I can be, eventually the rock will find me?
I just think about playing hard. That's literally it.
Well, speaking of which, we're talking about where you're playing on the field, and it was discussed with Kyle Shanahan this week about you taking over the X slot that was Brandon Ayuk's. And so you've been lining up in different places. You've been in the slot. You've been in the X. Can you talk about learning the different verbiage and the different spots in the offense? Has it been difficult, Juwan?
A little bit. Definitely having some MAs out there. You want to be perfect, but you got teammates that pick you up, and just coaches. My receiver coach is going in throughout the playbook throughout the week, making sure we're good. It's not been too hard.
Yeah, and Murph mentioned the fact that Brandon Ayuk is now injured and absent for the remainder of the season. I'm curious about what the chemistry is like in that wide receiver room between guys like you, Debo, and the rookie, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I wish my boy B was still with us for sure. It's our dog, and the room is still pretty much the same. You know, we just go out there and we do our job to our best of our abilities, and we just keep each other up. And that's always been the receiver room. We're still waiting on that rookie dinner from Ricky.
Wait a minute, what does he owe you? What does he owe you?
Nah, he don't owe us anything. We just got to go to have our rookie dinner.
Yeah, he's got to get you something. 6-7. If I told you after 13 games you'd have 6 wins, 7 losses, you'd be upset. That said, you got to win on Sunday and you have a game on Thursday. So do you guys view this now as sort of playoff time where you got to win every week like it's a playoff game?
I just focus on, you know, the day at hand. I feel like we got to win this Tuesday. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, and we know how important each and every game is. We just got done talking to John Lynch earlier this morning, and he commented about Brock Purdy and Diamanda Lenore and their pregame speeches actually on Saturday night. Jawan, being there for those meetings, what were those like, hearing those speeches from Diamanda Lenore and Brock Purdy?
Definitely brought the room together, brought the room closer, and I thought it just brought a spark to the locker room.
For sure. And then we're going to leave the hardest hitting question for the end here, Jawan. What color is the hair today? What are we going with? You're so colorful, man, with your hair. What's the strategy?
Well, actually, this last color I had, I just let my barber do what he wanted to do, and it came out like Sonic Slushy. So I approve.
So you just said, you go. What do you go see him like every week, every other week? What do you do?
I haven't seen him recently. In the last 3 weeks, man. I just been letting my hair grow back so I can get a clean edge up, man. I can't wait for it. But I normally see him every other week.
All right, and you let him choose the colors?
Not all the time. Just his last time, actually. Just his last time.
What's your favorite? Like when do you feel the best? You come out of the chair, you're like, yeah, that's my color.
That's my color. Oh man, it's too many of them. I can't choose.
So you keep them guessing, huh?
Yeah, got to.
All right, Jawan. Well, listen, buddy, I've just burst onto the scene the last few years. 49er fan favorite, Third and Jawan, Chains, Benny and the Jet, whatever. Mm-hmm. Just call, like you say, just don't call you late for the huddle, right?
Just don't ever do that. No.
Well, listen, Kyle said it, John said it, that the one thing you do is you just play hard every play, and you said it too. So that's the message you got out. That's what we see every Sunday, or in this case, every Thursday. So good luck on Thursday. Win the day today, and thanks for hopping on KNBR with Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, JJ.
Right. Great time. You guys have a good day.
Jawan Jennings on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Game day from Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, the Super Bowl champion, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you ahead of Niners and the Rams. I can't believe we're week 15 already, boys. For as bad as this season has gone, it sure has flown by.
It is flying. It is flying. And you look at where the 49ers are right now. Dennis, you good?
Dennis, you looking for the headphones? They're hanging off of the microphone, Dennis. Dennis's headphones got unplugged from like the earbud itself. There you go.
I got that CTE.
And he's back.
Was there a spider crawling out? Like,
I don't know what happened there.
You okay over there,
I'm
man?
looking around going, it's like, when you lose that remote, you're sitting in front of the TV and you lose your remote.
That's like in your hand.
I'm like, where's it at? Yeah, it's in my hand. It's amazing.
It's in the refrigerator. Is where it is. Yeah, season feel like it. I got to tell you, for me, it feels like it's gone by pretty quickly.
No, it has not gone by quickly.
Yeah, it's gone by fast, yeah.
It's
Resigned to the fate makes it go quicker.
I mean, after that first Rams game, it's been kind of dragging along because, at least for me, it's just the team hasn't put together back-to-back weeks of winning.
It's one thing after another.
Yeah, so it's,
stop, go.
Each week, it's just, you talk about peaks and valleys. We peaked last week. The 49ers peaked last week, and then we got, the injuries got some people coming back. But it seems like this entire football season, it's been just each week, it's been another challenge on this team, and we just haven't seen any consistent play. Especially on the defensive side of the ball, and that's what I look at. It's just not consistent. So this season's been a long season. I think the record shows it.
And it's the division games. If you handle business against Seattle and the Rams and the Cardinals, you're 9-4 right now. And look, maybe you don't go undefeated, but you're at least 8-5. You're right there. You're leading the division if you beat Seattle even at that point. And you're really, because of the nature of the 3-4 seeds. Tampa's 7-6. Like you could have just a mediocre 10-7 3 seed. Maybe you're not going to catch Philly or Detroit, but the conversation at that point, Copes, would be, well, no, but Philly doesn't want to see the Niners come in there in January, or Detroit doesn't want to, with all the expectations they have suddenly.
That's the thing, if you streak to the playoffs, too, then the narrative around your team and who would feel comfortable playing you changes, right? Like, if the Niners were to get in at this point and they run the table and they finish 10-7, that would have mean it would have meant that they beat Detroit. It would have mean they beat the Rams. They beat Miami in Miami, and they handled Arizona on the last game of the season. They'd be coming in division champs off of that final week. They'd have been playing playoff games every week to that point, and then there's no bye weeks. Then you're just cruising. You get one home playoff game, and then it starts to become about not team of destiny type stuff, but would you rather play the better team or the hot team? You know what I mean? Like in baseball, it's a big thing. Team gets hot at the end of the season, gets into the playoffs. Sometimes they're the most dangerous. But if you were to do that at this point, it would have to mean the Niners are playing good football, or they're finding ways to win. They're closing out games, and it would certainly mean that they're hot. Now, again, that doesn't happen unless you win today. That would mean they were winners of 5 consecutive to end the season, to win the division, and it would have been riding a high into the postseason.
Yeah, and it's those 3 division games, man. As we do the autopsy of this year, if it doesn't end up where the 49ers want it to be, if they can't run the table and get themselves in, it's going to come back to the blown leads against Seattle and Arizona and the Rams, all of those games the 49ers had in control. Couldn't do it. Now it's set up this scenario where they have to try and run the table and get the job done and get to 10-7 and then potentially get healthier, right? Dre Greenlaw officially activated here within the last 15 minutes. So
positive news.
Good news there. Nick Bosa, we had the news in our last segment, likely to play in this one, going to test it out pregame. Yep. Yeah, per Adam Schefter. So the 49ers can at least lay claim with each win that they're also getting a little bit healthier each week, which I think does give them some optimism to continue to push and fight forward.
Time for Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 62 years, and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. I said the hottest element of the team last week, besides Brock Purdy's 20-25 performance for 300-plus and 2 touchdowns, would be the defensive line. Again, the best game that the D-line had played all season. The question is, can it remain productive today? Nick Bosa back. Eder Gross-Matos had a big game last week. Matt Stafford gets rid of the ball a whole lot quicker than Caleb Williams does, and 49 sacks allowed by the Bears coming into last week's game. They leave with 56 allowed after 7 total by the 49ers. Dennis, what do you want to see repeated from the D-line today?
Pressure. I mean, we just talked about it, right? I mean, we haven't, Greg Papa talks about the goal rush. We have not seen the goal rush. We've seen some flashes of the goal rush, but I think last week you saw a defensive front that took over this football game from the first snap, set the tone, and carried throughout the entire football game with the 7 sacks. And you talk about Gross-Matos. I mean, he had a fantastic, 2 sacks, 2.5 sacks, or something like that? 3 sacks.
Yeah.
So player of the week, I think he was. So, that's the kind of attitude you have to have if you don't have a Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa comes back. I think Leonard Floyd has a big game because it's his old football team. You want to show out against your old team. But if Nick Bosa's in there, I want to see something happen in the middle of the field. I mean, you saw last week that pocket just collapse. I know Caleb is going to hold the ball a little bit. He's going to climb the pocket. He's going to try to run on the outside. But if you can set that edge on the edges, and then have that push up the middle, you'll get to the quarterback and you'll make him make some bad throws.
Isn't it funny how the 49ers could almost go from not having any pass rush to all of a sudden having a pretty good pass rush if Bosa is healthy and Floyd's doing his thing, and now Yetur Gross-Matos, who we haven't seen enough of this year, wanted to see more of him throughout the year, finally got to see it against Chicago where he has the 3-sack game, and now maybe you do have the 3 guys that can really get after it.
I got to see it again. I know that's potential. That's the hope, but that was the hope coming into the season. You had Bosa for a lot of the year. I know Floyd has been out there as well and just wasn't as productive, but Gross-Matos had missed some time. Let's see what happens. I'm going one game at a time. I'm kind of going a snap at a time here with the D-line. That's my sort of biggest thing that I feel like is going to be tough to transfer from last week into this game. That said, if Nick Bosa's back, certainly changes the dynamic element of that line and the pressure they might be able to create. Should also point this out. I was talking about the weather earlier. Starting at about 3 o'clock, it's calling for showers here in Santa Clara down here at Levi Stadium. And they mix it up. I don't know what they all mean, JD. We go 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It all says showers. 6 o'clock, rain. 7 o'clock, light rain. 8 o'clock, we're back to showers.
Yeah, showers is less than light rain.
Okay.
And light rain is less than rain.
So we got rain, we got light rain, and then we have showers.
So yeah, so showers at kickoff?
Showers at kickoff, we got rain at 6, and then light rain at 7.
So I would say that means rain second and third quarters, second quarter and halftime, light rain maybe third quarter into a little bit of the fourth.
We'll go back out to the KNBR Weather Center a little bit later with Raph and see if we can get a weather report from Raph in the KNBR Weather Center. But yeah, it is calling for some rain down here at Levi Stadium right around kickoff and probably leading up to kick. So we'll see if the rain or the weather or the moisture affects Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan did tell us last week he does not like coaching in rain more than he doesn't like coaching in snow. He said, I prefer snow every time. So
the reasoning was incredible.
What, the pen? The pen
yeah, it messes with my pens.
Messes with
your pens.
Messes with my card, my play card.
He wasn't able to do he's not able to mark up on his sheet. Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you. We are live from Levi Stadium. Niners and the Rams coming your way at 5:15. How about we officially kick off the pregame show next on the Sports Leader?
They've changed ends to start the fourth quarter, trying to get in the south end zone. Handoff to Garendo. Touchdown! San Francisco!
We like Ike. Adam Copeland, Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you. That was Ike Garendo's second touchdown of the game against the Chicago Bears, coming off of 2 blowout losses. Kyle Shanahan's Niners kind of looked like the Niners we were expecting to see entering this year with the big offensive day. What did they go? Over 300 yards more than what the Bears were able to put up. They'd held them to 4 yards in the first half. Niners score, 6 total, 5 touchdowns last week en route to a 38-10 victory over the Chicago Bears. Rookie Garendo, who's expected to play today, even after leaving with the foot sprain in last week's game. He stepped up in the absence of McCaffrey and J.P. Mason before he himself got that injury. They also had another rushing touchdown from Patrick Taylor, his second career rushing touchdown, but Garendo, 15 carries for 78 yards. He went 5-2 a carry, 2 touchdowns. He also had 2 passes caught for 50 yards. It really gave the Niners a dynamic element out of the backfield, unlike one they've had this year. Right, McCaffrey was not dynamic in the way we were expecting when he came back. J.P. Mason, who had been fantastic on the ground, a different type of runner. Garendo gave you speed and verticality that I don't think they'd seen this year.
Yeah, and last week's game against Chicago, you saw those explosive plays again, right? I mean, those big gashes. I think it was 8 explosives
in the first half.
Football. Yeah. And and then we already talked about the defense, how you just shut them down. But at one point, I think the 49ers had over 200, 300 yards, and the Bears had maybe 4 or 5 yards.
319-4.
Now that's how you dominate a football. I mean, the second half got a little, those first 2 series a little scary, but other than that, you dominate the football game, and Garendo was a big part of it. And what he did out the backfield, especially catching that big pass down the field on that wheel route. So, he brings a different dynamic. And he's not a Christian McCaffrey, but last week, he got in there and he did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, 319-4 at one point, and the explosives were back, and the play action was back. You know what else was back? The wide-ass open throws.
Yeah.
Right? Where Brock, he's sitting back there, he throws it, and
you watch a guy run to the spot. Right.
Nobody within 15 yards either way of a guy, and then the defense is playing catch-up, and it's big gain after big gain, and that was back. The rhythm, the flow was back to the 49ers offense for the first time I mean, I can't even remember when.
I can't remember who I talked to about that earlier this week, and I asked, well, I thought Kyle called a great game. What was different about the offense? Maybe it was Kruger who was saying it to me earlier this week, and he said, I think a lot of that was the rhythm, that at no point this year it felt like Kyle could get into a rhythm where you could play off of play after play, where you kind of could build up to a drive that you had sort of schemed for when you drew out your scripted plays at the start of the game. Something we should also point out, first time since week 3 on Sunday, they came out and they scored on their opening drive, right? That's something they did, it seemed like every single game last year. Come out, get ahead, or at least tie the game. They did that last week, and they were able to suppress what the Bears were able to do. By the way, they might have gone away with even more of a lead in that one had the Bears not put together a 9-minute drive in the second half, just sort of deflated the clock and changed what the time of possession was in this game. How big of a deal is it to you guys? Because one thing I'll look at when we go back and we say the Niners were up 21-7 in that game against the Rams week 3, and then they were up 24-14 with just under 12 to play, and they ended up losing 27-24. One of my concerns is, well, the Rams didn't even have Puka Nacua or Cooper Kupp in that game, but the 49ers didn't have George Kittle or Debo Samuel. I mean, if you're talking about which two guys make a bigger impact, I know Debo hasn't been great at all this year, really, and specifically of late, but Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp remain as productive as ever. Nacua coming off of 12 catches for like 160. He had a receiving and a rushing touchdown in that game last week. It's going to be a completely different game script and makeup, I feel like, in this game.
Yeah. No, look, Kittle is huge for the Niners, but Nacua and Kupp are massive.
They are the offense for the Rams.
They are the offense for the Rams, and the Rams did put up 27 in that game back in September, and they were doing it with guys like Tutu Atwell, who had 4 catches for 93 yards on 5 targets. They were spreading around. Jordan Whittington had 3 catches and some key conversions in that game. Kyron Williams, we talked about the average yards per carry weren't there, but it was still, they ran it 24 times with Kyron Williams for 89 yards. Like, they had the ability to run it, and you mentioned it earlier, Copes, in the red zone. So their offense really flowed that day when they could protect Stafford. The Niners did sack Stafford 3 times in that game. But Atwell and Kupp and Nacua.
Yeah, those are two
monsters.
And I don't know how it works on the defense. Who has to cover it? We talk about Dre Greenlaw coming back. I don't know, if he has to cover those guys in the middle of the field. But we talk about yak yards, and both of those receivers. I mean, it's a different beast when they're on the field, because once they get the ball, they're going. They're quick. They're fast. They're getting up the field right away. So they were not in the first game, and the Rams come back and beat the 49ers. They're here now. So you have to defend them. You have to recognize them, and you have to know that, a big play can happen at any time if you don't cover those guys.
Certainly a big play can happen if you don't cover those guys. But to your point, Dennis, about Dre Greenlaw being back today, that was maybe most noticeable for the first time this season in that game, where they were able to put together a couple of big plays at the end. I think it was 2 plays for 30 yards or 31 yards that got them back in field goal range for Josh Carty to kick that walk-off field goal. It was Devondre Campbell who was in coverage, and he'd not been nearly as good of a pass coverage linebacker. And basically the last 2 or 3 drives into the second half, Matt Stafford was all over targeting Devondre Campbell. That was all they did, was throw to that side of the field. They were able to use speed to pick up big gains up the sideline to Marcus Robinson and Tutu Atwell. But this is one where coverage is going to be huge, tackling as big as it's ever been, I think, this season in Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua.
Yeah, and you know what? You got to give the 49ers linebackers credit against the Bears also. Jalen Graham and D. Winters, I thought, probably had their best games.
Agreed.
And that has been something that, they both at times can be a little erratic, and they're kind of flying around, but they know exactly where they're going and what they're trying to accomplish, but they've got the youthful energy and exuberance and that kind of thing. They both were flying around making plays. We talked about the pass rush. All of a sudden, could the 49ers have 3 pretty good pass rushers that they can rotate in? Could, with Greenlaw coming back and maybe these young guys coming on at linebacker a little bit, could the 49ers be starting to really build a much more stout and formidable defense potentially at the right time? Again, you got to win tonight or none of it matters.
I'm not there yet. We got to see it today against this offense who put up 44 points against the Buffalo Bills. And we got to see them repeat some stuff that we saw against a far inferior team in the Chicago Bears. Like, that's the defensive side of things is where I'm most concerned. The offense, I feel like if they do that again today, I'll start to feel again like, okay, that's who the offense is and is capable of being. We just know the defense had it in them against a bad team. I want to see that happen again today against the Rams, who, again, they played pretty well against the first time around until the final 12 minutes. Let's get you the QB comparison, sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freedman's Difference, and sponsored by Dolce Vita Tequila, tequila pure and simple. JD, when you look at Matt Stafford and what he is now at 36 years old, 67.5% on the year, 3,303 yards passing, 19 touchdowns to just 7 picks. Like, if I were going to stack up the best quarterbacks in the division, I might still have him at the top in terms of what's reliable. He's not the 5,000-yard passer a season or the 40-touchdown guy that he once was, but dude's a Super Bowl champion, he's a Hall of Famer, he's a winner.
He's at the top. I don't think, because he has the ability to beat you almost single-handedly if he plays well still on any given game. And I think the 49ers have been bitten by that a couple of times. I think they got bit by that in September. It was all of a sudden they were hanging around. The special teams made a big play that kind of flipped the game, and then Matthew Stafford got in a rhythm and was not going to be denied down the stretch in terms of making enough big plays to guide his team through. I mean, you look at a couple of touchdown passes the last game against Buffalo, a couple against the Saints, couple against Philly, had 4 in New England. Like, he's still having a damn good year. He hasn't thrown a pick going back to November 11th, the last time that Stafford threw a pick. So
November 11th?
He's hot. He's
due. He's due for a pick. When's the last time the Niners picked one off?
He's hot right now.
And that could be the key to this football game. Takeaways. I mean, if you can force him to make a mistake, which he doesn't make mistakes, 36 years old, he's seen everything, all the coverages. You can't disguise anything with him. You might be able to bait him, but he's a good quarterback. Strong arm. He can make all the throws. But the 49ers need to pick or somehow figure out how to get him to make a mistake. And you do it with your pass rush, right? He doesn't want to get hit. He
had 9 touchdowns and 7 interceptions coming off of that game on November 11th against Miami when the Dolphins went into SoFi and won. Since then, it's 10 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah, big deal for him. And again, Brock Purdy played a clean game last week. When the Niners don't turn it over or Brock doesn't turn it over, Niners fared damn well in his career. Again, coming off of one of his best performances of the season. Had 325 passing yards. He was 20 of 25 in that game last week. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. As clean as a game as he could have. We got plenty more to come here. Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson, live from Levi Stadium. We'll catch up in a little bit with our guy, Matt Mayoko, our insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll also check in with the broadcast booth and Greg Papa, as well as Larry Krueger. Plenty more to come here. It's the Niners and the Rams, Week 15 on the Sports Leader.
I mean, obviously it'd be nice to be able to do that every game, and I don't even know if that's necessarily a goal for ours, but our goal is to be the best that we can be, and if we are doing that, then that's just the result that comes from it. So I don't know really what our record is when we do score over 30, but for us, it's how can we put the best tape out there for ourselves and feel good about us playing together as a team. And then when we look at the scoreboard in those situations, it's usually good like that. So.
There's the voice of Brock Purdy, of course, after a big performance last week against the Bears, getting ready for the Rams, who come to town tonight to take on the 49ers. They come in at 7-6, Niners at 6-7. Niners, by the way, favorites in this game, 2.5-point favorites, over under a 49.5. And there's some rain coming in, and there's also some light showers and some light rain. I think that's what we saw. Rain, showers, light rain is what we're looking at. Good with that,
so
JD?
It's going to rain.
Yeah, so it's going to rain.
It's going to rain.
Thank you, Wally. It's going to rain.
It's going to rain. It's going to rain. I don't know if that's it's not going to rain. It's just going to be a little drizzle.
It's California rain.
Yeah, California rain. You can get over it.
It's going to be. It's going to make the ball slick, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
well, how significant has that been in your mind for Brock Purdy specifically? Because it has been something that has been an issue and has been a discussion point.
Yeah, and ball slippage, I guess. I don't know if I can say that on the air, but it's gripping the ball, getting the ball, where you want it to throw it down the field. I didn't play offense. I didn't receive the ball, but I would think, it could get a little slippery trying to catch that ball. But I don't, this is California. We're at Levi's. I don't think it's going to pour. I mean, we've had some torrential rain here. I don't see that coming in. I don't think it's going to affect the game that much. Maybe you have to put longer cleats in the second half because that's when the rain's going to come. But I don't think it affects the game.
It's going to be a run-the-ball game is what it means. And Ike Guerrero expected to be out there. That was part of the health report. Why don't we get you today's health report ahead of Week 15, sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. The Alameda County Sheriff's Office is seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinasco.com. JD, you got the report in front of you?
Yeah, and some good news with Adam Schefter reporting that Nick Bosa likely to play. He had been listed as questionable. He's going to go through the pregame warm-up, but trending toward playing, as is Isaac Guerrero, also listed as questionable, but a limited participant yesterday after being a DNP Monday and Tuesday. So some good news on that front. The 49ers also have activated Dre Greenlaw, who will play for the first time since the Super Bowl. He was questionable, but he's coming back from the Achilles injury that he sustained, 10 months ago yesterday on the 11th of February in Vegas in the Super Bowl. And then Ben Bartch, Malik Mustafa, Trent Williams, those three are going to be out for the 49ers in this one. D. Winters, Aaron Banks, Talanoa Hufanga, all those guys good to go.
I don't want to, again, Guerrero on Sunday, it didn't seem like it was that serious of a foot injury. He even said to the media after the game that it was more of a precaution. They just want to make sure he was going to be okay. I think ahead of a really short week and having to be the lead ball carrier yet again, and they're thin at that position already. But somebody checks in, our guy True Blue on the YouTube chat, and he just says, these fools are going to hurt themselves out there again. They're going to have a gimpy Guerrero running in some sloppy weather. Any concern there, or do you anticipate he's just okay? Was he? I didn't think he was all that gimpy at the end of when he left that game.
No, he did. And again, in the locker room post game, he said it was fine. They pulled me because it was precautionary, that whole thing. But then when it got held up as, he had to get the MRI, it kind of makes you wonder. And anytime the Niners with an injury, you kind of wonder, is this truly as it seems?
Yeah.
Sometimes when they're down on something, it ends up being better than expected. Sometimes when they're high on something, it ends up being worse than expected.
Sure.
It kind of works both ways. So there was some concern. And then to have Guerrero be somebody that wasn't going to participate. Really, Tuesday was the big day where the 49ers actually got out there on the field for a decent amount of time. So that kind of made me think, I don't know. But Guerrero thought he would be good to go on Tuesday, and he in fact will be.
What does it mean to have a guy like, not what does it mean? What's a fair expectation for a guy like Dre Greenlaw coming back off of an Achilles, hasn't played since the Super Bowl? I mean, we saw what it meant to not have a guy like Trent Williams out there all preseason, to not have a guy like Brandon Ayuk out there, how Christian McCaffrey had to clearly work his way back up to speed and was just looking like he was maybe getting there. What's fair for a guy like Dre Greenlaw? What can we expect today?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you know what kind of player Dre Greenlaw. I mean, he's a down the hill. I mean, he's hitting, he's looking, he's looking to make plays all over the defense. But Achilles, I mean, it's going to take a while for him to kind of trust that again, I would think. And he's got to get his legs underneath him. I mean, these guys have training camp, mini camps, preseason, you're practicing with the team. But now you got to go out there, you get 2 weeks of practice. Now you got to go on the football field against this Rams offense, and you got to run around. So I don't know the expectation. I don't know if he's going to, if you have plays that he comes in, plays he comes out, but you definitely can't expect the Dre Greenlaw you saw late last season before he got his injury, because he's got to get his legs underneath him.
Hufanga even had that problem when he came back earlier this year, and he played last week as well.
Yeah, he did not play well in the initial
first
game.
Stint, right.
Yeah, the initial first stint. And so I think the best thing for Greenlaw is low expectations. I do wonder how they do it in terms of a rotation. Obviously, we were just talking about the fact that D. Winters and Jalen Graham had, I think, both of them their best games. The linebacker play has been maligned, and rightfully so at times this year, a big problem. So how do you get the best guys on the field in the right situations when the middle of the field specifically is so important in trying to defend the Rams offense?
Yeah, and again, that's where Matt Stafford really picked on Devondre Campbell last time when they needed some big time chunk yardage. Also, to that injury report, you mentioned Nick Bosa is going to try to play. I guess we'll find out more closer to game time, but Adam Schefter reporting earlier today that Bosa, who had been questionable after missing practice on Wednesday, limited participant on Thursday, and now questionable for this game. I mean, again, is this as healthy? Again, he's banged up, but is this as healthy as the D-line will have been all year, JD?
Yeah, I think so, except for the interior. Although, you look at the interior, and even the interior is getting healthy. I mean, you wish you probably had Hargrave at that point. But I think in terms of guys who can light up the passer, I think it would be as healthy and effective because Leonard Floyd's playing well, and Yetur Gross-Matos just had 3 sacks and was the NFC Defensive Player of the Week, and now you might get Nick Bosa back. How much of that was the Bears? How much of that was Caleb Williams? I think a lot of it probably was Caleb Williams holding the ball too long. Bears don't protect well. But again, the 49ers did get to Stafford 3 times in that game earlier on in the season, so it shows that there is pressure to be had, and maybe the 49ers have more depth to apply it.
Yeah, and we've talked about it the entire show. That's going to be the key to this football game. Getting after Matthew Stafford, getting him off his mark. And here's the key. Don't let him get into a rhythm, because we saw in the fourth quarter of this first matchup, once he got in a rhythm, it was hard to stop him.
Let me ask you this, Dennis. Puka Nacua is a weird guy. This is going to be a huge part of the game today and trying to bottle him up, and really nobody does. He had a huge day last week. Were you always aware of your opponents and what divisions and everything that you played in, Dennis, when you were a player? Do you know this, that Puka Nacua has this thing going where he doesn't know what division? He didn't know he played in the NFC West?
Well, that seems weird because he's in California. What do you think he was?
I don't know.
Although back when you played, Dennis, it was Carolina and Atlanta and New Orleans.
Yeah, but we knew we were in the West at least.
You guys were.
We were in the. That's what I'm saying. So he is in the West. So he should kind of. Well, he's a young kid.
He's a Hawaii guy too.
Yeah.
Right?
So this is, and you're right. When I was with the Niners, we played Atlanta every year. They were in our division. And New Orleans was in our division too, but I did know we were NFC.
And then Carolina
West,
came in, and Carolina was in
our division too. But I knew I was in the West. Maybe because I grew up, Southern
You grew up
Cal.
on the West Coast,
so I kind of knew it was. He's a Hawaiian guy, but. You would think that'd be common knowledge for him. But what do you always say? What did your mother say? If it was common,
if sense was common, more people would have it.
People would have
common sense quote there. Yeah, it's bizarre to me. It doesn't make much sense to me. I also didn't buy it because I guess he was on Pat McAfee this week, and Adam Schefter was asking him if he knew who they played this week, and he goes, "Yeah, I know now. I think he didn't know initially, and then he realized it was the 49ers or something. And I was like, but in the post-game locker room speech after the win against Buffalo, Sean McVay goes, all right, now let's go beat the Niners. I'm like, were you not just not listening to coach, or what's going on, man? But that's pretty funny. I don't know if he's just aloof or he's like, I don't know, just put the ball in my hands and let me go take care of business. But having Dre Greenlaw back there today, I think you would hope it plays a big role and an impact in trying to stop this pass game. That said, they throw it to Kyron Williams out of the backfield a lot as well.
They do. I also think there's something to be said, and Dennis, you could speak to this better than I could, just the emotional lift of having somebody that is a big-time leader like Dre Greenlaw. I mean, he is beloved in that locker room for just being a dog. So even if he isn't going to be able to give you the half as many snaps as he would if he was full strength, I mean, there's got to be something motivating when you're in the locker room and about to go out to the field and warming up, and you see that he's going to be back out there with you.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're in a huddle and you see, one of your big time. I remember Matt Millen went down for a couple games. I think my rookie season. And it was just so refreshing to see him in the huddle, calling plays, looking up as a defensive lineman and seeing a Matt Millen, somebody who knows the game, who's played the game, and does it well. I mean, it gives the whole defense a boost. And I think this is something that this defense might need right now. That added confidence. Like, we have one of our generals are back on the football field.
And Greenlaw's he's a punisher, right? When he flies
Physical,
around,
they've been missing that. Yeah,
he hits. He toes the line of maybe going over the line, but the 49ers have at times. I mean, let's be honest. At times, they've looked soft.
Yeah,
and
that
by
fuels
comparison,
the whole thing, right? I mean, you see that kind of aggressive play, and then you're like, oh, this is what we're setting the tone now.
Yeah.
And he's been that tone setter for this defense for a while.
Not last week, but you get Dre Greenlaw back, it's especially not this week.
Well, and by the way, he's got to be out there playing with his hair on fire because he's looking to put 4 games on tape to prove, as he enters free agency, that he can still be the guy that became the that coverage linebacker for the Niners over the last couple of years. He's been fantastic, a former 5th rounder, and is due for a payday. And we'll see if the 49ers get enough out of him to bring him back, or if he puts enough on tape for another team to offer him a contract this offseason. But Dre Greenlaw back today. Nick Bosa going to try to give it a go. Ike Garendo expected to play. No Malik Mustafa, no Trent Williams. But we will be joined next by our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Our guy Matt Mayoko is going to join us when we come on back. We are here live from Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, the Super Bowl champ Dennis Brown, and John Dickinson. Niners and the Rams. The Niners are still alive, and they could be more alive with a win today. Only here on the Sports Leader.
I liked how we played last week. So, I mean, it's a week-to-week thing. It's, we played good in that game, and, I thought we hadn't played that well following the previous 3 weeks. We did versus Tampa the week before that. So we haven't been as consistent as we'd like, and hopefully we can string 2 games together in a row here.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Getting ready for the Niners and the Rams here from Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you. And we are joined now by our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko. Of course, you read him and you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's coverage of 49er football, and you want to hear him on the 49er Talk podcast. He and Jennifer Lee Chan do a great job with that podcast. You'll hear one today after the game. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, and some positive news for the 49ers already today. Dre Greenlaw activated, and Adam Schefter reporting Nick Bosa is going to try to give it a go pregame, and he's trending maybe towards playing tonight. I'd say that's all positive stuff.
I would say so. And Isaac Grendo, I think he's going to try to play. So I just saw Bosa. He walked in probably about 20 minutes ago. So I think he's going to get out there on the field and kind of just see how he feels. But right now it looks like everybody's going to be available for this game, or at least the guys. We know the 3 guys who were declared inactive yesterday, actually 2 guys now. Ben Barch is on injured reserve, but Trent Williams won't play. Malik Mustafa won't play, but it sure looks like the rest of their 53-man roster will be available for this one.
Matt, what in terms of moving from Sunday to tonight was real about what the 49ers did against the Bears? What translates among what the 49ers did against the Bears, especially under the context of, and you don't want to have the recency bias, but how could you not when you look at what the Rams did to the Bills, at least offensively?
Yeah, you know what? This probably isn't the answer that 49er fans want to hear. I don't think anything translates. I think that the Bears were just so bad. And, everybody expects the team that just fired their head coach to get some sort of bump. Well, Matt Eberflus did run that Bears defense, and the Bears defense just looked like they were confounded by everything the 49ers did. Guys running wide open all over the place. So they're going to be facing a team in the Rams that knows the 49ers very well. And so I don't think you'll have that kind of just success where Kyle Shanahan was just dialing it up, and anything he said into the ear sets of Brock Purdy was successful. I think that this is going to be a much more difficult task, and the key is to get Debo Samuel going. Can they get him going? I think regardless of where Grendo is physically when this game starts, Debo Samuel will get his touches. He'll get his touches as a runner. He'll be targeted a little bit in the passing game. So, he's the guy who said that he's not struggling. All he needs is more opportunities. Well, I think he's going to get those opportunities. And if he doesn't, it's probably because George Kittle and Juwan Jennings are doing their jobs and they're getting yards anyway. But, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of focus on Debo Samuel to kind of put his money where his mouth is.
And, Matthew, just talking about Debo, it seems like the focus is – defenses already focus on Debo, right? Jet sweeps aren't working. The quick in routes aren't working. How do you combat that? How do you see Kyle Shanahan scheming up to get Debo open?
Maybe it's kind of at the point now where teams feel like, okay, well, Debo, maybe he's lost his step. Maybe Debo doesn't make the first guy miss or run over the first guy like the Debo that we've seen in the past. So now maybe teams have to look at Juwan Jennings more. Juwan Jennings, that first game against the Rams, even though they lost it, he had a huge game. And so Juwan Jennings is not going to catch the Rams by surprise. And the Rams are playing without one of their starting cornerbacks and Kobe Durant. So, they might look at this like, okay, this Debo Samuel, he's not that same guy. He's not the guy who runs over defensive backs. He's not the guy who always makes the first person miss. So maybe, when they're putting together their game plan, maybe they're looking at ways to minimize the effectiveness of Juwan Jennings and George Kittle, and maybe that kind of opens things up for Debo. But as far as the scheming part of it, man, they haven't figured it out through 12 games or 13 games. And so I don't know what that answer is. Debo's never been known as somebody who's great at beating man coverage, and I think the 49ers, anecdotally anyway, are seeing more man coverage than they have in the past. And then the run plays, it just seems like he's bottled up, the averaging, 2.9 yards per carry, which isn't good enough. So I don't know what the answer is other than when things start working for the 49ers offensively, it oftentimes leads to something else working and then the next thing working. And defenses try to adjust, but the 49ers are always one step ahead. I guess we saw some of that, against the Bears. We saw a lot of that, in fact, against the Bears, especially in the first half last week. So, that would be the goal going into this game is just, convert third downs, keep the chains moving, get the run game, be able to branch off the run game with the passing game at all depths. So this has been a very un-49ers-like offense this season, whereas it just seems like it's pulling teeth and it's just a grind offensively. And so we'll see. I mean, I really don't think that there's too much of a carryover other than maybe just the confidence of knowing they can still do it, doing it against the Bears last week. Granted, not a good team at all, but, they're facing a much better team, and they're facing a team that, has won 6 of 8, and, they're only a game out in the wild card, and they're a game out in the division. So 49ers are going to have their hands full.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Niners didn't have Debo, or Kittle in week 3 in their loss to the Rams. Rams didn't have Puka Nacua or Cooper Kupp. What's the bigger addition for either side?
Well, I think the Rams also didn't have most of their offensive line in that game too. I honestly think that the Rams are a better team now, significantly better than that team the 49ers faced in week 3. And, I don't know that the 49ers have improved at all, really. Take out last week's game, which it's difficult to gauge what that means. But, obviously Kittle is a huge addition. But, we just haven't seen the 49ers click offensively against a really good team this season. So they're going to have to play their best game of the season, I think, to win this game because the Rams, the 49ers were able to get a lot of pressure on Matthew Stafford because they didn't have their offensive line there. They didn't have, that was the Tutu Atwell game. And now he's, pretty far down the list of their wide receiving options. I mean, he's number 3 now. And Kyron Williams is running well. He's a 1,000-yard rusher, 5th in the league. So I think the Rams are in a better spot heading into this game compared to week 3 than the 49ers are.
How much of a lift and in what ways do you think Dre Greenlaw's return helped this team tonight?
I think he will play with frothing at the mouth. I think he has been looking forward to this since he underwent surgery a week after the Super Bowl. We've seen him when he's been out for a period of time and just the passion, the energy, the aggression he plays with. I think that seems to be something that has been lacking, I think, a little bit from the 49ers defense. They really haven't had an identity. I mean, they did the first 3 games of the season when Fred Warner was all over the place. But since his ankle injury, he hasn't been the same impactful player. So I just think Greenlaw coming back, it's unfair to expect him in midseason form. But he did tell me in the offseason that he would not come back. He would not step foot on the field until he felt like he was in midseason form. And so he's going to help their third down defense. He's going to help their red zone defense. And I just think the energy that he plays with is going to bring a buzz to this stadium tonight.
Now, what did you make of, and I know you mentioned Debo Samuel and getting him going and him talking about he wasn't struggling, he just needed the touches. What do you make of the stat that his touches this year, at least on the ground, may exceed what he did in handoffs last year, and he's not that far off from his pace for targets per game in terms of where he was at last year. He also leads the team in drops. I just don't know really what to make of that. I'm sure he's frustrated by his lack of success, but that may also, as JD pointed out earlier, sometimes when you're not successful, it plays into how many touches you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that was a comment that he made out of frustration. I mean, when people are talking a lot about, what he hasn't been doing, and that maybe he's not the same player. And, the eyeball test tells you that, he hasn't broken the tackles. He hasn't been as dominant. And so, he's 28 years old. So he's not a guy that's over the hill. He shouldn't be, but maybe he's trying to talk himself into it as well. And maybe this is the kind of thing, he's one of these guys that, I think he probably needs to play angry. He needs to get himself in the frame of mind of just being kind of pissed off at the world kind of thing. And maybe that brings out his best. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think that anybody with the 49ers was disappointed to hear him, talking the way he did, because now that kind of puts it on him. Now it's up to him to go out and show. But you're right. Like, his number of touches is not way down by any stretch from previous seasons, but just the production is. So maybe it feels like, he doesn't have the number of touches because his touches don't last as long. They certainly don't last the number of yards that they have in the past.
Yeah, that being said, Matt, look at Isaac Guerendo. You think he's good to go? If there's a back that, has to get in there, if Guerendo is a little less than 100, like what have you made of Guerendo saying it was precautionary that he got pulled out against the Bears, then the MRI? Obviously, it sounds like he's going to go tonight. Are the Niners going to have to be a little more diplomatic in terms of it's your weekly running back touches question?
Yeah. Yeah, and my weekly answer is they'll ride him for as long as they can. That's what they do with the running backs. And so, I think for a running back who has a foot sprain, probably once you get going, you don't want to let the foot off the gas pedal. So, the longer he's on the sideline, maybe – the more tight it gets. But no, I think that you'll see Debo Samuel get 4, 5, 6 touches as a runner in this game, whether it's the jet sweeps or just lining up in the backfield. So, I would expect that, unless Guerendo gets injured and has to come out of the game, I would think the 2 top ball carriers for the 49ers in this game will be Guerendo and Debo Samuel. And then, they could always turn to Patrick Taylor, but, I think that they hope to be able to get through this game, that Guerendo is healthy enough to play. And, you get through this game and you feel a lot better, because then you have 10 days off before the next game, and that'll be in Miami, maybe a little bit warmer weather.
Any concern about the rain here, Matt?
I haven't been outside yet. I'm inside Levi Stadium. You guys have a look at the outside, right?
We're looking at right now. It's not raining as it stands right now, but and I should give you the exact terminology that I had a little while ago, because the way it breaks, the way that the forecast is breaking down today is it said 3:00 we're going to get some light rain, so we're about 2:45 right now, and it looks like it's getting darker. It does look like maybe there could be some light rain coming. It does look like the ground's a little wet too, so maybe it's been sprinkling out there. Then at 4:00 it says few showers, 5:00 few showers, 6:00 showers. 7:00 showers, which is good because we were getting actual rain earlier. So it says there will be showers, it looks like, from about kickoff throughout the game.
Yeah, so that's the last thing I saw was that, 7:00, it might be raining from kickoff to 7:00. Or
that's about right, yeah.
Sprinkles or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, I don't know that changes anything. I think as long as there's not, like, the wind, as long as that's not an issue, it shouldn't be too bad, just as long as, Purdy can grip the ball and throw it. But I would think that, the game plan is basically the same for both teams. Their histories are the same. The Rams, have a pretty good split run and pass, as they showed last week against the Bills. I mean, you put up 44 points and you'd think that, they must have thrown 50 times. They didn't. They ran the ball more than they threw the ball in that game. And so the 49ers are always going to try to do that as well. But maybe they do come out just with a little bit of the uncertainty they have at running back. Maybe they do come out and try to get the ball out quickly and take advantage of the Rams being down one cornerback.
Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear, our insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you check out the 49ers Talk podcast with Jennifer Lee Chan after this one. Matt, we'll see you upstairs. Thanks so much.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Good stuff there from Matt Mayoko, who, by the way, told us straight up, hey, I don't think anything is transferable from that Bears game to this game. JD's like, what do you think carries over? He's like, nothing really at all. Bears stink is basically what he told us.
Yeah, so, and oh, by the way, the Rams are a lot better and healthier than they were when the 49ers lost to them.
And then I saw about the Niners. I think got Debo and Kittle back. I don't think much has changed for the 49ers. Matt Mayoko snuffing our torches early in this one. 5:15 kickoff. We will go up to the broadcast booth and check in with Greg Papa, get his thoughts on this one. He's going the other way. You heard him today, right?
Yeah.
Cincinnati was going to blow him out.
Yeah, we have to ask him about that.
I'm in on that. I'm in on a Niner blowout. That would really change the fortunes and the scope of what this team is capable of. But still, it all starts with a win tonight to get to 7-7 and bring the Rams back to 7-7. Adam Copeland, JD, and the Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown hanging out with you on this soon-to-be rainy Thursday afternoon from Levi's Stadium. We got plenty more to come. We'll hear from 49ers general manager John Lynch, who joined the morning show yesterday here on KNBR, and then we'll check in with our guy Larry Krueger. We're about an hour and a half away from throwing it up to Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. John Lynch next, only here on the Sports Leader. It's a new little beat we got going on here. 49er pregame rolls on. I don't think I've ever heard this music here as part of this. Adam Copeland, Super Bowl champ, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you. Could be a rainy evening or a wet evening here. It doesn't look like it's a ton of rain, but could be some showers coming in in just a little while here from Levi Stadium, where the Niners are getting ready to take on the LA Rams in Week 15 of this 2024 season. Let's get you building the game plan, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. You can start your tour today at riverislands.com. It was for me. John Lynch, the Hall of Famer and the 49ers general manager, joins Murph and Marcus every week throughout the Niners season. And this week, John gave the boys his 2 big takeaways from that win over Chicago.
2 things. First of all, I loved that response. I really did. I was really proud of our team, how they came out, played with confidence, played with conviction. I thought we were sharp. I thought we were aggressive. I was really, really proud of our team. We were. It was tremendous leadership by Kyle, by our players. You know, I think it was mentioned a couple of our players spoke at our team meeting, and I think that really set the tone. But collectively as a team, we came out. I also want to apologize for anybody if kids were watching or listening. You know, I think that was somewhat benign, but I do want to.
Oh, sure.
I got a little fired up.
Well, you're such a gentleman that you're apologizing. Have you heard the music they're listening to these days, John? All right. I think you're okay. Yeah. You know, it's funny, John, because I was raised in a household. My dad didn't swear in our house. He just didn't. And so, like, every now and then my kids, one will slip through on a TV show or something, because now, you know, even like McAfee, right? That stuff comes flying out, and I say to the kids, oh, hey, you know, and they're like, Dad, we've heard it all. All right.
I've been there myself. Yeah.
So you saying you can't get your ass kicked, I think, is pretty darn low bar, pretty darn low on the scale. You're pretty good. But yeah, and you guys did answer that way, and mostly offensively. And, you know, we talk about, like, Brock Purdy, what he did in that game, and how Kyle seemed to be, I don't want to say for lack of a word, cooking. You know what I mean? More downfield balls. Actually, the stat was, I think, the most downfield passes that Brock had completed since Week 8. Is that something that jumped out at you?
Yeah, I thought we were in sync. We were in tune. I really I just loved our mentality. I loved our mindset coming into that game. And, you know, guys were ready to play. There's no doubt about it. And I think defensively as well. I mean, I know Caleb's been sacked a lot this year, but to get after him and have 7 sacks, Yetur had 3, I believe. Leonard Floyd had 2. Those guys were hunting. And I thought the secondary, having Hufanga back, he plays fast. And I think that is contagious. And, you know, I think that lifted us. And, you know, Malik doing his thing. Jair got in there as well. I thought our linebackers were running around. Our front was good. So all around, I thought a really solid effort by us.
And John, I wanted to circle back about your opening comments about the team leadership, and you mentioned the 2 speeches that both Deommodore Lenoir and Brock Purdy gave to the team on Saturday night. I'm curious how often this happens, that Kyle Shanahan will ask players to speak to the team, and also what it means specifically that you had a 25-year-old and a 24-year-old address the team.
Yeah, I remember Kyle talking to me late on Saturday, just saying, man, I want to play with grit, you know, and I want to have a couple guys talk who comes to mind, who are some of our gritty guys. And, you know, Demo is he's one of those guys, and almost didn't matter what he said. Demo's just a guy that everybody respects and loves so much. But yeah, it is somewhat rare that Kyle will have guys speak at it's not like it hasn't been done before. But at the team meeting portion on Saturday night over at the hotel, and Demo did a great job, and then Brock was unbelievable. And I think so much is put on the quarterback in terms of the amount of game plan learning each week. You don't want to throw another thing, but I don't think Brock had much warning, and he gave a tremendous message, kind of about what I think George alluded to in the media about playing with some desperation, and I think it really inspired our team, both those guys, and it's great. Kyle does a tremendous job. Sometimes a change up and having some of the guys address the team along with Kyle was tremendous. And I mean, words aren't going to make a difference, but I think the feeling and the passion with which they talked about what needed to happen, you felt like it was going to happen, and then it did.
Yeah, it just feels like you said, sometimes the words don't matter as much as sort of just the presence and the connection that they made with those guys. So obviously it worked. So John, I'll play a little word game with you. 6-7 feels like what? What does it feel like? 6-7.
Got a chance, and I think it'll be a lot better if we're 7-7. And we knew that, what was it, 2 games in 5 days, and so what an opportunity to do it at home. I do want to mention too the fans. I mean, sometimes you wonder, we've created a high standard and we've kind of let that down so far this year. But man, the fans came and they were ready. And I think we inspired the fans early with our play, but they were into that game, and that was really cool. And we're very appreciative. We're going to need it even more. The Rams are playing good ball. They tripped us up earlier this year, and we've got a great opportunity to get them back. And I learned long ago, Coach Dungy, he's such a wise man, and Coach Dungy used to always say, just don't worry about other people in an equation that when you need help. If you take care of your business, things tend to fall into place. And I remember last year, like with the 1 seed, everybody thought Philly had that on lock, and we just kept, we started with Philly, we kept just taking teams down, and all of a sudden things just kind of fell into place. So I think provided we do that, we're going to be all right. But that starts with the Rams, and that's where our focus is. And we got to have Levi's rocking Thursday night.
Yeah, John, it's actually interesting. I saw some footage going around on social media, a mic'd up moment with your Yetur Gross-Matos where the camera captured him in the fourth quarter saying, first playoff dub. So is that is that the mentality for the team moving forward over the last 4 games of the season, that it's win or go home at this point?
Yeah, we talked about that. This is playoff football for us because that's really where it's at in our mind. And I felt like the guys responded as such. I felt like they played, and that stadium had that type of feel. And we gotta continue that. And I thought we did a really good job of blocking out all the noise and really just focusing on one opponent, and that was the Bears. And now we move on to the Rams. Really good football team. Stafford, Stafford is such a really, such a special player. And then you throw Puka and Cooper Kupp and Kyron Williams, a young defensive front. So they have a lot of challenges they present. But I can't wait for Thursday night.
Yeah, they just scored 44 points. I mean, if that doesn't get your attention, I don't know what will. And Nakua and Kupp are just ridiculous. And Stafford is truly looking like a Hall of Fame quarterback. So my question then, following up on Marcus saying, playoff football, all that stuff, how realistic is it for you guys to be a playoff team with that running back depth chart? John, that's just unbelievable. Like, literally, we're talking about not just Christian McCaffrey. We lost Elijah Mitchell at the start of the season. Throw in Jordan Mason. Now, we don't know if Guerendo can go. Let's say he can't because, it's a foot injury. It's pretty bad. John, honestly, we're looking up guys like Patrick Taylor, Keyshawn Vaughn, Israel Abanikanda. Is it realistic for you guys to be able to play at your best when you're that deep in the depth chart on running back?
Well, fortunately, we had a deep group there to start the year. It's not ideal. I think everybody can agree to that. But we saw what Guerendo did last week, and Isaac has a chance this week. We'll see. He does have a foot sprain. He is pretty convicted that he really wants to give this a go, and we'll see where that goes. It's a quick turnaround, to say the least, on Thursday night. That's a challenge. But whoever's out there, we got to go. And, these guys are good. They're NFL players, and great opportunity for them. Just like Guerendo stepped up, maybe it's someone else's opportunity, and we got to find a way.
Is there any one of those 3 guys whose story sort of like, Keyshawn Vaughn won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Bucks. I mean, they don't have a ton of reps, but is there any one of those guys whose story kind of grabs you, that gives you a reason why you guys, because you guys brought those guys into the building specifically for something.
Yeah, I would just tell you, Patrick Taylor was a guy we probably just got for depth this offseason to take into camp, but I think he really won everybody over with his professionalism. He's one of those guys that's like first guy in, last guy out, just a model of consistency. And he's a really good football player. He had played in a similar system in Green Bay. And so I think early in the year, we thought hard about putting him in a practice squad. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he ended up making our 53 because we didn't want to run the risk of losing him. So sometimes decisions like that pay off when a guy's still in your building. And then I still haven't learned his name, but Izzy. Izzy is the guy.
Here we go. Abanaconda.
Okay, Abanaconda.
There you go. Yeah, I learned it too.
He's an impressive dude, and his journey, has been difficult in that he was highly regarded coming into the league. It hasn't taken off, but we like his skill set a lot. So if it's his opportunity, along with Keyshawn, we call him Sneak Vaughn. These guys are NFL players, and we'll be okay, and we'll run our stuff, and we'll see where it shakes out.
John, we got to ask you about George Kittle. It feels like every week we can ask you about George Kittle, but this past weekend as a receiver, he became the third tight end in NFL history, and he joins Antonio Gate and Travis Kelce as the only tight ends with 500 catches and 7,000 yards in their first 8 seasons. Is it possible at age 31 that George Kittle is playing the best ball of his career?
Yeah, he looked so fast the other day. I mean, I think it was Jed who came in after the game, and then on one of the catches, he thought it was Garindo, like he really did. And, but George is just playing really good ball, and he takes really good care of himself. And that's what happens when you take great care of yourself and you're mindful about your body and you're as talented as George is. You stack days, you stack years, really proud of the football George is playing. In a game like that where your back's up against the wall, you need your best players to rise to the occasion, and George certainly did that for us the other day.
John, we have seen a lot of production this season from Jauan Jennings, so much so that he'll be joining us today at 9 a.m. as our 49er Player of the Week. Now, just talk to us about the journey of Jauan from going to the practice squad to leading the team in targets, receptions, and first downs, and just a wide receiver that he's kind of evolved into.
I love everything he stands for. I love watching him play football, the way he competes, whether it be, going up for a 50-50 ball, the way he runs routes, the way he blocks. And, he frustrates other players on other teams, but there's nothing about him that is cheap. He just plays to the end of the whistle, through the whistle on each and every play. And I admire the way Jauan plays. I think it lifts our team. And I'm really proud of the young man. I remember his highlight tape coming out of Tennessee, and man, it was one of the coolest highlight tapes I'd ever seen. Some of the plays he made, some of the same stuff we see him doing here, he did at Tennessee. We got a lot of similarities in that we both went into college as quarterbacks, and then he went to play receiver, and I went to play in safety, and we talk about that a lot. And I just love his enthusiasm for life, and he's a fun guy to be around. He's a fun guy to watch play football. We're very fortunate to have him.
Well, having one of the best seasons of anybody on the team. Can you take us through the backstory of signing him in May? I mean, there was a chance you weren't gonna. Did that get dicey?
No, we were going to. It took some time to work out, but we're glad that we have him a part of us moving forward. He kind of embodies what we want a Niner to be. And he's really a good person too, and that's he got an exuberance for life, and he's a fun guy to be around, and he lifts our practice. And Jauan's a heck of a dude, so you guys will have fun talking to him.
That May signing of him is just turning out to be gigantic. Have him through the 2025 season for sure. And then finally, Ian Rappaport over the weekend reported that you guys are committed to starting conversations with Brock Purdy. Because there's, fans these days. So Sam Darnold throws however many touchdowns he threw over the weekend, something like 5 or something. I don't know. Bring him back. He's cheaper than Brock. Or whatever. I don't know. Everybody's got a thought. So this your response maybe from Ian's response or report that you guys are going to negotiate with Brock Purdy? Is that the plan going into January and February?
We don't talk about that kind of stuff. Right now we're focused on the Rams. Brock is, I just told you what I thought of the way he played this last week. I thought it was awesome. I thought his leadership was present and felt. He's our guy, and we love him. And, we're focused on keeping our hopes alive. And there's a big one Thursday night at Levi's, and Brock's going to be a big part of leading us. So we're excited about that.
Another contract that could come up at the end of the season is Talanoa Hufunga's. And I know you just said you don't want to talk about contracts, but I did want to kind of refocus on his return to the field this past Sunday. Your thoughts? I know you mentioned it in your first answer, but also the pairing of him with Mustafa instead of having Jair Brown out there.
Well, I think they're all three good players, and it gives you a lot of comfort. There was, I think, an instance, Malik went out that first play of the second half. DeAndre Swift came through, and man, he put his helmet in Mustafa's chest, and I could tell that hurt. It doesn't feel good. I've been there, and he needed a little breather. And to bring Jair in, I mean, I think we got three really good safeties that you can rotate and play. I think Huff brings so much in terms of the speed with which he plays, but also the communication on the back end. I thought there were some subtleties to our game, the disguises and such. Huff he's played a lot of football, and so we're comfortable with all three of those guys and beyond. I mean, we have Gibson, who we brought back, who's played a lot of football in this league, played a lot of great football for us. So real deep group at safety, and it's just great to have more really good players back, and is a big lift to get Huff back.
Always, John, you're always great. You answer every question, and you guys got the big win. They responded to your foul language on the air Friday. Very well. Very well. So you made through this one clean. Rated G this time, John. So,
right.
Hey, I know Thursday you're going to be geeked up. It should be a really, really good game. And like you said, got a chance. So
that's right.
Thanks for the time, John. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
We'll see you. Thanks, guys.
John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I mean, I think the message across the board from, all the guys, whether it was Brock or myself or all of us, honestly, was just to fight, for one win. It was everything today. We treated it like a playoff game, and that's what they are going forward. Every game means everything, and so we're just treating it 1 week at a time. It's a 1-0 mentality, and it's just one game coming up. That's our entire focus.
Fred Warner there on the 49ers focus for this one against the LA Rams, where I think you score 30 in this one, you may win it. We'll see what happens. Rams put up 44 last week in their win against the Buffalo Bills. Niners looking to move back to 7-7 if they can win today, and still that glimmer of hope for the postseason can stay alive with a victory tonight. 5:15 kick, and it's going to be a little bit wet out there at Levi Stadium as some showers are going to work their way in here momentarily here. Doesn't look like heavy rain, but could be a wet one throughout the game. Adam Copeland, Super Bowl champ Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you, and joined by our guy Larry Krueger. You see him on the Krug Show, as well as Niners Nightly, 6 to 7 weeknights on KNBR. What's up, Krug?
What's going on, fellas? And the water is coming out of the sky. I can report. I have walked over from the parking lot, and there is precipitation coming down. So it's going to be a little wet tonight. And Brock Purdy with a wet football is a thing.
It's his kryptonite, yeah.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. Maybe it's take the ball out of his hands and just run it and run it and run it and run it some more.
Yeah, and that's got to be the game plan, right? Run the ball, pound the rock with Garindo. I don't know, you guys are around a little more than me at practice. Did Garindo practice? I mean, it was a spraying foot or something like that. But he's questionable, or he's going to go, give it a go, and see what it looks like?
Yeah, I mean, he was, I think, a limited participant in the last practice. Prior to that, he had sat out. So I don't think they were doing too much practicing this week anyway. Just as far as the speed of things, I think it's more of walkthrough speed. But they did have one day of practice, and I believe he was limited. But to me, it's if he can handle it, hand him the ball as many times as he can handle it. The Rams are the 28th rated run D in football. They don't believe in inside linebackers. And Garindo potentially could show tonight on a big stage that he's not good or very good, but potentially star material. He's got home run hitter potential. I mean, he's got the kind of speed that if he can get to that beyond the line of scrimmage, he can take it to the house. And he might be able to do it a couple times in a game. And if he does on national TV with the nation watching, a lot of people are going to be loving Isaac Garindo.
Larry, I feel like this is a big recency bias week, right? The 49ers dominate, but they do it against the Bears. The Rams put up 44 against Buffalo, who had just trounced the 49ers in Buffalo the week prior to that. What, from what you saw from the 49ers on Sunday, translates to tonight? And is there just should we be overly concerned with how well the Rams played offensively against Buffalo?
I wouldn't want to make it too simple, but I mean, what you saw the other day was the Niners were either going to fold or they were going to fight, and they fought last week. So there's a lot of fight in that room, and there's a lot on both sides of the ball. And there's a lot of guys that are very prideful, and they've been, deep into the playoffs. They've been to a Super Bowl, and they don't want to go out easy. So, yeah, this is a playoff game. I mean, that's the thing. That's what's so exciting about tonight. You're going to see Dre Greenlaw return. The place is going to be rocking, and it's going to be a playoff-like atmosphere. And if they hit Stafford, they're going to win. And if they don't hit Stafford, they're going to lose.
And if they turn it over, they're going to lose. I think that's what it comes down to. When Brock doesn't turn the ball over, the Niners are a very good team when it comes to coming away with a victory. What can you expect? What would be a fair expectation for Greenlaw? Because if you look at everybody this year who's come back from injury or missing time, McCaffrey struggled at first coming back. Trent Williams, obviously, after training camp, not the same when he had missed preseason. Same can be said about Brandon Ayuk. And even Talanoa Hufanga came back early on and then got hurt again, didn't look good in his first stint. What's a fair thought for what Dre Greenlaw can do for you?
It's a great question, Copes, and I think the reason that it's such an interesting question tonight is that, you got a lot of different options. And, do you go with a nickel? Do you go with a dime? Do you play Greenlaw a lot? If so, where do you play him? Last week in the second half, we saw Winters play in the nickel quite a bit, and he's so fast. And to me, one of the ways that if you aren't getting home with your front four tonight, that you have to get Stafford down, you got to send D. Winters at the quarterback because he's probably one of the fastest guys on your defense. And if you can put him on the field and, delayed blitzes, anytime there's a gap, just shoot him through. I think that could really speed up the quarterback. So I don't know, between the desire to blitz Winters and use him in the sub packages, and then you got Campbell there, and he's the guy who came off the field in the second half for Winters. But then you got Greenlaw, and maybe you want to put him right back in his spot. And then how many snaps can he handle? I don't know. And I don't have a great feel for it because I've only seen 3 or 4 practices with him out there, and it's hard to get an idea what kind of endurance he's got at this point. So I don't know.
So the answer is, as San Jose Jazz fan, Roman numeral 4 says on the YouTube chat, I hate interesting questions because usually just means we all just kind of talk around him like, because we're all in the same boat. Like, if he comes out and he plays, I guess a better way to think about it, like, you think they're just going to use him in certain packages or certain situations to start?
I think there's a chance he'll play mostly in the base, but, and then how's he feeling? How's he moving? I mean, he only knows one speed, so the guy's going to, you're going to have to protect him from himself to some degree. But I'm so excited because this is their tone setter. This is their swagger. This is their violence. And the one thing that we've never seen is Dre Greenlaw fully charged up in December. And that right there is potentially very exciting because if he can move around, and we don't know if he's not diminished, but if he isn't diminished, he could be just flying and making tons of plays.
Yeah, on the offensive side, we've been talking about Debo all morning, and his off season that he's having right now, and we're trying to figure out how do you get him more involved. He's had some drop passes, maybe not his target. I mean, his targets are about the same as like last season. But it seems like the big plays just don't happen for Debo anymore. How does Kyle Shanahan kind of structure this offense or scheme this offense so Debo gets more of those explosive yards?
It's a great question. Teams tend to play more man against the Niners than, for whatever reason. And he struggles to get open against man. He hasn't had a lot of success as a runner. I mean, we're talking about 2.5 yards a carry. Multiple runs have been tackled for a loss. To me, it's the trajectory of him. He's got to be going. He's a north-south guy. If anything parallel to the line of scrimmage, no. He's got to square the shoulders and get upfield. When he does, and he can get 3 or 4 steps, whether it be as a kick returner, a punt returner, as a receiver, as a runner, if he can turn upfield, there's not a lot of DBs that want to stand in front of Debo with 3 or 4 steps. It's a matter of getting those 3 or 4 steps. So that's why he looks good as a kick returner, because you can get build-up speed. Yeah. And look how dangerous he looks at the end of some of those runs.
Like a cannon. Shut out a cannon almost.
Nobody wants to bring him down.
Larry, I thought Graham and Winters, you mentioned Winters a little bit, played their best games of the season against Chicago. What did you see from them, and how much trickier does that make the Dre Greenlaw dynamic? Because I know I've been kind of hard on those two. I know we've had some debates about those two. You're higher on both of them than I am. What did you see from both of them Sunday?
Well, they're coming on, and they're it's fresh legs, and they know the defense, and they're getting better inside the defense. I mean, you can't really show what you got unless you get an opportunity. Graham has not had an opportunity, but I'll tell you, I've watched him back in the Big Ten at Purdue, and he's a tremendous player. I mean, he really is. So, I mean, it hasn't happened for him yet. But Jalen Graham was a very productive college football player for multiple seasons at Purdue. So I expect him to continue to get better, get more snaps, and I would like to see them. To me, the biggest question of this game is with Greenlaw coming back, Campbell kind of struggling at times. As you mentioned, Graham coming on, Winters looking dynamic. How does Sorensen break down the linebackers? Who gets the run? To me, the snap count at linebackers is going to be something to watch.
Larry Krueger with us here ahead of the Niners and the Rams 5:15 kick. I don't know if you've ever seen a book on how to do it, because it doesn't happen often. Is there a strategy for, I don't even want to say shutting down, bottling up Puka Nacua? So, I mean, they throw it to him in the backfield. They'll throw it to him in this outside the numbers. They'll throw it to him deep downfield. They'll throw it to him in screen plays, like we saw George Kittle score or go deep on one last week, and he scored on one last week. I mean, they use him in so many different ways. They handed him a ball last week, and he went for a touchdown. They're sort of using him like a Swiss Army knife. What's the game plan for trying to limit a guy like that?
He's 40% of their targets, I think, in the last 4 weeks since he came back. Since he came back from the injury, he's been amazing. One of the most unstoppable receivers in pro football. I would say the Rams are kind of they're really hard to defend and also real easy to defend. They're hard to defend from the standpoint of look at all these weapons, look how talented they are, but they're easy to defend as they're easy to define. So like Tutu Atwell and Demarcus Robinson, you need to play off. Give them lots of room because they can run right by you. Atwell had a 50-yard bomb against Mooney Ward earlier this year. You got to give Robinson and Atwell lots of space, and you got to hug up on Puka Nacua at the line of scrimmage and Cooper Kupp because they'll run these little timing stop routes on 3rd and short. And so it's all about, Sorensen said it this week. 3rd down was successful, but the Rams last week converted 73% on 3rd down. So it's what you do on 1st and 2nd down that sets you up for success on 3rd down, and that's going to be the key tonight. Success is going to be stopping Kyren on 1st and 2nd down, and then hugging up on Puka and Kupp, and giving Tutu and Robinson lots of space.
Time now for the player to bank on, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Just drop in for gaming, dining, sports. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Larry, who are you going to be wrong about today? Yeah, right back to it. You guys are going to botch it, and I'm going to be right. Let's go.
Yeah.
What do we got?
I hope I'm not wrong about anybody today,
too,
but
yeah.
I'm hoping Isaac Guerrero can take the workload because this game needs to be 60-40 run pass, and that may mean 35 runs, and I would love to give him 30 of those. Because he's so dangerous that I feel like if he ever got a huge workload, he might have 135 yards and 3 touchdowns.
JD, who are you going with?
Yeah, I think I'm going to ride the hot hand with George Kittle. I think Kittle has been somebody that you look at the offensive performers, and he's really the one that's lived up to the bill for the entire season in terms of when he's been out there, they've thrown it to him, and he's produced in a big-time way, so I'm sticking with 85.
What you got, Dennis?
I'm going to say Charvarius Moore.
Ward?
Ward. Did I say Moore?
Yeah.
Ward. Because he had his challenge with his young daughter. I think he's getting back. I mean, I think this is going to be the year, or this is going to be the game, especially with these 2 receivers, that he's really going to stand out.
I'm going to go with Brock Purdy. Off the game last week, 2 bad games on the road, Green Bay, and of course the game under 100 yards passing, and did not look good at all in Buffalo. He was banged up. He comes back. He didn't play obviously in Green Bay. Had Brandon Allen out there due to the injury to Brock. But last week, as perfect of a game as he could have had in the rain today, protecting the football, do not turn it over. I think it's got to be on the quarterback, Brock, today.
Yeah, that's a good one. Kobe Durant is out for the Rams. He's their best corner, if you look at some of the numbers. So I like that. I think Purdy goes off.
Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson, Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly, and the Krug Show. He'll be joining us on the post game as well. Thanks for coming by, Larry.
Absolutely. Good to see you guys.
Still got plenty more to come here from Levi Stadium as we get ready for the Niners and the Rams. A 5:15 kickoff. We'll throw it up to the broadcast booth at about 4:15, and we'll check in with Greg Papa before we even do that. We'll get you a little bit more on this one, on some of the numbers for the Rams. We may get a visit from our honorary captain as well. We'll see if he stops by, and then we'll get you the Steve Young Show, your 49er player spotlight, and a check-in with Greg Papa, who's on the call today. More to come. It's the Niners and the Rams, Week 15 on the Sports Leader.
he's a tough football player. Some guys are just competitive, you know. He's got size. He doesn't go down easy. Some things you can't measure, and he's just got it. You know, he's doing the right things. He's moving. You know, like I said, these skill players really fit the scheme really well, and I think he understands that. But he's got good body control, catch radius. You know, he's got just good athletic skill, but you know, marry that with the toughness that he has. He refused to go down. He's just a good all-around football player.
As a voice of 49ers DC defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen on Puka Nacua, again, as Larry said, 40% of their pass target share over the last 6 weeks or so. He's been fantastic. He's been electric, and he's a huge reason why the Rams are looking like they could be headed towards the postseason, especially with the victory today. And they, for the most part, control their own destiny. Again, 3 more division games for the Rams starting tonight against the Niners. They go to the Jets next week. They get Arizona at home in Week 17. Then Week 18, they'll get the Seattle Seahawks at home. Why don't we get to our Deckspectations like that for this one? Time for What's on Deck, sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. JD, with the weather the way it is, we're expecting some moisture here. It's supposed to start some showers. The ground is wet out there. People are in some ponchos. It's not going to be dumping or pouring or anything like that. But in terms of what to expect for this one, where are you in terms of how the 49ers try to get a W?
I think the 49ers are going to have to score in this game. And that may be more difficult with the elements, and we know it's always a topic of discussion with Brock Purdy. Maybe limited possessions because both these teams want to win the time of possession battle and like to have the long drives and bleed clock and keep their defense fresh. But I just think the Niners have to be efficient scoring the football in this game to get a win. I think it's got to be, I think they got to push 30 or get to 30 to win this thing tonight.
Dennis, your thoughts?
Yeah, and you got to eliminate mistakes, right? Pre-snap penalties, penalties as a whole, turnovers, busted coverages, miss rush lanes or not containing the passer, opening up run lanes, not setting the edge. So, you have to play, we talk about this playoff game type of mentality, but you have to play your best game now moving forward as far as the 49ers go because, the season's on the line. So I think if you eliminate all these mistakes that we've seen throughout the year, this football season, the tackling, not getting off blocks, things like that, just do the fundamental stuff right. I think you come up with a win.
Adam Copeland, Super Bowl champ, Dennis Brown, John Dickinson with you. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. I think we're going to try to connect with our guy, Derek Smith, the honorary captain for today's game. If not, we'll get you some scores from around the league. Oh, that's right. This is the first game of the week. There are no scores from around the league. Plenty more to come from Levi Stadium, getting you ready for a 5:15 kick. Adam Copeland, JD, and Dennis Brown right here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
The San Francisco 49ers season has obviously not gone as they hoped and expected, leading to some questions, I guess, about whether or not Brock Purdy is still the guy. From what I am told, he is, in fact, still the guy. The 49ers still plan on locking Brock Purdy up on a long-term extension this coming offseason.
As voice of Ian Rappaport, we're going to put that to the side for now because we're joined by today's honorary captain, Derek Smith, nice enough to join us, a longtime 49er, 12 years in the NFL playing linebacker, and if Greenlaw weren't back today, he looks like he could get some snaps in. Yeah? AJ? Come up to the mic here, brother.
I think my neck would break if I went out there.
How we doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, you're
glad
still
they
around.
had me up here. Yeah.
Yeah, you're still around. Dennis says you're at a lot of the alumni events. So you've been paying attention,
alumni,
following the team.
you know, still hanging around. It's always good to have, you know, alumni or alumnus come back and still be a part of it.
And finally, a defensive guy for you, Dennis. We've been bringing up all these offensive linemen come up, and Dennis
just talks crap to O-linemen.
We've had offensive linemen the last 2 weeks, so, you know, it's been tough for me. It's been very tough for me. So, talk about your career. First of all, I mean, you spent, 8 years here, correct?
7. Yeah.
7 years here, then total 12 years.
Total 12 years. Yeah, so I got drafted by the Redskins.
Talk about your career, your NFL career.
So I got drafted in the third round by the Redskins. Came in, started as a rookie right away. Started all my games there. Played that contract out. Was a free agent. Came out here, and Bill Walsh is the one that really liked me and brought me out here. Anyway, they signed me. Had a few other teams that were interested in me, but I wanted to be on the West Coast. I grew up in Utah. My wife was from San Diego, and we kind of wanted to be a little bit closer to the West Coast. So came out here, and we had a couple good years, and then we had some dark years. But
some real dark years.
Yeah, we had some real dark years.
Well, it's funny. You can tell what the dark years are because if you ask somebody like, who was the quarterback when you played, and then you look over his 7 years, there was like 9 of them. You know what I mean? It was a lot of
yeah,
dudes.
there was a lot.
Through.
Yeah. So Jeff was the quarterback for the first 2 years, and we did good for those first 2 years. You know, and then I think they kind of I don't know if they were. Someone said they were trying to play Moneyball with the team or something like that. They're just like trying to cut every. I think we cut like 7 of our offensive guys.
Yeah.
We had anyway, and then I think Timotei, Cody, Alex Smith,
Dorsey.
Yeah. Dorsey. Yeah. So a bunch of guys. You know, I love all those guys. They're all good guys too. It was just some tough years though. So
yeah. Now talk about the position of linebacker. I played with Matt Millen, Ken Norton Jr. You know, and these are guys who were athletic, but if I look at the quarterback or the linebackers now, Fred Warner, I mean, is a linebacker position to you at least? Does it look different than when you played?
I think I definitely love playing the run. I was more of a run guy. I understood it better, and like the pass game, I was just like, I just gonna do what I got to do. But I think now you have to be very versed in both the pass and the run.
Yeah.
So like Fred's a prime example. You know, the guy's great in the passing game, but he'll come up and he'll feel he's a downhill linebacker too in a run game. So I felt like I was a pretty good downhill linebacker in my time, and I just got by in the passing game. That was definitely my weakness.
And you were a smacker, though. I mean, you talk about downhill. I mean, you would come down and you would lay it on some cats.
Yeah, I definitely I hit with my head way too much. I think I'd be in trouble. I don't even know if I could play anymore.
Who's the guy you didn't want to see coming through the hole? A running back. I mean, we talk to Dennis about this all the time. Who was yours, Dennis? You always bring it up. Ironhead
Hayward.
Yeah, that's it.
Hayward.
Didn't want to see him coming through the lane.
So Allstott was a guy that you want to make him. You want to get him as close to the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage as you can, because once that train left station, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough catch. And then Bettis is another one just like him.
Oh man,
the bus.
I forgot about those.
Yeah,
guys.
But it's those two that they're the big boys where once they get going, just like, oh boy, tough to bring them down.
How much fun is a night like this and a day like this to have the 49ers bring you back to be a part of the festivities? Big game, right? Divisional game, night game. Like, how much fun is this for you to still kind of be part of it?
Oh, it's been awesome, and the Niners have been great. It took me a while to kind of come back. I stayed away for whatever. Well, I had my kids had stuff all the time,
right?
Games, different events, stuff like that. So I could never make it up for the weekend or the alumni week, and I started to plug myself back in back in these different events that they invite you to, and then for them to invite me up and to do this game is great.
Yeah,
feels really good. Just they make you feel like your family. So they've done it. They've done a great job with that.
And that's the key of the alumni department, getting guys back in here. I mean, this was a big part of all our lives. And we have a brotherhood here. And it's really important. Jed York and, Mr. DeBralo, of course, was all about the family. So we love having, you back, all the alumni back. And you guys might know it. He's got a jacket on. This cat is jacked. Okay. he could, I don't know. During alumni weekends, it's just like, golly. Still go to the weight room. So how's the body holding up? I mean, what's going on?
I feel pretty good. I try to stay pretty active. Pickleball is kind of, I guess, for my cardio. But then I definitely try to get 2 to 3, full body workouts in a week. Just depends on what's going on, but I definitely try to stay active. I don't sleep well if I don't. I have to tire myself out, so I sleep well at night.
Good. And you talked about your family. I know you got your wife. I've met your wife several times. She's in there.
She's the fun factor.
And it's good. Like I said, it's good to have you here. We appreciate you, and we want you to keep coming back. I mean, I know your alumni weekends. We have a lot of stuff going on, and you don't have to be a captain. You can come back to any football game. I'm sure Shelby will hook you up. Where's Shelby at?
She's around.
No, Shelby's awesome too. She's been great. She's been a great point of contact for the alumni, and she does an awesome. She works her butt off.
Yeah, she does.
She's on point. So everything's been great.
Honorary Captain, the voice you hear, Derek Smith, with us. Just a thought for you from you before we let you go on this game itself. I mean, you've been following the team. Obviously, this is a huge one. They can stay alive. They have a glimmer of hope for the postseason, but you have to win today. Get to 7-7. Just in general, how you think they're playing, and do you think they can transfer some of Sunday into this one?
I kind of been. I didn't watch him as much last week, but I read up a little bit on it, and it looks like the defense really had a great game.
7 sacks,
had a great week last week. I think it's going to be tough against Stafford tonight. He's got a real quick release. He's got Cup and Nakua's out there. Those two guys weren't there the first time we faced them, so those are going to be some of the challenges. But defense, we can just show up, get out there, and shut them down. Get time of possession. I think I was reading some other stuff saying that Purdy against zone dominating defense has had his best passer rating.
That's right.
And so, I hope he has a big night. Kittle usually does really good against these guys. He's been magnificent all year, and hopefully he's able to make some plays and do what he does tonight.
Yeah, it's got to be set by the defense. Defense has got to set the tone like they did last week against Chicago.
Good deal. Derek Smith, the voice you hear, honorary captain. Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Great deal. We got
Go Niners.
Go Niners. We got plenty more to come. The Steve Young Show, our 49er player spotlight, and we'll go up to the broadcast booth and check in with Greg Papa. More to come. Adam Copeland, JD, the Super Bowl champion, Dennis Brown. It's the Niners and the Rams, Week 15, and it's all going down only here on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland back here with your 49er player spotlight. It is week 15 of the NFL season, and that means one thing and one thing only. The LA Rams come to town, and the Niners have an opportunity to get back to 500 with a win over a division foe. That's going to bring us to today's 49er player spotlight. The last time the 49ers saw the LA Rams, they scored on their opening drive. They were up at halftime. They were up 21-7 at one point in the late in the third quarter. They were also up 10 points under 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter, due in large part to today's spotlight. Juwan Jennings with 11 catches for 175 yards and 3 touchdown grabs in that game, where they were absent Debo Samuel and did not have George Kittle either. And so Juwan Jennings, coming off a big game last week where he had 2 more touchdown grabs in the win against the Bears, he's going to be today's 49er player spotlight. We heard from him earlier. He was the 49er player of the week on with Murph and Marcus. And here's Brock Purdy, his quarterback, talking about the challenges of Juwan Jennings changing positions midway through the season, having to play a different receiver role.
I think just when it comes like man coverage and stuff, and how, BA moves compared to JJ, like those are some things that are a little different. But I think JJ's, frame and playing X receiver, like he fits the mold pretty well, and he's done a great job of going in there and doing everything that we ask of him within our offense, just like BA. But obviously I think they're slightly different, just how they run and everything. So I guess that, but outside of that, I think we do scheme up plays that are similar to what he was doing at the F position. So I don't know. I think regardless, JJ's a competitor, and anytime he's in a one-on-one matchup, I can always give him a shot and a chance, and he comes down with it.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings has been great when he's been challenged going up to try to get balls. He's got sure hands, it feels like. He's grabbed some balls in some tight windows. Again, 7 more catches last week and 2 more touchdown grabs. You got a thought on that, JD?
No, I was just kind of...
Oh, you were just like acknowledging that I was saying, yeah, Juwan Jennings, he's a hell of a receiver.
Hell of a receiver.
And we should see some big performances from him today. And that's why Juwan Jennings, way to get it done, JD. He's this week's 49er player spotlight. The Steve Young Show. Steve Young joins myself and Derek Papa on Dirty Work every Wednesday at 5 o'clock throughout the 49ers season. And generally, Steve is a positive mood, but obviously some things the Niners have to turn around. Here you go, the best half hour in sports radio. And actually, Steve's going to join us, I believe, tomorrow on Dirty Work, get a little reaction to this Niners and Rams game. But he talked a lot about how Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Sean Payton. Those four are the best coaches in what has become a copycat league. And Kyle, though, has to innovate to reinvent himself and how this 49er offense is going to operate going forward. Here's Steve Young.
For the last 8 years, the most innovative mind with Andy Reid and maybe Sean McVay, and the three of them were kind of going back and forth with Sean Payton. Those are the four guys that, through the 18, 19, 20, 21. And then what's happened is a copycat league. Now they're guys, they bred all kinds of innovative minds, and they're getting almost in a lot of great spots. But if you believe that, look at Andy Reid. He has reinvented himself for 25, 30 years. That's what Kyle's going to do. He'll keep reinventing himself. Now, as they lull and find that people caught them and get everyone watched their tape all spring. I told you guys that in the summertime. Every team in the league studied the 49ers. You get the sense of that. So now Kyle's going to have to innovate again. Do you think he can? I'd bet on it because I think that's what Andy Reid's done for so many years. And look at Kyle's history. It feels kind of Andy Reid-ish, right? Because Andy struggled to win the Super Bowl. Oh, I don't know if he's but Andy's been doing the same thing. He's been, from the beginning to the end. He's always been that innovative mind. And so that's what we've got. We've got one of the top guys. Does it mean that he can get into lulls and have to reinvent themselves again? Yeah, and we might be in that mode right now. That's okay. And we'll watch for that.
I very much believe in like the football gods. If you just go out there and you play your best, no matter what happens, receiving wise, that the ball's going to eventually find your way. And I kind of think that's just what happened today. And I try to be as reliable as I possibly can for Kyle and this organization. And, Kyle just called the plays today, and I found myself open on all of them.
I was George Kittle off of a big performance last week against the Chicago Bears on Sunday. Quick turnaround here as they get ready to take on the Rams. 5:15 kickoff here from Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, Dennis Brown, the Super Bowl champ, and John Dickinson with you. And a guy who's going to help us get ready for this one, Greg Papa. He'll be on the call with Tim Ryan, and we'll hand it over to him at about 4:15. And Greg, we should start with some very positive news. The actives and inactives are out. And the three big ones, Ike Guerrero going to play, Nick Bosa active for this one, and Dre Greenlaw is going to be out there. How about that?
That's the big one. Ike got mental reps the entire week. He didn't do much during the week for physically, but he was preparing to play. You could tell. It's a pain tolerance thing. He's got a foot sprain. We'll see if they have to numb it out. Dre's been moving around for a couple of weeks, and he'll go right. It'll be, big play Dre, the law, right next to Fred Warner, and then you'll see Devondre Campbell mix in and the young guy D. Winters as well. But when you get Dre Greenlaw back, so last week they got Talanoa Hufanga back, and then you get Dre Greenlaw back and Nick Bosa back. So every level of your defense just got better. Hufanga tied it all together with his communication last week against Chicago. Got in on the very first tackle of the game at 5 total tackles. The hard part is Malik Mustafa's down for the game with a chest injury, and he took a shot from DeAndre Swift. And then you get Greenlaw back in the middle, and then obviously Nick. The secret to it, we've been talking about it all day, and I know you guys, I have. We'll talk about it during the pregame show. Matthew Stafford is elite of the elite. This guy is a great thrower of the football, just a natural thrower, whatever you have to do. He's like, he grew up with Clayton Kershaw, and Clayton was that way from the left side. Whatever kind of movement you need to put on a ball, drop it down, sidearm, no look, he does it all. But the way to bother him is pressure and gut pressure, and then he becomes a chucker and a ducker. And to get Bosa back, and then, you can move in Gross Matos inside. He had 3 sacks last week. Leonard Floyd knows these guys well, had a couple of sacks, and Malik Collins. So Dennis knows the engine of this football team is that front four. And minus Nick, they have not been the same defense. When he left against Seattle, right before they went to Green Bay and went to Buffalo on November the 17th, the defense fell apart. Literally the next play, they gave up a 3rd and 12 to DK Metcalf. So getting Nick Bosa back, but also Greenlaw next to Fred. They were attacking the middle of the defense, and then Talanoa tightens things up. So it's just the boys are back. And now the question is it just Nick of time to get him back to save this and get this team to 7-7? They've got to win this football game. They like to talk about, gotta have it games versus must wins. This is beyond a gotta have it. I think they know mathematically this is a must win. This is going to feel like a playoff game tonight.
Yeah, and the probability charts say if you don't win it, it's less than a 1% chance. So you got to win it to keep giving yourself a chance. Greg, Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, they are at the key to everything the Rams do, throwing it to them. Yes, you want to heat up Stafford, but how do you see the 49ers slowing down Nacua and Kupp, who did not play in that first meeting?
Pass rush, but you're not going to be able to cover him, JD. You can't cover these guys for more than 2.5 seconds. They're just elite. And Cooper Kupp is different. The way he uncovers his in and out movement from the slot, and if he lines up in there, Diamador Lenore will get him. And Puka will go in there, but Puka's just different. They list him at 205. There's no way that guy's 205.
Yeah.
He's 225, 230. The way he runs over people, the way they block for each other. That's the thing. The 49er wide receivers, Miami's like that a little bit as well. Green Bay's guys are like that, except Romeo Doubs. They all block for each other. Just watch how Cooper Kupp blocks for Puka Nacua and vice versa. Then you factor in, obviously Tutu Atwell and what he was able to do against the Niners when we saw him in Week 3. JD, Demarcus Robinson is up for the game. I wasn't sure he was going to go. He's got a shoulder sprain, but he's going to play. And then Whittington, the young guy, and they got the tight end and obviously the running back. So they're just different. The one thing that the Niners have got to be solid with tonight is when they motion to a bunch formation. They did it repeatedly, and a lot of it was that exit cheater motion where Tutu Atwell, like Tyreek Hill, already comes in motion across the formation and lines up as the outside guy at number 3, and he could run a vertical, could run a dagger back across the middle. The Niners had a hard time passing that action off out of the bunch. The Rams do it all the time. They did it to Buffalo, so they're going to line up their 3 best receivers, and it'll certainly be Kupp and Nacua. The third guy could be Tutu, it could be DeMarcus, and you've got to trade that off. They picked on Charvarius Ward with that action September the 22nd. They picked on Ike Adam. He won't play as much tonight. Renardo Green is in there. So, you got to make Stafford get the ball out of his hands fast, and he knows, especially when he gets the news that Bosa's back, he's gonna get it out and fast pass you all night. So the big thing is to rally up and tackle these guys, in particular Puka Nacua, because he is very difficult to get on the ground.
And they run a lot of jet sweeps, too. So you got to be very cautious of the perimeter of the defense. Now, the defensive front, we saw last week 7 sacks. Nick Bosa comes back this week. What kind of impact will he make?
Well, huge. I mean, he's the engine, and hopefully we'll see how many snaps he can play. But Nick, he's not coming back to watch. He's going to come back and he's going to be at Alpha and be in the turbo. He'll start the game and play as many snaps as he can. So in theory, Leonard Floyd's on one side, Nick is on the other. Gross Matos can mix in over a guard. It'll be interesting to see when they go to the turbo, Dennis, what they do. Probably leave Malik Collins in there, move Gross Matos over a guard, and you have Floyd and Bosa on the outside, and then you mix in Beal and Okawanu. But the jet sweeps, and Andy Reid with Tyreek Hill kind of brought that into the NFL years ago, and the Rams did it with Robert Woods years ago. When he was hurt, they kind of were lost. They did it with Cooper Kupp some in the championship game against us. He did it in the Super Bowl. He did it against Cincinnati. The guy they do it with now is Puka. And he's different because he's not real fast. When Tyreek Hill goes in that jet sweep motion, you're like, whoa, it's a jet airplane. This guy is just a truck. So it's different. As you know, you got to stay home there. And Nick he's been victimized at Kansas City game a couple of years ago. McCole Hardman had 3 touchdowns on that very same action. This year, when he came in, a lot of times they don't block Bosa on that play. They influence block him and let him with the wide 9 and get up the field, just run right by it. So you have to have an alert. And Puka will go in motion all the time in that jet sweep, and then he won't always get the ball. He'll get the ball 3 or 4 times a game, and then they give him the reverse motion, and then he turns and lines up like right behind the guard or the tackle, and he inserts himself like a lead blocker. So they use him in a different way, but Floyd knows that action, obviously being a Ram. Bosa's just got to make sure he's alert for that, because you're going to get that jet sweep action all night, and then there'll be 3 or 4 times where they just hand it to 17.
There might be some light drizzle throughout the game, Greg. Nothing crazy, I don't think. And it's not too windy. I think only 4 to 5 mile-an-hour winds, at least as it stands right now. Any impact on the game there in terms of Brock?
Well, you know me and that. And Tim thinks that I'm overly cautious.
Me too. I'm a little concerned about it, just the moisture.
I mean, the facts are the facts. And I was down on the field. My toes are actually colder right now than they were in Buffalo. But I don't think I prepared for it as well. It's windy. And on the field, it's windy. It's always whipping in the top rim, and we'll keep an eye on it. It's wet. It's gnarly. It's December football. We'll see what Brock does. I don't think there's enough precipitation right now for him to wear a glove or try to, save it a little bit. But just keep an eye on what he does, what Stafford does as well. We do worry about Brock controlling the ball in these elements. I mean, the facts are the facts. He did not play well in Cleveland last year, the Green Bay playoff game. It took him a while to be able to grip the ball. He did on the final drive, and obviously in Buffalo. And a lot of times the ball will just slip out of his hands on the pullback. He's not a big guy. At 6 feet 5'8", 7 inch tall. His hands are not abnormally small, but they're not big mitts in 9 1/4 inch. So yes, I'll be watching to see how Brock controls the ball, and if in fact he does wear a glove. And I don't think he'll wear it on his throwing hand. He doesn't like it. He didn't like it on the left hand, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's a gnarly night.
Greg, what do you think the 49ers discovered offensively that translates from Sunday to tonight?
Garendo out of the backfield, and use him a little like Christian McCaffrey. Yep. I mean, he obviously ran the ball well. That's not a surprise. Garendo, I think, has figured out, JD, over time, the outside zone and the dance of the 3 steps and then keep it play side or cut it back. He's a good runner. He got 5.2 yards. A rush is actually down for him, but It was the catches, the 23-yarder early in the game when he ran a little Texas route, very McCaffrey-like, and that's what got that first drive going. I think the key to the game is scoring on the first drive. The Niners scored the first possession, 4 plays, 70 yards, touchdown against the Bears. The last time they did that was week 3 against the Rams. That's how long ago it was when they got out to the 14-0 lead. Now, they lost that game, but you always want to play from behind so you can unleash Bosa and the Gold Rush. But Garendo specifically, JD, that 23-yard Texas route, the wheel route when Brock canned the play from an under center, I formation behind him, can, and all of a sudden he backs up in a shotgun. Garendo go to his side, and they ran the wheel route on the Bears' slower linebacker, Jack Sanborn. The LA Rams have got in their front, and their young guys on the front, Dennis, and I know you have Jared Verse is a monster. That guy is so strong. Young is so fast. Fisk is a try-hard sucker, leads them in sacks. Their front is really good. But their linebackers, they don't put money in the linebacker level like the Niners do with Fred Warner and Will with Dre Greenlaw. They just don't do it. Troy Reeder's hurt right now. They're going to play Christian Roseboom, a good player. Omar Spates, an undrafted rookie free agent linebacker out of LSU. That's why Kittle has big games. Debo has big games against the Rams because you can Kittle over the middle, the Debo digs, all those in cuts. And minus CMC, you've been searching. But in the Bears game, and I think you can do it tonight, 96 hours later, run Garendo on those choice routes, those crossing routes, and take advantage of the slow-footed Ram linebackers.
Yeah, it seemed like that was an element last week when you talked about the wheel route. It seemed like that was something we hadn't seen much of all year. And the other impact here is George Kittle was not out there last time. He's going to be a guy to bank on today.
And likewise Debo. And Debo does play well against these guys, all those in-cuts. And, can the Rams cover George is going to be obviously, that's what I'm saying. The linebacker level has been tormented by them, and they've gone through quite a few guys. Ernest Jones IV was there for a while and kind of shored them up, and then they curiously traded him to Tennessee, and now he's in Seattle. And look at how much better they're playing since they got that guy. The other thing is they're hurt, and the cornerback level. Since we last saw them, they traded Tre'Davious White, and he was kind of limping around and had some bad injuries in Buffalo. Darius Williams is back. He's by far their best corner, number 24. But their other really good corner, and some of the Rams people think he's even better, is Kobe Durant. Kobe Durant is not going to play tonight. He has a chest injury, a lung bruise from the Buffalo game. So I don't know what the other. They're going to put, Williams will be on one side. In the nickel and the slot will be Quentin Lake, the safety, number 37. I'm hearing Akella Witherspoon will be their other outside corner. They could go Emmanuel Forbes, but it sounds like Witherspoon will be the guy, and we know him. He's tall, 6'2", 195 pounds, but he's not a great tackler. So I think in this game specifically, with the Garendo runs, maybe more tosses, and try to get out on the perimeter and attack number 4, Spoon, the former Niner.
It's a have-to-have, as you said, Greg. I mean, it's going to be a playoff atmosphere, and really everyone now from here on out is a playoff game, but specifically tonight against a division opponent. Have a great call. We'll see you upstairs, Greg.
The boys are back. Here comes Bosa!
I'm ready to hear it. That's Greg Papa. He'll be on the call. We'll hand it over to him and Tim Ryan momentarily here to get you up to and through kickoff. 5:15 coming your way, and you can hear it all right here on the sports leader. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson, Super Bowl champ Dennis Brown. A few more minutes with you here before we hand it off to the broadcast team. Time for the keys to the game, sponsored by your Bay Area Chevy dealers. Visit BayAreaChevroletDealers.com. Well, Greg was saying it there, and Dennis, I'll ask you, when you've got a quarterback who I said Matt Stafford, in terms of holding the ball and getting rid of it quickly, he's like the antithesis of what you saw last week or on Sunday from Caleb Williams, which is why we talk about what's transferable, what can you take from the defensive performance there. Well, some of it will be that Nick Bosa is going to play tonight. I think that's the best news we've heard all week. Nick Bosa playing today with the season potentially on the line. He's not 100%, gave it a go. He'll be out there. But in terms of facing a quarterback in Stafford who's smart, who can get rid of it quickly, what do you do with a quarterback who delivers the ball fast?
You get after him. I mean, you put some hits, sacks or sacks, put some hits on him. Let them know you're there, especially the outside rushers, gut rushers. Get them there, get your hands up, get your hands in front of the quarterback. Let them know that people are there, bodies are there. Make them know the defensive line is there. Put some hits on them. We were always taught, the rules have changed a little bit, but, even after the ball is thrown, give a little push. Let him know that you're there and you're close. Get him off his mark.
Yeah, I think on the other side for the Niners, to me, it's just you got to score. You got to look to get 30. I think there is a boost that comes with Bosa coming back and Dre Greenlaw being back and in there. It sounds like from what Greg is saying, Greenlaw's just going to claim his spot next year.
He's like, he's going to play. It doesn't really matter. I'm out here.
And so that, I think, is a good sign. There are a lot of good signs in terms of reinforcements that have come and are continuing to defensively for the 49ers, but I still think this game is won by the 49ers offense and the ability to take advantage of weaknesses in the Rams. The Rams scored 44, they gave up 42.
Yep.
You're an elite offense. You got to go put up some numbers and put the pressure on the Rams to keep up against your recalibrated defense with some of these guys coming back.
And I think I said to you guys earlier, I said, if we're looking at anything from last week's game that's transferable, it's some of the offense. And Greg just said the same with Ike Guerrero, using him like Christian McCaffrey, more passes out of the backfield. Again, 2 catches last week for 50, including one big one, but George Kittle being there. You need to see something from Debo Samuel. And a name we haven't really even mentioned, by the way, at all, a guy who has 6 yards in his last 2 games, Ricky Pearsall. I mean, I'd still like to see more targets towards Pearsall, maybe in this game or at some point in the next few, because you're going to rely on him next year.
Yeah, and you just named off a lot of big play people.
Yeah.
And just that little statement. So everyone has to step up, and the first guy has to be Debo. I mean, he is a captain. He's one of the leaders. He steps up. Everything else follows.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say go ahead.
Debo put it on himself, I think, in a lot of ways with the tweet, and then having to answer questions about the tweet.
Deleting the tweet.
Yeah, all those different
things. You got
things.
to answer more questions, by the way, when you tweet something out that's controversial, and you're like, you know what, never mind. Then you definitely have to answer for it.
And he did on Tuesday, and he didn't have a lot of specific answers on Tuesday.
It was vague.
But typically when Debo puts the spotlight on himself, Debo performs. Good, bad, or indifferent. Typically when the spotlight is on him and he gets into that mode, he comes out and has one of his better games. The 49ers need that if they're going to win this one.
Well, to that point, we talked about last season, going into week 12 against Philadelphia. He got into it with the Eagles, like socially and on his podcast and all that, talking about how the Niners were a better team the year before when Brock went down with the injury, and they would have beaten him had Brock been healthy or had they had a quarterback, and Debo said it would have been a victory for them, and then showed up and showed out. 4 catches, over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns, and also went in on the ground. He's had success in his career against the Rams. Let me ask you this one, too. When you guys hear Akilla Witherspoon's out there, what do you think?
Attack. I don't know.
I was thinking, oh, he's still in the league. I mean, he's still doing
He's still in the division, Dennis.
So, again, he's a guy that we know him. I think Greg says it. He doesn't want to tackle. He's a guy he's not a physical guy. I think he's a guy that you can kind of get after.
I think it was Dante Whitner who famously on KNBR said he is soft, S-O-F-T, soft, Akilla Witherspoon. So he's been called out before.
He's still collecting NFL check, though, so he's doing something right.
JD, do you have the full health report in front of you there, actives and inactives? Let's get all of them out there just so people know, because we'd heard earlier today from Adam Schefter. He reported right as kind of we got going during the pregame show. He said, positive news here. Nick Bosa going to try to give it a go pregame, but he practiced in a limited capacity yesterday, was questionable, maybe trending towards playing, and he's not on the injury report today.
Yeah, so the good news, Greenlaw, Bosa, Guerrero, inactive, Joshua Dobbs. So that means Brandon Allen is the backup quarterback, Trent Williams, Khalil Davis, Malik Mustafa, Rock Yassin, and Izzy Abanikanda.
So those are your guys who are inactive for today, which means Dre Greenlaw active, Nick Bosa active, Ike Guerrero active, Patrick Taylor will be your number 2, and then who's the number 3 back there? That would make it Keyshawn Vaughn. Is that who'd been elevated?
Keyshawn Vaughn was elevated.
So
yes.
he's the number 3. I'd imagine he's the number 3 back. If Abanikanda is not active, he would be the 3rd guy.
Yeah, the only activation from the practice squad, the standard elevation for this game for the Niners, was Keyshawn Vaughn.
So he'll have to be the 3rd running back just in the event of something going awry. That's going to do it for us on the pregame show. We will be back on the postgame show with Larry Krueger, who will check in with us as well. And hopefully we're talking about a Niner victory cruising in to what would be a long time off before they have to go out to Miami next weekend to take on the Miami Dolphins. And if you win that game, again, it all starts here, but you could be looking potentially at 8-7 before a Monday night date with the Detroit Lions. But it all starts with beating Matt Stafford and the Rams today. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to our guy Kyle, who's back at the studio running it on the 1s and 2s. And we're getting you ready to hand it off to our guy Tim Ryan and to Greg Papa, who will take you up to and through kickoff. It's the Niners and the LA Rams. It's week 15, a 5:15 kickoff, only here on the Sports Leader.